It's that time, folks. It's officially draft day inside the NBA. We just crowned our champion a couple days ago in the Oklahoma City Thunder, but for many NBA teams, they have been doing scouting on some of the top prospects in the NBA draft, and we will see where they end up going tonight. There has already been some major trades in the NBA. Kevin Durant, Kristaps Porzingis, Drew Holiday, Desmond Bane, changing the draft order, and everything will be very fluid tonight. I'm sure we will see even more trades happen throughout the evening, but we're here to break down every move that has already been made, that will be made, in every pick of the first round. There will be 30 of them. Nick Roloff here alongside Tyler Smith. Welcome in, and I'm glad everyone is here to hang out with the best YouTube coverage in the game surrounding the NBA draft. And as we always like to start it out, shout out your city. Where are the real ones watching from? Get down in the comment section. We'll give you some shout outs because we like seeing where the people are tuning in from. Smitty, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, and we are coming at you from downtown Dallas, Texas, where the Dallas Mavericks will hold the #1 overall pick in this year's draft. Presumptively, we'll take Cooper Flagg, and that's kind of all set in stone right now. But I am fired up for this draft, man. Loads of talent, loads of teams trying to move up in this draft order in order to select the player that they want, and there's also some guys dipping in the draft process as well. It's all going to shake out in just a few hours.
Yeah, we got Ravens fan in Maryland. We got Nathaniel in Minneapolis. The Bright Wolf in Atlanta. Marble is in Dallas.
Hey.
NBA respected Edits is in Dallas. Diamond Kings in San Antonio. Braylon is in H-Town. Hold it down.
He's probably happy.
JH2 is saying Detroit basketball. That's also where Just Keys is. Appreciate the 155 people already tuning in here. We have a full 2-hour pregame, or I guess pre-draft show if you want. We'll answer questions. We'll talk about some of the top prospects, some of the moves that have already been made, give our thoughts. It's going to be a ton of fun here, so continue to shout out your city for us. Carl Knight is in New York City. Tibor is in Slovenia. How about that?
Okay.
We're not just nationwide. We are worldwide.
That's right.
Call us Pitbull. LT is in Illinois. Mark is in North Carolina. Dylan is in California. Legal is in Texas. Like to see where all the real ones are watching from. It is going to be a ton of fun today. Continue to shout out your city, but listen, we already know Cooper Flagg is going to be the #1 pick in this NBA draft. And is clear-cut the #1 prospect in the draft. But what we want to know is who is your second best prospect. I personally believe it's Dylan Harper. That is what the consensus believes as well. But not everybody is consensus. A lot of people like Ace Bailey. A lot of people like VJ Edgecombe. Out of these three, which is the best prospect? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Smitty, do you have a strong thought on the matter?
Out of these three cats right here, I got to go Dylan Harper, man. He can get downhill like no other. Elite finishing ability at the rim, and at this age, he's 18 years old. That doesn't come along too often. Still has a little bit of work to do on the outside shot, but that could come in due time. He looks like a prototypical, like James Harden kind of archetype coming straight into the league. He's going to contribute and produce right away.
And I'll say this, some of you people out there that might not be that acclimated to the college basketball world, me and Smitty are diehards, so we kind of know the situation. You might be asking yourself, is that really two Rutgers players that are both in this conversation? Well, we didn't see them in the March Madness tournament. You would be right. Yeah, they
barely saw them in the Big Ten tournament.
The Rutgers basketball team was not very good this past year. They had a lot of issues with their coaching. They didn't really have any big men inside. But Harper and Ace Bailey are two solid prospects in their own right. I do have Dylan Harper #2 on my big board. Not that kind to Ace Bailey. Personally, I have him at #12. I do not like his kind of archetype, if you will, when it comes to the NBA prospects. But I do really like VJ Edgecombe. He's my #3 prospect, and he is the player that I also believe should be coming off the board if Philly keeps that 3rd overall pick and makes it. I do think they should go with VJ Edgecombe, but I would be typing my DHs just like Tyler said here with Harper. He is really a special talent. I believe he should be in the conversation for a 1st overall pick. He just happens to be in the same class as Cooper Flagg.
I mean, eight out of the last 10 drafts or so, he would be the #1 overall pick. And quickly, one more before we move on, like about the Rutgers thing, like they're bad defensively, didn't have a big man, but those two guys, Harper and Bailey, were able to showcase their entire offensive arsenal, and that's why they're being drafted so highly here.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see where they land. Sounds like Harper's a shoe into the Spurs at 2, and the draft really starts at 3. We'll see where Ace Bailey falls. Doesn't seem like it's going to be 3 or 4. Could be the Washington Wizards, Brooklyn Nets, or Pelicans here at the 7 spot. If you are just joining in and are curious about who is picking at the top of this draft and didn't join us for our NBA lottery show, which, by the way, shame on you. That was a fun stream a month or 2 months ago at this point, mid-May. Anyway, the first 4 picks, the Dallas Mavericks traded Luka Doncic and somehow got rewarded with the first overall pick. They are getting Cooper Flagg. The Spurs moved up to number 2. The Sixers got that 3rd overall spot, and Charlotte ends up with pick number 4. Filling out 5 through 8, the Utah Jazz, Washington Wizards, New Orleans Pelicans, and Brooklyn Nets. Jazz Wizards, by the way, were in the top 3 chances, or tied for first, I should say, in terms of getting the first pick. They fell a little bit. All right, Toronto at 9. Phoenix now holds the 10th overall pick. Funny, you say via Houston +2, which means it's been traded. It actually is the Suns' original pick, by the way. Fun fact, it went to Houston, and then it came back to Phoenix in the trade that sent Kevin Durant to the Rockets this past weekend. The Blazers have pick 11. Chicago is the 12th pick. And then you round out the lottery with Atlanta and the San Antonio Spurs. Funny that I find the Hawks pick goes to San Antonio, but then the Hawks have the pick in front of them via Sacramento. NBA trades, folks. They are absolutely wild. The Thunder have a pick at 15, courtesy of the Miami Heat. Grizzlies here at the 16th spot in that Desmond Bane trade from the Orlando Magic. Timberwolves have a pick at number 17. Washington at 18. 19 for Brooklyn. Miami has that 20th pick for now, at least, in that Jimmy Butler deal from the trade deadline. Then we get even more chaotic with trades. Utah. Brooklyn just acquired the 22nd pick last night in the 3-team deal that sent Kristaps Porzingis from Boston to Atlanta. New Orleans has the 23rd pick after Indiana traded it to the Pelicans just a couple days before Tyrese Halliburton ruptured his Achilles. What a move by Indiana. They got their first-round pick in next year's draft. The OKC Thunder have yet another first-round pick at number 24 via the Clippers. That is still part of the Paul George trade. The Magic have the 25th pick. The Nets, yes, that is not a typo, have back-to-back picks at 26, 27.
5 of them.
Smitty's Celtics at 28. And then we round out the first round with Phoenix at 29 and the Clippers at 30. Those are the selections, at least as of right now, that will be made by those specific teams in the first round. So as we get further and further here and more people pile into the chat, I want to know who your favorite team is. We asked what about the second best prospect. We asked where you're watching from. But who is your favorite squad? Who are you representing on NBA draft night?
Rolly gave mine away. I'm a Boston Celtics fan. Things have not been going, I guess, super peachy as of late. I got knocked out in the second round of the NBA playoffs, and obviously just sold the farm. Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis are on the move. Rolly, you are a Heat fan.
In fact, I am.
Lot of flexibility, a lot of optimism. What's going on over there in Miami?
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Miami. There's a lot of buzz between Andrew Wiggins and the Lakers right now. The Heat obviously missed out on Kevin Durant over this past weekend. Do they try to go buy in for a veteran? They've been linked to DeMar DeRozan. Heck, when we get to free agency this upcoming Monday, they've been linked to a sign and trade with Jonathan Kuminga. We'll see what they ultimately do. But let's see what the people are saying down in the comments section. The Kang is going with the Mavs. I see Nathaniel and Timmy with San Antonio. My guy Dandy Man is saying Heat. Don't you worry, we're going to start our Heat stream in about an hour and a half. We got Carl says the Knicks. We got the Bulls from Legal. We got Muhammad rocking with the Celtics. We got another Spurs. We got Tom Sipe saying the Indiana Fever. Listen, we've watched some Fever games in the past, that's for sure. Jay the Fox saying Heat. We got Go Spurs Go. The Mavs from Derek. Javier saying the Heat. Kane Angel saying the Heat. Jay saying the Warriors. We got a lot of teams. Now, I will say we're dominated by the Spurs, Heat, and I'd say the Mavericks. Those are the 3 biggest supporters right now.
Mavs fans, Spurs fans showing up and showing out. The number 1 and number 2 pick. They're going to get the best talent in this draft, so I'm sure they're going to want to be seeded to see it all go down.
Yeah, you know, I tell you what, I wish there was more Nets fans. Could you imagine being a Nets fan tonight? There's not a lot of them out there. No offense, but if you are one, imagine having 5 first-round picks. The amount of fun, young talent you're adding to your roster tonight, or you can consolidate it, move up in the draft, or make a different trade. I mean, if you're a Nets fan, this is your NBA Finals. You know you're not going to be in one for probably at least 3 or 4 years if things go right, by the way.
Yeah.
So this is your biggest night.
Yep, absolutely. And the Nets could legitimately, they actually have 6 picks in this draft. They have a second-round pick as well, so they could do a whole starting 5 and a 6-man in one swing of the bat here. It would be insane. I would anticipate that Brooklyn does not make 5 first-round selections tonight, and we're going to see a lot of movement around that first round.
You would have to imagine that they will either continue to maybe trade back and stockpile future assets, or they should, like I mentioned, consolidate and move up. But we love to see everybody being represented. We got a Magic fan. Shout out Mitzi. We got David Decker, an OKC fan from New York.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to everybody hanging out. Dude Crazy's going with the Lakers. I see OKC. I see Detroit. Tom, I'm not going to address those conversations at this point.
We will at some point tonight. We will talk about the national champion Florida Gators because they have a couple players that are going to be drafted on these next 2 days here.
Yeah, definitely in day 2, you got Elijah Martin and Will Richard as 2 potential options for teams in the second day.
Absolutely.
Remember, there are 2 days of the NBA draft now. Last year was the first year they did it. This is the second year they're doing it. But tomorrow is going to be at night. Last year's day 2 was in the middle of the day.
And every team in the draft, like you can't. It's not like the NFL draft where like you win the draft or you're the complete team overall. You get 1 or 2 picks. In the Nets case, you have 6. But it's really 1 or 2 selections here. And you're trying to get a guy who can contribute. You're trying to be number 1 when it comes to the draft. And we're trying to be number 1 as well when it comes to tonight's stream. So I'm trying to get some good engagement from everybody who's rocking and rolling with us because we're like, 2 hours away from the draft actually getting underway. You guys are the sickos who are here with us right now. So I want you guys to show it on the stream. Go down below, hit the like button. Go down below, share the video as well. Put it on Twitter, put it on Instagram, whatever you got to do. Send it to a friend who's looking for some NBA draft coverage as well tonight. And if you're already here early and often, then that means you probably love the content. So consider subscribing because we do NBA content, NFL content, college football, college basketball when it's hot. We cover it all here at Chat Sports. And I already see everybody getting active in the chat. Continue to get active and comment all night long. Help us be the biggest NBA draft live stream on YouTube tonight. Would really greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, and the number that I'm looking at right now early on here, Smitty, is we got 324 people watching. Yeah, we only have 80 likes. That is just flat out unacceptable.
You know what I hate?
The bosses.
A bad ratio.
A bad ratio. You never want to get ratioed on Twitter. You never want to have a bad ratio on YouTube. Listen, the bosses are asking for a 50% like rate. I think that is more than fair. With over 300 people watching, we should be at 150 likes. So that's the one number I'm looking at right now. Hit that thumbs up icon. We at least got to be at triple digits, but let's get to 150. Takes 1 second live here for free. It's a lot of fun. So hit that thumbs up icon. Just crossed 100, so shout out to the real ones over there.
For sure.
Appreciate all y'all. Like I said, we are here live for free the entire night, but if you do want to continue to have fun with us here, there's another way to do that and help us grow as a channel. That is donating. And in return, we like to provide even more entertainment than we already are. This is our super chat menu for today. We just crossed 100 likes, which means we are going to do a Bean Boozled here. I'll take the first one, Smitty. We'll alternate that. That's the type of guy I am. Never say chivalry's dead, even
Very
for
generous.
my guy Smitty here. $5 gets you a raffle ticket. We'll tell you what that raffle is in a second. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team. So when you send a 10, if you do, make sure you say what your favorite team is. You also get 3 entries for the raffle ticket, 3 for a $2 price there. How about that?
And you definitely got to tell us what your favorite team is because then we'll know where to kind of put you when it comes to the raffle if you end up winning.
Absolutely. $20, we will take a shot. We'll alternate those as well. I've got the 1800 tequila here with me, but we'll also get you 6 entries. That's some pretty good bang for your buck. And then every $100 we get tonight, not has to be one $100. Every time we get $100, we will alternate beer bongs or shotguns. I've got some pineapple Happy Dads that I'm waiting to crack open and drink. It's a celebration. It's a party. We're still going to wait to see who ultimately becomes the first super chatter of the day. You know, you can put that on your resume. First super chatter of the 2025 NBA draft. We did say we're doing a raffle today. What is that raffle? How about some draft hats, folks? Doesn't matter what your favorite team is. It could be Philly. It could be Dallas. Heck, it could be the Charlotte Hornets, which, by the way, I can talk about the Hornets for hours because I feel like their future is heading in the right direction. Spurs, Heat, doesn't matter what it is. Every super chat, $5, you saw the menu, we'll get you a raffle ticket. At the end of tonight's stream, we will raffle that off. The winner will get in the contact with all of y'all.
Look at that one.
And then we'll figure out what size, what style, what team, and we'll ship it out to you. Very fun kind of extra incentive here to help us out and grow the channel.
No doubt.
We did get our first super chat. We'll get to that here in a second. And yeah, we also get a lot more other giveaways as well. One entry is $5, 3 for $10, $20 gets you 6. NBA Draft Hat's the winner. And we'll do a couple other things as well here, where the top fan on tonight's stream gets 5 free entries on top of whatever potential donations you have already sent. We track it. You see it in the live chat. You can see the top fans. Right now, we got Marble Sky at number 1, and that number 1 lead will only continue to grow when we get to the first super chat of the night, which is from Marble Sky. So shout out to Marble Sky with the $5 super chat. You love to see that. Appreciate you, Marble Sky. We'll get that on screen, and we'll get you a raffle ticket here. I'll take the first being Boozled for crossing 100 likes. I'm closing my eyes here, right here. Gonna pick one for here. Which one is this?
Oh, boy.
This.
What color is it?
It's blue.
It's a blue one.
Berry blue or toothpaste is what I got on the first one.
You kind of lucked out there.
Did I luck out? Is
Maybe.
this the best one?
I
don't do being Boozled often. Shout out to you, Marble Sky. Shout out to everyone for crossing 100 likes. Remember, we still got to get to that 50% like rate
100p.
at 150. 30 away there. All right, let's take one in.
Take it. What do we got? Are we minty or are we berry or what's going on there? Let's go. We're buried.
We got the berry blue, baby.
Let's go.
I love the berries. Give me a berry blue every single time. Marble Sky, I appreciate you.
Tom Sipe in the chat asking, how does he get higher on the chat ranks?
You know, you got to like the video.
Yep.
You got to get active in the live chat. You can comment, ask questions, and then super chats will also help you little move it up here.
It seems like
super chats. I've been telling YouTube just got in my ear here. They actually answered my own question. We've got them on a direct line. That's how important we are.
Yep.
I'm their number 1 client, by the way. They said that super chats are actually the one that makes the leaderboard change the most. So that's probably why Marble Sky is without a question number 1 right now.
Absolutely. Also, we are at 121 likes, trying to get to that 150 mark. If you have liked the video, go down below and type me in the chat. We'll give a couple shout-outs here before we talk about the best available prospects and who's going to end up getting drafted tonight. Type me when you already went down below and hit that thumbs-up icon. We'll give some shout-outs out.
Appreciate everyone.
Like Riley Shea in the building.
Shout out Riley Shea.
Carl Knight liked the video. David Decker liked the video. What's up, Double D?
I tell you what, how about this comment? ACB Collect says Chat Sports number 1 draft covered since 99. I am 99% sure that we weren't founded in 1999. I'd like to wish we were, though. That would be something.
Yep, absolutely. Legal Latino Heat liked the video. Timmy Adams, Nathaniel Pettigrew, Bahama Vader liked the video. Santos, let's go, let's go. You guys are real ones. We're getting closer and closer to that 150 mark.
All right, we are 19 minutes in. Appreciate everyone for hanging out with and being with us here. I want to run through my top 16 available here. And Smitty, I'm going to go through my 16, then you can give me your thoughts.
Sure.
My top 4 in order right here. Without a question, it's Cooper Flagg, number 1, Dylan Harper, 2. But I do have VJ Edgecombe at that number 3 spot. I think his athleticism, his ability to defend, and his secondary ball handler potential is also something that I really like with him. I have Trey Johnson at number 4, the best. You can argue best shooter. There is 3 guys you can make that statement for. Trey Johnson, Con Kneppel, Kobe Brea, who will be a second-round pick, are the 3 guys in consideration here. Before we move on, Smitty, just quick thoughts, just very brief thoughts on my top 4.
I don't hate it. A lot of people have a guy like Ace Bailey in those top 4 selections, and I'm in agreement with you that he should not be up there. Not only due to the antics that he's done pre-draft, but also because of I'm not the highest on him as a basketball player either with the shot IQ and a lot of stuff he does there. Trey Johnson is a player that I've kind of been coming around to a little bit more as somebody who I think could be the best scoring guard in this draft when it's all said and done. So I have no problems with the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Bucket getter. You question his defense and his frame, at least at this point in his career. 5 through 8 here. I love Jeremiah Fears. This will make executive producer Sam Brown extremely happy, in Oklahoma grad. Wicked first step, can handle it, gets to the free throw line at an extremely high rate. Shot 85% at the charity stripe as well. Big fan of Fears. There's a lot of buzz about him going 5th overall to the Utah Jazz. A player I'm higher on than most. I'll go Kasparas Yakachonis, the guard from Illinois. I'm a sucker for big guards. He is 6'6" with shoes on. He shot 35.8% on step-back threes, but his overall three-point number wasn't that good. Turns the ball over a lot, but I'm never going to get upset about a freshman point guard turn the ball over a lot. That just simply is going to happen quite a bit. I still like Yakachonis. Then a pair of Duke players here. A player that Smitty really likes in Con Kneppel. I have him at 7, maybe the highest floor outside of Cooper Flagg in this draft. And then I have the center, my top big, Kaman Malawach from Duke. I know you actually a little bit lower on Malawach than some.
Yeah.
But he projects as a really good rim protector or rim runner. But he does have some coordination issues, and he actually wasn't the best rebounder at Duke a year ago. Smitty, thoughts on 5 through 8 very quickly?
Honestly, the funny thing is, like, some of my favorite players in the entire draft are in this little grouping right here. I love Yakachonis and his ability to be a creator. He's got good vision. You know, he's a little hesitant at times, but he's super young still, too. So those kinks are going to be worked out as he gets into the league. Con Kneppel is a guy who I really think that you could rank at number 4 overall in this draft, and I would have no problem with it. He could be arguably the best movement shooter in this draft. He has really underrated ability to finish at the rim off of 2 feet. I actually think he's a really high IQ basketball player, and it projects at a really solid frame as well. The Malawach problem I have is, yes, he's not a great rebounder, but it's more than that. It's the anticipation. It's the reading where the ball is going to be when it flies off of the rim on a miss. And that is a trait that a lot of NBA teams take a lot or hold a lot of weight in. And Malawach just doesn't have that yet. Yes, he can defend the rim. Yes, he can be a lob threat. But I'm going to need you to be controlling the glass and controlling possessions for my team if I'm going to have you ranked in the top 10.
Let's move through 9 through 12 here. I have Agor Demen, the guard from BYU. Can you tell I have a type when it comes to Demen and Yakachonis being higher than consensus? I love the lengthy guards that can play make. They both did not shoot the ball as well as expected, but I believe they will be able to transition better to the next level and with NBA spacing really be a better shooter. Carter Bryant, good 3-and-D wing. My number 2 big in Derek Queen, arguably the most offensively gifted center in this draft, him and Maxime Reynau from Stanford. And then I have Ace Bailey at 12. I know a lot of people might get on me here at this spot for Bailey on my big board, but I am just very skeptical of his mental makeup, his mentality, his shot diet, and he can be a good defender, but I didn't see him try to do it as much as I would like to see at Rutgers. So for that reason, I have him a little bit lower than most.
Ace Bailey could legitimately be the best player in this draft.
If you told me he had a better career than Cooper Flagg, I would say don't expect it, but wouldn't be shocked.
Absolutely. He's all the tools, but it's really just what's in between the ears that's what matters and what he has to progress in. A player who really never got to the free throw line during his time in Rutgers, never really attacked the basket all too much, and he has the frame to be able to do so. Settles way too much at this point in his career, and all the draft workout stuff is just really turning me off on Ace Bailey.
Yeah, let's move over to legitimately my favorite quadrant of players in this draft. These are my guys. These are my guys. Thomas Sorber from Georgetown. Love him, man. He is just so good. 6'10" with a 7'6" wingspan. He defends. He's got excellent footwork. He's quick laterally as well as vertically. And then you get over to these next 3. Older prospects, all in their 20s. Nick Clifford, do-it-all wing from Colorado State. Can play on ball, can play off ball. Perfect fit for literally any team. He's very reminiscent of Con Kneppel, in my opinion, of his ability to just fit on any type of roster and any type of role. Rasheer Fleming from the mighty A10, St. Joe's, 6'9", 7'5" wingspan, dominant play finisher, shot 66% at the rim. Oh yeah, also shot 39% from 3. And then Cedric Coward, who just rose up boards here after the NBA Combine in Chicago, 6'5" with a 7'2" wingspan, played only 6 games for Washington State, but averaged 17 a night, ridiculously good in the mid-range, utilizes his size well, posting up other opponents when having a mismatch. He is a player that I don't expect to get out of the lottery. If the Spurs keep that second pick at 14, I think they go with Coward, and it would be one of the best picks in the draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Spurs definitely need another big wing on there alongside their plethora of guards, and obviously Wemby down low, but man, I love this grouping as well. Rasheer Fleming, I feel like could be like a souped-up Bobby Portis in this league. I think Nick Clifford can just do a lot of different things, and whatever the team asks him to do, he'll be stepping up to the plate. I really love how good of a rebounder he is. He is, like 6'5", 6'6" overall. He's not the biggest wing, right? Nick Clifford is
he's 6'5", 6'6".
6'5", 6'6", but he is an elite rebounder, plays way bigger than his size, and you saw that in the NCAA tournament this
Averaged
year.
9.6 rebounds for the Rams. He just did it all for Colorado State. Shout out to Nathaniel Pettigrew with the $5 super chat. That's a raffle ticket for Nathaniel. So now we got 2 raffle tickets in the building. Shout out to you two with the super chats. Remember, 1 entry for $5. You get 3 entries for 10. 6 for 20. You get an NBA draft hat of your choosing. And if you are the top fan, you get 5 free entries. We still see my guy Marble at number 1. Appreciate him for being a commentator. Oh, whoa. You're telling me it's changed? Oh, do you believe it? Oh, how is that possible?
What just happened?
United DYHHH. All right, that's the number 1 fan right now. Appreciate you, United. Appreciate everyone else on the leaderboard. A lot of people tied at 75. So, however YouTube calculates their XP, don't blame us. It's not us making them.
I think you got to be active in the chat at the time. And Jonathan Taylor's down there saying, "Yeah, look at this Cowboy season." Jonathan Taylor, they see their standings there, and they're getting active in the chat. So that's the way I think that you got to move up the standings here. Is just to be spamming, show your pride and be with us all night.
This has got to be one of the most out-of-pocket comments I've seen in a long time, Smitty. By Breon Mitchell. Cooper Flagg is just an athletic Tyler Hansborough. First of all, I love the Tyler Hansborough shout-out, but how about that?
They play nothing alike.
That is unbelievable.
I love actually, I hate Hansborough personally, but great for the sport of college basketball and absolutely a name that we haven't heard about in a little bit.
Yeah. All right, so we are giving I wouldn't say giving away, a raffle for an NBA draft hat. If you do want to just buy an NBA draft hat of your choosing, you don't want to leave it up to chance in the raffle to get one for your favorite teams, you can go purchase one right now at chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. That link is in the description and comments of today's live show. It's also in the live comments right now. You can grab your favorite team's hat right now. Whatever prospect your favorite team drafts, they walk the stage tonight or on Zoom, whatever it is, will be representing one of these hats. If you want to grab yours, like I said, one more time, chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. I think they're sweet. I love the scripture. I love the kind of off-white coloring, if you will, with the team color brim, the kind of off-white whatever you call that part of the hat. I don't even know what the exact wordage is, but either way, you can grab yours today. One final time, I'll mention it right here. chatsports.com/2025 draft hats.
That Hornets one's tough.
Yeah, Hornets one's tough. All right, Cooper Flagg, Smitty. He's going to be a Dallas Maverick. There really isn't any intrigue here. He is going to be the pick for Dallas with that number 1 spot. Just a year ago, basically to the day, we weren't that sold on who was going to be number 1. Atlanta won the lottery, ended up going with Zachary Reese-Sachet. Dallas won the lottery, they'll get Cooper Flagg. Just a massive fan of him. There's a reason why he's a consensus number 1, and there's a no doubt he's going to be a day 1 difference maker. You pair him up with Anthony Davis in that front court, it's going to be a lot of fun. They recently, Dallas that is, extended Daniel Gafford. I will be a little bit skeptical of this, Mehdi.
Okay.
Flagg is capable because of his athleticism and his versatility.
Sure.
But I believe he would probably be best suited in the NBA as a 4. With the fit in Dallas, I assume they're starting either one of Gafford or Lively.
Yeah.
They're going to probably run Flagg at the 3 and AD at the 4. Thoughts on that type of fit?
Look, you're going to be one of the bigger teams in the league, and your defense is going to be solid. But from an offensive standpoint, like that, I don't know. Like, does he even necessarily fit on the perimeter like all the time in the NBA? I feel like he's a guy who could run in a lot of different places. He could be, in the dunker spot in certain situations. He could also be running out of the high post. Like, there's so many ways that Cooper Flagg can attack you. I'm just not so sure it's always as a perimeter player.
Yeah, did shoot 38.5% from 3 this past season. Not the highest volume there, but did show the capability. One of the knocks that I have on him is that his shot form is a little bit odd. It works. He shot well last season, but it is a little iffy in that form. It's not that true, like, pure shooting stroke. So
it's not exactly the quickest release either.
No, and you've seen, listen, when you get that extra distance from college 3 to NBA 3, it does change. And that was, I don't want to compare the two, but you go back to Lonzo Ball at UCLA. Everyone said the same thing. The shot form is really wonky. It looks terrible, but he did shoot 40% from 3 at UCLA. Could that be something that happens to Flagg to where he shot well at college, but then gets to the NBA and struggles like Lonzo Ball did, and now he has a completely revamped shot form? Listen, we're just Sam Brown's getting mad over here. We're just trying to nitpick because not every prospect is perfect, and it's one of the big issues with him potentially.
Yeah, and like for the boxes that we just said were unchecked, like he checks a zillion other boxes as a defender, as a rebounder, as a leader. Look, does he have to clean up his clutch time situations? Sure, a little bit, but you know, I think he projects as a really, really high floor player in this league. Like. You're not going to be mad drafting Cooper Flagg whatsoever. Is he guaranteed to live up to the standards that people throw around him, like these Kawhi Leonard comps, these Jason Tatum comps, these Franz Wagner comps? Maybe. I would say there's a good chance that he is. But even if he isn't, he still projects as an elite defender, somebody who can go get you 15 to 20 points on any given night, and he's going to be a really high floor player.
Yeah, let's move over to who I think is ultimately a lock for number 2 and is without a doubt my number 2 player in this draft. That is Dylan Harper, the point guard from Rutgers. I am just so smitten over Dylan Harper. I really am. I think he should be considered in the same tier of a prospect as Cooper Flagg, and I know that might be some bit of a hot take. He's got great size. He's about 6'6" with shoes on. Great wingspan as well at 6'10 and a half. Averaged 19.4 points per game for Rutgers a year ago. But one thing that I like is that his game will translate. Shot 70% around the rim on close twos. That is just a great number. He also had an extremely good free throw rate, 41.9%. He's able to draw fouls. He's able to get himself good looks. And we see here when we get to playoff basketball, we always talk about, is this guy a 16-game player? I believe Dylan Harper is one of those because he is able to get to a spot in the mid-range, draw fouls, get to the rim, and even knock down some threes. Good facilitator as well. You can knock him a little bit for his off-the-catch shooting, but he is a guy that will play on balls, so that's really not the biggest issue to me.
It's going to improve.
I'm a fan of Harper.
The outside shot is absolutely going to improve, and like, really, you have the comparison to Cade Cunningham. I see. When I watch Harper, the thing that jumps out to me is how good of a finisher he is through contact, but he's not the best overall athlete in the draft. The comparison that I kind of make with him is this James Harden getting downhill. Obviously, he doesn't have the strap or like the tightest handle that Harden did in his MVP years, but as far as getting downhill and finishing at the rim, I really see like a James Harden type of level player. He would just go drive down the middle of the floor and finish through contact all the time. So. I like Harper a lot. He obviously needs to improve upon his defensive work and the outside shot, but the things that will translate to the NBA already give him a very high floor in this league too.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see his fit in San Antonio. It's going to raise a lot of questions, assuming they do make that pick, on what they do long-term with him, Stephon Castle. And you also have to consider the fact De'Aaron Fox has not signed an extension in San Antonio. He is an unrestricted free agent after this upcoming season. Is he a player, if Dylan Harper ends up being who I think he can be, actually could be traded at the deadline and San Antonio recoups some assets? It's just such a fascinating thing that we ultimately could see come to fruition. All right, we got 830 people watching. If you have not already, hit that sub button. We need to get to 412K without a question today. We got to 411K this past Sunday evening when me and Jeffrey Cooperstein were here breaking down NBA Finals Game 7. We have daily content here. We go live for the big events here at Chat Sports, like the draft in the NBA world. We'll be live again tomorrow for the second round. We'll be live on Monday, Tuesday, and beyond for NBA free agency. And then if you are a fan of the NFL as well, you should also subscribe because we have the top-notch coverage on YouTube for that. So hit that sub button. Let's get those numbers up. You know
Let's
what?
Go.
If I'm here, because I will shift to a different YouTube channel tonight at some point, I cover the Miami Heat. So when the Heat, if they keep their pick at 20, I'll have to go over to that channel and do a video there. But if we get to 412K subscribers tonight while I'm still here on the stream, I will absolutely be doing a shot on the house. So let's get there right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shout out to David Decker. Appreciate all of y'all. Jonathan Taylor as well. Continue with that sub button. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right. What we're going to do now, Smitty, is we're going to have the people in the chat shout out your favorite team. Get it spamming right now. We're going to give it about 15, 20, 30 seconds. We're going to look down at the chat. First team we will see, we'll talk about this. We're going to do this twice. Smitty, the first time, you're going to close your eyes and make the pick in the chat.
Okay.
Second time, I will. Let's give them 20 seconds to start spamming their favorite team. So if you want your team to be talked about by me and Smitty right now, get down in the comment section and start spamming.
Please no Pelicans. Please no Pelicans. Please no Pelicans.
The Pelicans would be very fun to talk about.
That is true. They just made a big trade as well, sending CJ McCollum over to the Wizards. But that's all I'll say about the Pelicans right now. If I land on it, we'll dive deep. Alrighty. I'm going to give it about 5, 4.
Get spamming, folks.
3, 2. Closing eyes. 1. Open. So Timberwolves first.
Timberwolves first. Okay, let's talk about those Minnesota Timberwolves then. A team that was linked to Kevin Durant did not land him. The rumored package they were offering Phoenix was
Hall.
It was a good package. Rudy Gobert, Rob Dillingham, or Terrence Shannon Jr., the 17th overall pick, and also Dante DiVincenzo. When I'm looking at their team needs, they obviously came up short for the second straight year in the Western Conference Finals. Last year they lost to the Dallas Mavericks. This year they lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think they need a reliable secondary scorer. Anthony Edwards needs help in terms of putting the ball in the basket. Julius Randle is just not consistent enough at that, in my opinion. Rudy Gobert does not provide that. Last year, they made a big splash, trading for the number 8 overall pick to get Rob Dillingham.
Yep.
If he stays on this roster, they are projected to probably rely on Dillingham to be that point guard next to Anthony Edwards this year. Very fascinating there. They also need center depth because they don't have a backup big to Rudy Gobert, and they are rumored to even want to get off of Rudy Gobert. So they have good draft capital at 17 and 31 this year. At that 17th pick, a couple prospects that I have my eye on. I think if Thomas Sorber's there, that would be a home run pick, and I hope it happens for them because it's a great fit. But if they ultimately go to the guard spot, maybe you could see an Igor Demen fall. Maybe a Kasparis Yakachonis potentially slip down the boards. Another name I'll throw out there, what if they wanted to go with a Nolan Traore, take a high upside swing? Walter Clayton Jr. is an option as well. Either way, they have a lot of different options they could go with in terms of guard and center depth.
Yeah, I really agree with you on the point that they need a secondary scorer on this roster. The Wolves are in a unique situation, like a top 10 situation in this league because they have a top 10 player in this league in Anthony Edwards, but even though he carries that type of reputation, there's still times in this postseason where he disappears and you don't see him for a good amount of time. And when that happens and your next best option is Julius Randle in the postseason, things aren't going to go all that well for you. So they're going to need some additional scoring depth on this team. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get that at 17, but they might have some flexibility in the offseason as Naz Reid's a free agent, as well as Julius Randle could potentially decline his player option.
Nickeil Alexander-Walker, free agent as well.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to do this again, and then we'll get to the Bill Hicks Super Chat here. Shout out your favorite team. When we get to the 122 mark, so 30 seconds, I'm going to look at what team we're going to talk about next. We just did the Minnesota Timberwolves, so get spamming your favorite team once again, and then when we get 15 seconds away, I'll look down in the live chat. Listen, it's a lot of fun to talk about the draft. I could talk about the draft for days and days and days. I've been doing scouting work for a very long time, really ramped it up. I've got like 32 pages of notes that I'm looking down here at point on some of these prospects. All right. Sorry, I ran past the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who's
First team I see the Clippers.
No,
MHER was the person who got the Clippers.
The
so
Clippers.
Shout out to you. Let's talk about those Clips. And a fascinating team who has a couple picks. They'll have the last pick of tonight at pick 30. They also have a second-round pick. They actually had a better regular season than I thought. My bold prediction coming into the year is that they were going to be so bad that they traded Kawhi Leonard at the deadline. That did not happen. They had a great season, got the 4-5 seed, and then ultimately lost to the Denver Nuggets in that first-round series.
7 games, right?
Yeah, 7 games. I think they could use a backup center to Ivica Zubac.
Yeah, can't be playing 40 minutes.
I think they could use a little bit more scoring punch off the bench. Norman Powell was into the starting lineup. I think that's something they could look to address here. A player that I have consistently mocked to them at 30 in my last 3 mock drafts was Noah Penda, the wing from France. I think he's got a lot of similarities to Kawhi Leonard in terms of his ability to just be an early guy that defends really hard, plays really hard, is very active on the offensive glass, had a ridiculous offensive rebound percentage, I think of 9.6%. And getting Penda to learn underneath Kawhi Leonard could provide a lot of dividends for them long term, which is why I think if you're looking for a high upside swing as a Clippers fan, I would really like to see them go with Noah Penda to learn under Kawhi Leonard.
What are your thoughts on a potential Walter Clayton to the Clippers? Because I believe that from what we saw with LA in the postseason, they did not love having to end games with Chris Dunn out there on the floor and the lack of offensive production that he could provide for them. So is point guard something that you could look at potentially with the Clippers, and specifically maybe a Clayton-type scoring point guard?
I could see them definitely going after a point guard. Now, will Clayton be there? I actually have him as a second-round pick on my big board, 33rd, 34th overall.
Most scuttlebutt says no.
But I do not believe he will ultimately make it to the second round. There's a lot of buzz between him and Orlando at 25, even some Miami talk at 20, which, if you know me, I would be very upset about that.
Orlando, just getting rid of Cole Anthony, that'd be a nice replacement for him.
Exactly. That's why I really like that fit for both Clayton and Orlando there. A player that I could also maybe see them taking a flyer on is Ben Seraph, the guard from Israel at that number 30th overall spot.
Yep.
So that's a good option for them as well if they wanted to go to the point guard spot. Oh, we did get a $10 super chat from our guy Bill Hicks.
Billy Hicks, what's going on, brother?
Shout out to Bill. Says a tenner for covering my Wolves. Well, usually a $10 super chat, we talk about your team, but this is in appreciation of us already talking about the Minnesota Timberwolves. So appreciate you, Bill. But Bill, you do get 3 entries for a draft hat in our raffle. Shout out to Bill.
3 to the dome.
3 to the dome. We now have $20 in super chats. Remember, every $100 we get tonight, Smitty or I will do a beer bong or a shotgun.
Shoot. I think I'm a little overdue right now. We're at 210 likes.
We did get to 210 likes because we'll do a Bean Boozled for every 100 likes. $5 gets you a raffle ticket. And like we said, 6 entries for 20 plus a shot. $10 gets you 3 entries and a talk about your team. Smitty, I'm going to hand over the Bean Boozled. You know, you could just close your eyes and pick. And
you know what? All right, let's do it.
Close your eyes and
3, 2, please.
Smitty got a
off-white one. This is
off-white.
Zero chance this is good in any.
Let me see here. Let me see this, Smitty. I want to see this
What is going on here?
I will hand it back to Smitty. I got to inspect. Okay, I think I know which one it is. Do you want to know or do you not want to know?
I want to know the 2 it could be, yeah.
You do want to know.
Yeah.
Take back your Bean Boozled.
Yeah. And the good flavor is going to be ass, too. This is how I get
No,
Bean
the good
Boozled.
flavor is really good.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah, I think the ceiling is really high.
Ceiling high, low floor?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So Ace Bailey is a prospect here. Toasted marshmallow.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean, okay? That's a pretty good flavor, Smitty.
It's not one of the better good flavors, but go.
I think I disagree.
And then it's
there.
like, what, dirty socks or rotten eggs?
Stink bug.
Stink bug's the worst one!
No. Barf is without a question the worst one.
All right.
Dead fish is actually the worst one.
Lock in. Let's go. Like I'm Chet Holmgren trying to give a speech. Let's do it. Marshmallow gang!
Look at Smitty making plays.
That's
Look at
big
him
time,
go.
baby.
Look at him go. Oh, man. Remember, the top fan will get actually 5 free entries for our NBA Draft Hat raffle. Looks like
pretty good, by the way.
it did update, and it is back into the favor of Marble Sky. That's a big lead.
Big lead for Sky?
What I'm learning here is that it takes maybe a little bit to update. So this update, I think, from YouTube is just after the super chat from Marble Sky. I would be willing to guess that's what got him a almost double lead, or he or she, I should say. But we'll see.
Sky. Yeah,
Marble Sky in first place. We'll see if that tenor from Bill Hicks catapults him into the top 3. But right now, Marble Sky would be the winner of a 5 free entries here.
150 XP for the man.
150 XP. Okay, so we did also get a little bit of an update in the NBA world, Smitty. I don't know if you've seen this.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy, but Shams Charania reported that the New York Knicks are planning to interview New Orleans Pelicans associate coach James Borrego for their head coaching job. Borrego, here's the tweet from Shams. How about look at the behind the scenes?
Look at that.
Just
These guys
getting
are
the job
swift
done.
with it.
Obviously, the Knicks still have a vacancy. Borrego, former coach of the Charlotte Hornets and some other places as well. They've also, or will interview, I should say, Mike Brown, Taylor Jenkins, Mike Inori, who is the assistant head coach for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So a lot of options for the New York Knickerbockers right now.
Borrego's been a name that's been floated around as a hot head coaching candidate, as somebody who deserves a second chance because he really didn't get that, the opportunity to show how good of a coach he could be in Charlotte. It was where he was, right? And like they can't draft, and James Borrego's not putting the roster out there for them. So he kind of got a rough shake down there in Charlotte. So I would like to see him get another head coaching opportunity. We'll see if it ends up being with the New York Knicks. Now, other NBA news has been going crazy over the past couple of days. I mean, Shams Charania, Brian Windhorst, they have been pegging this as, quote-unquote, the most craziest offseason ever. And that's incorrect grammar, but Shams is clearly flustered by the idea of it, so that's what he ended up saying. And it all kind of started with this big domino here, the Kevin Durant trade. We knew for weeks, even months, that Kevin Durant would likely not come back to the Phoenix Suns after this offseason, and many teams were in contention to make a deal for the Slim Reaper. Rolly's Miami Heat were in the finalists. We had talked about the Minnesota Timberwolves having a really good package, but KD didn't want to be there. San Antonio was talked about as the destination, honestly, for the longest time that KD would want to play with and the Spurs would have a good package for. Ended up being the Houston Rockets, and in my opinion, KD really made the Phoenix Suns give into him with the package that Houston got back. I mean, having to kind of just accept Jalen Green back in this deal next to Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, who you already have in Phoenix, and then only getting Dylan Brooks, who might end up getting flipped, and then just getting your own pick back, number 10 overall. Yeah, you get 5 seconds, but at the end of the day, that's just trade bait to me. I didn't love this package for Durant, and I kind of feel like he strangleholded the Suns into accepting a kind of sack of garbage.
Completely agree. I'm not high on Jalen Green, so I do believe the Rockets got away with murder on this one. And you mentioned it, KD was the only one to extend with 3 teams, and that scared away the Cavs, that scared away the Timberwolves, scared away some other teams.
Yeah, the Cavs were reported as a wild card finalist, right?
They offered Darius Garland.
Yeah.
Like, Darius Garland would be a Sun if KD was fine going to Cleveland.
There was one other team, right? That was a wild...
Toronto.
So it's Toronto.
Clippers were apparently interested in as well.
Okay, maybe it was the Clippers.
I don't know if the Clippers ever made a full offer.
Yeah, they were never going to give up Zubac, and I think that's where it started for Phoenix.
Yeah, and that's exactly where it started for Phoenix.
Yep.
That wasn't the only blockbuster trade. The one that happened exactly a week prior on Sunday afternoon, the Magic went all in and grabbed Desmond Bane from the Memphis Grizzlies. They gave up Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony. A lot of first-round picks here. Now, I will say, some people will say it's an overpay. I understand where Orlando's coming from. They also, one of these first-round picks was kind of borderline just to get off of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope's contract, because that was viewed as one of the worst around the league, him getting 20-plus mil over multiple-plus seasons. So that was one of the reasons why there was 4 first-round picks. But Bane, I think, is a really good addition to that Magic team. Their biggest need was, without a question, perimeter scoring and shooting to complement Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Desmond Bane, ever since being drafted out of TCU in the first round for Memphis, has been a lights-out shooter and a pretty good scorer. And with him now having to be your third option, Orlando has been a first-round exit in each of the last 2 postseasons, now has a potential scoring punch off of the bench, or excuse me, not the bench, the starting lineup, and they'll look to probably add more to their bench, but I really think that this is a trade that got a little bit overblown in terms of the overpay, because Bane fits really well, and if you're Orlando, you're not a destination by any means, so you're going to have to overpay to get some of these guys.
And Bane also being under a long-term contract as well. So you have him locked up. You basically have your entire foundation locked up for the next couple of seasons. The Paolo extension, I believe, will come up this summer. So that's going to be interesting to see what number he gets. Obviously, the Franz extension kicked in. And now you're looking at like one of the bigger teams in a wide-open Eastern Conference, by the way. You got the starting lineup of Suggs, Bane, Wagner, Paolo, and whatever center they feel like throwing out there on any given night. They're going to be as good of a contender as anybody in the Eastern Conference next season. Bane fits perfect.
Yeah, quick sidebar before we move on here. I think that they are going to be the sexy pick to come out of the East next year. The Knicks are the favorites. I think a lot of people, myself included, are going to say, well, if they make one more move over there in Orlando to get a good center and complete their bench, they can be right up there. I just believe in Banchero and Wagner a lot.
I do too. I'm curious to see how good of a regular season team they will be, because they add Bane, but they still do lack like a lot of overall shooting. They're not a team that can run 5 out. And in the regular season, it really just comes down to who could score more buckets at the end of the day. So I'm curious to see how many wins Orlando will actually stack up over 82.
Yeah, Orlando's a really good defensive team as well.
Yeah.
All right, the Celtics. We'll talk about them. And Smitty, this is right up your alley, host of our Celtics Today channel, so I'll let you take it away from here. But they made 2 moves. They sent Drew Holiday to the Blazers for Anthony Simons and 2 second-round picks, and then they also traded Porzingis yesterday to the Atlanta Hawks and recouped some salary, I guess.
Relief
would be the word there. So, Smitty, take it away.
Sure. So, I got to lay out a little the exposition for you guys. The Celtics were set to spend more in luxury tax penalties, around $280 million, and compared to their actual payroll, which was $230 million. And the new CBA, thank you, CJ McCollum, it really it handicaps teams long term when you're paying super big high payrolls like that. So when you're a luxury tax repeater, regardless of how rich or not so rich comparatively the Celtics' new ownership will be compared to the rest of the league, it really kills you as far as building a competitive roster over long stretches of time. So they had to get off money and get out of that second apron as they've been in it the past 2 seasons. So they get off of Drew Holiday here, create about $5 million in cap space by acquiring a 20-point per game scorer, 26 years old, and Anthony Simons. Yeah, he hasn't been the winningest player, not a great defender in his short NBA career so far, but you take a flyer on a guy who can fill out the stat sheet when in a year that they're going to need that scoring. Plus, you get second-round draft capital in exchange for Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis. Many people around the NBA thought that the Celtics would have to attach draft capital in order to get off of these big contracts. Brad Stevens ends up recouping some draft assets back, and the Celtics get out of the second apron entirely in just 2 moves. They can now aggregate contracts and make a lot more flexible financial moves, even though this Porzingis trade here was essentially just a salary dump. I could see George Niang end up getting rerouted as well. $8 million, that would get them under the first tax apron. I know a lot of moving parts, very complicated NBA business world stuff. So the Celtics basically had to shed a bunch of money. They didn't have to give up any draft capital to do it, and now they're a much more flexible team, although they lose the big talents that helped them win an NBA championship in Holiday and Porzingis.
And I'll say this here real quickly. The Atlanta Hawks are now an interesting team to me. Porzingis is very up and down. Can he stay healthy? Can he not? But either way with the Hawks now, I like what they're building. Trae Young, Jalen Johnson, Risa Shea, Porzingis. They still have Onyeka Okongwu.
Oh, they're going for it.
As well. They have the 13th pick in this draft as well. Could they go back up center?
Did you say Dyson Daniels too?
Dyson Daniels. I didn't even say Dyson Daniels.
The Great Barrier Thief.
Could they go with an off-ball guard scoring type of player off the bench at that 13th spot now? That's a fascinating team that I'm keeping my eye on the rest of this offseason. And there is a lot there's some deep rumors that maybe this isn't the first Hawks Celtic or this isn't the last Hawks Celtics trade that happens this offseason.
There are some deep rumors about that stuff. We'll see. I mean, I do believe with the rumblings going around right now that teams are throwing willy-nilly offers for the Celtics' Jaylen Brown and Derek White. Time will only tell if Brad Stevens sees an offer that he just cannot refuse, but I will say I think there's a little bit of a countdown on that right now. I cannot see a trade being made past tonight for one of Jaylen Brown or Derek White, given draft capital that's going to be flying around in that deal.
Yeah, do agree there. All right, folks, we got an hour and 7 minutes until we get the first round of the NBA draft underway. We want to play a little game here. We want to beat today's chat rate record to this point. Right now, the highest chat rate at any specific moment was 174. I want to top that right now. So what we need everybody to do in the comments section is spam go. Let's beat the top chat rate record right now. I'll get it started in the live chat right now.
Let's go.
You see people doing it. Join me in the 1,300 people plus in the building. Spam those goes. Let's beat the chat rate record right now. We'll give some shout outs if we could see the names coming across here.
Let's go.
Noah Ellis, David, Rye2K, Timmy, Commando, Santos, Marbles, Danny.
Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty, yeah.
We got Evan. We got Anthony SATX. I think that's Anthony San Antonio. We got Aniko. We got Denny Bryant. We got Commando. Nathaniel Pettigrew. What's going on, MP? Noah Ellis. What's going on, brother? ACB Collects. Chris Lauder Ray in the building. Let's go. Let's go. The Black Lotus. Not the White Lotus.
Not the White Lotus. Good show, by the way.
Robert Venezuela. Valenzuela, son of a gun. First update's 140. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. 140.
Come on, keep spamming the goes. Even if you've already sent one in, get more in there. Let's go. Let's be the most poppin' chat on YouTube tonight. It's draft day. Let's go.
It's draft day. You know what? We need an NBA draft day movie.
Yeah, we do. That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
Jack earlier threw out Hustle.
Jack said Hustle. I mean, it's the
kinda
closest thing we got.
Yeah, that is the closest thing. You know what I would love? Not like basically a dramatization of the 2013 NBA draft. Anthony Bennett.
Whoa! Shout out Bill Simmons. Shout out Noah, Danny, Inner, Marvel, Santos, David, ACB, Jeff, Tots, Solo, David. Continue to spam those goes. We're trying to see if we can beat the record on tonight's stream. It is not updated the newest chat rate. There it goes! 334.
Oh my God, we're cooking!
Doubled it up!
Cooking!
Doubled it up!
My goodness.
Doubled it up. Gotta love it, folks.
You guys are
Appreciate
elite.
everybody spamming those goes, bringing the juice here on today's live show. Still got 1,200 plus people in the building. Okay, as we almost get to an hour away from the draft, let's recycle. If you're just joining us, who is making these picks at the top of the draft? Dallas, San Antonio, Philly, and Charlotte are the top 4.
Sketchy top 3.
What?
Sketchy top 3.
Sketchy top 3.
Sketchy.
Adam Silver.
We're on to you. We're on to you.
Got my eyes on you. Utah, Washington, New Orleans, and Brooklyn. Couple teams in this grouping that are rumored to maybe wanting to move up in the draft. New Orleans and Brooklyn are the 2 that could maybe trade into the top 4 or 5. Ace Bailey could potentially be a target there.
Absolutely. Also
Then we got Toronto,
Go ahead.
Phoenix, Portland, Chicago.
Rounding out the
Who?
lottery.
That's a disaster of a pick.
Behringer.
It's actually Patrick Seatman, our own Bulls host, is quickly in the building. There's a lot of buzz around Behringer, the center from France, about Atlanta at 13, y'all at 12, and San Antonio at 14. A player that I think is a second-round pick.
Yeah, I don't think he's very good.
I'm not high on him. Very raw. Only picked up a basketball about 4 years ago. Not the highest on Johan Behringer. But a lot of people like him because of his physical tools, his youthness, and his athleticism. And 18-year-old, maybe the Bulls are enamored with him. I say this, though.
They might be tantalized.
Anybody
by Joel
taking Johan Behringer over Thomas Sorber, they should be arrested immediately. Arrested.
over Kalkbrenner. I don't care.
Over Kalkbrenner, that probably happens tonight.
It probably does happen, but they would be wrong to do it. They would be wrong to do it.
Biggie's Defensive Player of the Year. So, do you want to round out the top little picks here in the first round?
Absolutely. 13, obviously going to the Hawks, and then the Hawks' own selection is actually going to San Antonio there at 14. OKC at the 15th spot, and the Memphis Grizzlies at the 16th spot overall. As we are going to probably go to here the players that will get drafted in these slots here. Obviously, the presumptive number 1 overall pick, Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper. All signs point to him going to San Antonio at this point in the draft. Like Nick Roloff said earlier, starts essentially at 3, where not only we can see different draft selections, but we can also see different movement around the draft. I think Philly is as intriguing of a draft slot as anybody tonight. They can move down. They could select Edgecombe. They could go Ace Bailey, who refused to work out with them. They could go to a lot of different scenarios, but I'm excited to see it all go down. Trey Johnson there at the 4 spot. He's going to be one of the best scoring guards in this draft, maybe one day in the entire NBA. Jeremiah Fears, the point guard out of Oklahoma. Look, he could do a lot of things flashy in the basketball court. I like Fears, and he was honestly one of the only players on that Oklahoma team that was worth watching at all this season. Kaspers Yakushonis, who Rolly has ranked pretty highly in this whole ranking. Good shot creator, turns the ball over, but very young and raw. Still has a lot to work on. Super, super high ceiling for Yakushonis. Colin Kneppel, I think, has one of the highest floors in this draft, and very uniquely, a high floor for an 18 to 19-year-old. He's got great touch around the rim. He's one of the best shooters in the draft overall off the catch, on the spot up. Does need to work a little bit on the on-ball game, but I don't think that's going to be his role when he gets into the league. Come on, Malowach there at the number 8 overall slot on Rolly's best available. You move to number 9 for Agor Demen, the big point guard out of BYU. The guy stands 6'9", and all he wants to do is handle the rock and dish it out. He's really good, has a really good shooting form as well. Didn't shoot it the best at BYU, but projects as a solid player at the next level. Carter Bryant, I think, is going to have a 10 to 15-year NBA career.
I love Carter Bryant. Man.
I mean, is he going to ever be the best player in the league? Is ever going to be a perennial All-Star? I'm not so sure, but he is going to hang around and make a lot of money in this league as a big wing defender. You got Derek Queen there, maybe the most offensively skilled big man in this draft. Great hands. I have a little bit of concerns over the size and the defense.
Yeah, defense is rough.
Yeah,
you watch Derek Queen tape and you're like, dude, what are you doing defensively?
It's almost like an unwillingness. It's not even. I don't know if he necessarily doesn't have the skill because he was able to amass a lot of block shots over there in Maryland, but. At the end of the day, it comes down to how bad do you want it and how willing are you as a defender in this league because the best players will make you pay. You got Ace Bailey there falling all the way to number 12 on the best available, and we're in kind of agreement there that's probably the right spot for him.
I mean, yeah, I didn't really talk to you how you felt about Ace Bailey as a prospect. I'm certainly is a little bit lower on him than I think most people. Just don't love the mental makeup there. And listen, I'm not doubting the physical traits. I'm not doubting the talent. But half the battle in this NBA league is, are you smart enough and do you have the mental fortitude to handle the day in, day out grind of the NBA and the tough environments? And I just don't see that being something that he does well.
Absolutely, and you gotta bring into account the level of professionalism as well. He's turning a lot of teams off in this league now.
Turn me off for sure.
Absolutely, and you'd be lying to say that he's at number 12 in the best available only because of the on-court talent. Clearly, he's a top 5 on-court talent in this draft, no doubt. But it's the IQ, it's the professionalism, it's the way he carries himself, the way he has carried himself throughout this pre-draft process that it hasn't, kind of pigeonholed into that 6, 7, 8 range in this draft.
Yeah, rounding out my top 16 here, I got Sorber, Rasheer Fleming, Nick Clifford, and Cedric Coward. I would argue this is my favorite quadrant of players. Said it earlier when we went through my top 16. I love Fleming, higher on him than most. I think Nick Clifford is pretty consensus in this late lottery, like early outside the lottery number here. Cedric Coward is a player that has just been hot in the NBA draft circle. 14 at San Antonio feels like where he's most likely to get drafted. If he doesn't go 14th to San Antonio, I am going to be curious to see where he ultimately lands. I know there's been buzz about him in Memphis at 16, but he could fall to a team like Washington at 18 or Brooklyn at 19. I think any team that has multiple first-round picks or is trying to take a swing on a high upside wing, Coward's your guy. Reminds me a lot of Jalen Williams from the Oklahoma City Thunder, the way he's able to defend, get to his spots in the mid-range, and get to the rim as well.
And that's kind of my issue almost with Cedric Coward is he had the 1 year flash. He's a late riser, especially late in the draft process, riser. Feels like everybody's trying to find that next J-Dub in the teens of the draft, and they might be reaching a little bit on Coward.
Yeah, we'll see where he ultimately goes. Okay, folks, guess what? We're under an hour away from getting this thing started. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon. Our bosses are trying to get us a 50% like rate. Right now, we have 312 likes, which means I have to do a Bean Boozled anyway. We need to get to 760. Why, you ask? Well, we have 1,600 people watching. The bosses want us to get to a 50% like rate. I think we should be able to double this. We are live here completely for free on the channel, breaking down the prospects, the picks when they come in, the trades that inevitably happen tonight. So hit that thumbs up icon right now. Let's get to that 760 number. And if we get to that number, we're going to be doing a lot of Bean Boozled. I'll do one right now. I got my little blindfold on. I'm rifling through. There's going to see which one we go with. Oh, Smitty, you'll never believe it.
Did you get another blow?
Another blow.
Yo!
Another blow.
This guy.
I got a horseshoe today. I got a horseshoe. Horseshoe is shining where the sun don't shine, was that they say.
I think they say that, yes.
Yeah, I don't say that. They say that. All right, continue with that thumbs up icon. Remember, we're trying to get to 760 every 100 likes. We're doing a Bean Boozled. First one on tap for me. Either toothpaste or berry blue. I got berry blue last time, so odds are going to tell me this is going to be a toothpaste.
Minty, minty, minty. You're 23 likes away from me having to take down a Bean Boozled, and I was definitely in a more volatile position, even though I did get the toasted marshmallow. What are we looking at here?
The odds would be wrong.
The odds would be wrong. Berry back to back.
Berry blue back to back.
Back to back berries. Love it.
Going back. Gone. We're almost at 400.
We're almost to another Bean Boozled. Can we do it right here? Before we get this, we're not moving this graphic off the screen until we get to at least 400 to 500. Come on.
I'll say this. I know we're shooting for 760 to get this 50% like rate. I am not moving off this graphic until we get 500.
Yes.
I'll make the moral claim right now.
Yep.
We need 106 likes before we move on and talk about more things around the draft. Come on.
This is where we make.
We just crossed 400, Smitty, so here you go.
Let's go. All right, we're doing no more. 1, 2, 3. Oh, boy.
Which one did you get there, Smitty?
We got a red guy with a bunch of flakes in there.
Dark red.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not a good one.
What's the...
Pomegranate's the good.
Okay.
Old Bandage is the bad. Old Bandage is I don't want to scare you. Old Bandage is a gall. I've had it before.
I've had it too, I think.
It is.
Son of a gun.
Not good, man.
All right, I'm going to keep my water hand gripped to the water bottle.
I will say, looking at what ones are in here, I mean, and you guys can see, I got a couple berry blues. There's a lot of blue fellas in there, guys. I almost just dropped them all on the ground, by the way. That would have been a disaster.
I have yet to pick one, and I'm going red here, so we'll see how this ends up going. Use bandage or pomegranate, which I don't even eat pomegranates. No more pomegranates. Here we go. Son of a...
You got the old bandage, didn't you? It's a brutal one.
Okay.
Oh, we got a spit. Smitty's a spitter. I didn't say it. Smitty couldn't handle the heat. He couldn't handle the heat.
I promise.
The
The taste lingers. It doesn't matter if you swallow it or not. It has nothing to do with it.
I do agree. It does linger.
I have old bandage in my mouth now.
I'm looking at this here, folks, and I'm just looking at the
this
thing.
sucks.
By the way, hit that thumbs up icon. Once you get to 500, I'm doing another one. We're not leaving this graphic until we get to 500. We want to get to 760. Live coverage of the draft. What are we doing here? What are we waiting for? There's a couple colors that aren't in here. There is no liver and onions or cappuccino. That's not even on here.
Good, because I don't need that.
I've had the liver and onions a lot. It's not great. I don't think there's even a Tutti Fruit or Stinky Sock. I don't see that one in here.
The Tutti Fruit is actually a good flavor. I like that jelly bean.
I don't see. I think those are the only two I don't see. But the most ones that I see, Smitty, is the one that you just got, the pomegranate and old bandage, and then the berry blue and toothpaste. Those are the two most common ones.
Well, I'm going to try not to get that one I just got again because I didn't like it very much.
What do you think is wet dog taste like?
God, I don't know if I want to find out.
That just feels like, how can you quantify that, if you will? Like, I really, like, how if when you're making this, do you know what
Dude,
that
there's like,
tastes like?
there's like, there's one that's like dirty dishes or something like that too, right? Like
Not on this one.
Not on that one.
Not on this one. I don't know what this color is. This one's fascinating color. Is this supposed to be the strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish?
Yeah.
This doesn't really have the specs that it's supposed to. Or could this be peach or barf? I don't know, man. I wouldn't even know which one that would be if I got it.
Sure, barf.
How close are we to 500
How close?
likes
We're very
here?
close, Jack. Jack, we're very, very close. We're
27 likes away.
Do not move off the graphic.
And then we will move on. The goal is 760. We're letting you guys off the hook at 500. We need 26.
Jack says we've been on the graphic for too long. Guys, like the video so we can make him happy.
Yeah, you know, they say the producers drive the show.
They do.
Until Rolly gets involved, and we're not moving the graphic until we get to 500.
We're going
18 away.
Yep.
18 away. You know, I'm also going to not close my eyes for the next one. I'm just going to volunteer top banana or wet dog because I'm curious.
Yeah.
So once we get to 500, I'm doing a bean boozled. Let's figure out what wet dog tastes like. Maybe I get top banana. Maybe I get wet dog.
Unreal.
We got to 500.
We got to 500.
All right, so we can move off. While I try this, Smitty, let's move off here.
Yeah. Let's talk. Let's talk. So, man, the top 10 of the NBA draft. When it comes around and we get past what's going on?
I know what wet dog tastes like.
Oh, not great.
Something, like I said, you can't quantify. I don't know what the hell this is. Go ahead, Smitty.
So, after picks 1 and 2 are informally announced, we know it's going to be Cooper Flagg to the Dallas Mavericks at 1 and Dylan Harper to the San Antonio Spurs at number 2. So the draft essentially starts at pick 3. And there's a lot of teams in this 3 to 10 range that have the ability to either move up or move down in this draft. And a couple of those teams have multiple first-round selections. You look at the Brooklyn Nets, who have 5 first-round selections. And then the Thunder, the Jazz, and the Wizards all have a combined 6 left in the first round. So those teams have a lot of ammo to be able to move up and select a marquee player and potentially move up to select Ace Bailey, who still has pretty decent odds to go in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, Rolly. So in my opinion, that would be as a result of a team like a Washington or like a Brooklyn moving all the way up to number 3 or 4.
Yeah, you mentioned, like, there is a little buzz out there that despite Ace Bailey not wanting to go 5, Jazz could still pull the trigger there. But a team that I'm just fascinated to see what happens with is this Brooklyn Nets squad, who after being a part of that 3-team deal yesterday with Porzingis, picked up a 5th first-round pick. They hold picks 8, 19, 22, 26, and 27. Team needs, I don't mean to be mean. I really don't. But they need everything. They need a point guard. They need off-ball shooting. They need a center of the future. They need more wing scoring, more wing defense. The only good, solid building block that I have is Cam Johnson.
He's 29.
And there's buzz about him being traded tonight.
Yep.
I don't think Cam Thomas is someone that you should build around. He could be a solid complementary piece, but not someone you build around. So to me, I know there's buzz about them trading up potentially in consolidating assets. I'll be honest, Smitty. For a team that needs as much as they do, make all 5 picks at their spot.
Fire away. Fire away. Go.
Throw the darts at the board and see what happens,
boom,
man.
Boom. Listen, you're going to get if you have 5 players, 2 of them are going to be NBA contributors. Unless you're the worst GM that's ever lived. And I don't really think Sean Marks is. He's making a lot of deals. He snuck in the Celtics 3-team deal last night and picked up a first-round pick out of it. That's unbelievable. You only had to give up 2 seconds and take on Terrence Mann's contract in order to do that. So Brooklyn has an absolute treasure trove of draft picks in this year specifically. If they used all 5, they would probably be looking at a pretty solid foundation for years to come.
Yeah, very fast. There's just so many teams that have so many picks. I'm just so intrigued to see if they try to consolidate. It's the word of the day so far and move up, or if they try to like trade back and just like, hey, we don't need all the picks this year. Maybe we'll trade back and then just focus on the future. You could see him trade for a veteran tonight. There's a lot of veterans that are allegedly on the market. Like I mentioned, Cam Johnson, Andrew Wiggins has been floated out there as a Heat-Lakers trade. There's just a lot of buzz about a lot of different people that can be traded. It's hard to really know who.
There was buzz about the Toronto Raptors offering the number 9 overall pick for Derek White.
That's right. R.J. Barrett could be moved today from Toronto. That's a player. Emmanuel Quickly. I mean, you could just see so many different players get dealt tonight. Now, I will say this. I feel like we've been set up for disappointment, Smitty, because we've already had 4 pretty big trades, KD, Bane, Drew Holiday, Porzingis, before we've gotten to the draft night. People are saying that trades are going to be wild today. We haven't got one today yet, which is kind of surprising if you ask me.
I kind of agree.
And could we be set up for, like, you know what? Everyone says it's going to be the craziest pre-draft, on-draft night trading offseason of all time, but nothing actually happens. Wouldn't shock me either, but I would be certainly disappointed.
Absolutely. We want chaos. We want there to be moving pieces running around the entire league right now. So, yeah, it would be a little bit disappointing if there wasn't any movement. And I doubt there's going to be no movement tonight. But again, like the people could just stick and pick. The Nets could take 5-6 players in this draft. The Wizards, the Thunder, the Jazz, they could all take multiple players in this first round. Time will only tell, but I'm pretty confident there's going to be some severe movement around the first round. Also, I want to talk very quickly about the Jazz. When you mentioned they might stick and pick and end up taking Ace Bailey, Danny Ainge is not afraid to do that. When the 2017 draft was coming around and the Celtics had the first overall pick, Jason Tatum did not want to be a Boston Celtic. He wanted to go to the Phoenix Suns, where he'd be able to showcase more of his offensive game, have a larger role off of the rip. So Ainge is no stranger to picking a player who might not be the most keen on going to that destination.
And Austin Ainge, the Nepo hire, I don't want to say that, but I mean, his dad's Danny Ainge.
People are
to
talking
be in that front office. I don't know. I'll just say it out there. He also, I believe, said that he doesn't care about if a prospect wants to be here.
And he was a key decision maker in the draft process.
So I do believe if there is conviction in that Utah front office that Ace Bailey's the best player on the board at 5, they'll just stick it. They'll just take him and say, Ace, we don't give a shit about what you feel. You're just going to be lucky to be in the NBA at this point. Some people get scared off by that type of mentality. Some don't. Seems like the Angels don't. So maybe you could see a stunner and go with Bailey at 5. That would be the first pick of the night. I think would legitimately surprise me.
Yeah.
I think
I wouldn't be shocked, but I would be surprised.
If the Sixers went anyone but Edgecombe at 3, I guess I would be surprised. Charlotte's a mixed bag. But if Utah, who's been very linked to Trey Johnson, very linked to Kneppel, very linked to Jeremiah Fears, if they went Ace Bailey and said, I don't care that you don't want to be here, that one would stun me.
Yeah.
That one would. All right, 47 minutes away from getting underway. Super chat menu. We need to get these numbers up a little bit, man. Let's have a party. Jack's raising his hand. We do. Who's that? Oh, Dibs in the chat. Dibble, Hornets fan. Ooh. Here is our super chat. So every 100 likes we do it being Boozled. We're 59 away from the next one. $5 gets you a raffle ticket for an NBA draft hat of your choice. $10 will talk about your team. $3 or 3 entries as well. $20, I get to crack open the 1800, take a shot, and you get 6 entries for an NBA draft hat. And then every $100 we get tonight will be a beer bong or shotgun. Right now we have $20 in super chats, so we're 80 away from the first beer bong or shotgun. Heck, Dibble, I know that you can get crazy at times. I'm not trying to bait you here, but if you wanted to and get us past the 200 mark right now, Smitty and I could race, just throwing it out there. This is the venue for tonight. We're here to provide a lot of fun commentary analysis of the NBA draft, but if you want to show appreciation, donate to the channel. We like to show even more gratitude back to you guys and have a party about that. So that was the deals and menu for today, but we're also giving away that draft hat of your choice. You see the entry number there, and the top fan of the live chat will get 5 free entries added to their total. Right now, our number 1 fan is Marble Sky, 150 XP, and that will be added. That XP will take a bump up for sure after YouTube calculates that $5 super chat that just came in. So shout out to Marble Sky, $10 in super chats in total today. Our number 1 fan, appreciate you. But those are our specials for draft night, day 1.
Let's go. I'm fired up, man. This is going to be a lot of fun. Dibble is a Hornets fan. So, Dibble, I'm curious. Who is your number 1 target at that 4th overall selection? I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that.
Checking.
Okay. Wow. Someone said first $50 super chat between Mavericks, us, and 76ers now. Our boss, Brett Scott, will come do a beer bong.
Oh, wow.
$50 beer bong from the boss. Brett Scott. I don't know, but how about this? I know it's Bovada. Odds for Trey Johnson to be the 8th pick in the draft, currently owned by the Brooklyn Nets, just jumped from 1,400 to 225.
Really? So maybe somebody's come off of Trey Johnson a little bit at the top of the draft. Who
My
maybe
4th overall player, plus 240 to go 8th overall.
So that let me get the Windhorse Utah fingers up right now. I think Utah's taking Mace Bailey then at 5.
I think they go Fears. You want to know what I think happens?
Ooh, so I thought they were a Trey Johnson camp.
The Jazz?
Yeah.
No, I think they like Fears over Trey Johnson.
Okay.
Ready for you want to go full Windhorse? I'll lay out my new mock draft.
Oh boy.
If
With
we're
trades in the
if
top
we're
10.
if we're slotting in Trey Johnson to the 8th pick to the Nets, I'll go Flagg 1 to the Mavs,
Okay.
Harper 2 to the Nets. I'm gonna go with Edgecombe 3 to the Sixers.
Okay.
I'll go Kneppel to the Hornets at 4. I'm gonna go Fears to the Jazz at 5. I'm gonna go Wizards, Ace Bailey at 6, and then the Pelicans, who I thought would take Trey Johnson in the spot, go with Kaman Malawach at 7, and then Trey Johnson's the pick at 8 for Brooklyn.
Wow. So Ace Bailey goes 6 to the Wizards?
Correct. There's buzz about the Pelicans, although they took Yves Missi, the center from Baylor, last year in the 1st round, still being interested in the high upside center from Duke.
That makes 0 sense to me. I'm not going to lie. Well, and for what reason? I mean, Yves Missi was one of the better rookies out of last year's crop. I mean, it wasn't the best, but he still showed flashes. Why would they decide to go for another rim-running center?
More or less just BPA in their book.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, my board, I have Trey higher than Malawach, but they could have him higher.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not going to speak for NBA front offices, so you never know.
If it's a BPA thing, then I have no problem with that. Pelicans are one of those teams that if they fit under the everything category.
Just take the best player available, which I would take Trey. I also think maybe you're scared off after they made that trade for they trade CJ McCollum for Jordan Poole. Maybe you're like, okay, now I don't need that like shooting guard, score first mentality guy on this team, and you're just going to go best player available. We know they like Ace Bailey, but I'll tell you what, Ace Bailey, Jordan Poole hoops, that could be as bad as it gets.
That could be bad.
So I could maybe see them going with Malawach in that degree at this point. I know they're a team that likes Jeremiah Fears a lot as well, but I do believe he will be off the board by the time the Pelicans pick at number 7.
We have a trade. Big trade?
No. 2nd round pick.
Oh, fuck off.
Boo!
Yeah, no, listen.
No, absolutely correct to report it. Absolutely correct to report
very
it.
correct reaction from you, Jack Lauderay. We are just booing the fact that a trade happened before the 1st round and it had to do with a 2nd round pick. We'll get that full details on screen for you here in a second.
I had to do it tomorrow, and we're worried about today.
Yeah, but we'll see with Trey Johnson, man. I get concerns on him. There's a little bit of his size, his strength. And he's got like weak legs, which is never good for a shooter. Could get bumped off the spot quite easily there. But when he gets into his release, it's hard to see him miss a lot of shots. And with him working alongside other NBA talent, which Texas, that roster was not very good last season.
Yeah.
He could really, really be solid.
So this is now Jonathan Wasserman from Bleacher Report, one of the top draft guys, says sources say the Utah Jazz have done significant homework on Trey Johnson.
Well, no, they are definitely a team that could take Trey.
Okay.
The Jazz are they're taking 1 of 4, I think, in my books. It's either going to be Jeremiah, Trey, Khan, or Ace.
Yeah.
That's the 4 prospects they're debating between. One of them will be probably selected 4th overall.
Yeah.
Which means then it will be down to 3 guys, and
Yeah.
it's just all about that pick from there. I really do like Trey Johnson for them. I probably, even though I have Trey just slightly ahead of Jeremiah on my big board, 4-5, interchangeable if you ask me, in the same tier of prospect, I do think Jeremiah Fears is probably the better fit for them. So even if they were choosing between Jeremiah Fears and Trey Johnson, I do like the true point guard Fears over an off-ball scorer shooter. We were talking about this the other day, Smitty. Utah has their 4-5 figured out. If they hold on to Lauri Markkanen and Kessler, that is a playoff winning 4-5 duo. They just need to figure out 1, 2, and 3 in their starting lineup. And I think Fears could be a really good start to that.
And there has to be legit talent at that 1, 2, 3 as well. I mean, they do need a number one still. I think there's still a number one player, whether that's number one scorer or just number one overall talent, away from being a real playoff team in this league. I mean, listen, they had the worst record in the NBA last year. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with a guy like John Collins on their team who just accepted his player option. Could he be on the move? There are very, very deep rumors right now about the Jazz being very interested in Jaylen Brown. So who knows? Could the number 5 pick be on the move to Boston potentially? There is a lot of different avenues that Utah could go down here. Trader Danny never sleeps.
Yeah, it looks like I think we lost out on the $50 super chat bid. We're just having a rough time over here.
Did we lose?
I heard I heard a little bit of a raucous somewhere else in the studio. A ruckus. Raucous?
Well, a ruckus is a noun. Raucous is loud, the adjective.
What's ruckus mean?
Ruckus. What's all that ruckus?
Sounds like the same thing to me.
Yeah, it's a ruckus.
Yeah, but they're two different words, right? Yes, I knew that.
But it sounds like they're the same thing.
Yes. They kind of are, in a way.
Listen, I don't consider myself a wordsmith. Not one bit. I don't know why I'm allowed up here. I don't know how to use words.
I'm just a Tyler Smith.
You do see the trade here. Indiana receives the 38th overall pick for a future second-round pick in cash considerations. Indiana now holds 2 picks in the second round, pick 38 and 54.
Oh, cash considerations.
Only player to never bust.
He's going to play big minutes for the San Antonio Spurs next year, no doubt about it.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
What?
What? Sports fans, how about that?
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. We got a $20 super chat from someone that's in the room.
In the room with us right now?
I think so.
No way.
Unless there's a guy out there impostoring, making up words as we go.
There we go. Look at that.
This guy, look at him go.
Legend. I will say, if you haven't yet, we got over 2,000 people in the building. Please go down below and like today's video. When
19 away from a beard and boozled for Smitty.
While Jack gets the super chat link up, type me in the chat. We'll give out a couple shout outs for those of you who have liked the video already. 18 likes away from 600. Smitty is giving shout outs here. Type me when you like the video. Let's go.
Smitty's giving shout out to Jack Lotteray for the $20 super chat. Let's go, folks. Get this chat going. How about that, sports fans? We're now 50 away from a beer ball.
Okay. That'll be the first of the night.
Let's get the party popping over here, man.
David Decker liked the video. Mike Dibble liked the video. Robert Smith liked the video. What's that?
We got the 600 likes.
We got the 600 likes. Let's roll. You're up now or me?
Oh. Don't you try to weasel your way out of this.
Oh, baby. Son of a gun. Which one is this, bro?
Is that the pink one?
It's like, I don't know.
That's the one I don't think I knew what it was.
Shit.
It's either peach or barf. It's either strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. I don't know. It looks the same.
Here we go. This is going to be bad.
No, have some faith. Shout out Nav and Quavo. Good song. I was listening to it. Oh my God, I got spillage. Can someone throw me a quick little paper towel in the building? Little carried away.
That's gone.
With the way.
Not doing that. Absolutely not.
Smitty.
Paper towel. I'm sorry. I was dealing with a jelly bean, all right?
On the hop. Just throw me the whole thing. I guess not. On the hop.
Nasty. Yo, that was disgusting. I don't know what it was, but I don't want to have it again.
Wait, you don't know which one it was?
I have no idea. It was terrible.
You can't differentiate between barf and dead fish?
Not really, no. I don't
Feels like 2 distinct tastes that you'd be able to, but I guess not.
I don't know. Maybe that was dead fish then.
Guess not. All right, appreciate it, everyone. I'll take the first shot of the night. Shout out to Jack Lotteray.
Let's go.
He also gets 6 entries.
6 entries.
Look at you go.
He wants a draft hat.
He wants
a hat. He's a hat guy.
Jack, what team would you get?
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say anything. What do you mean? I'm not gonna say anything.
Are you a champ?
He'll say I
I think it's totally it's totally acceptable for you to get a Celtics hat. Absolutely. I never said that. Never said that. Fashion is always for everyone.
Fashion is for everyone.
Let's do it.
All right, we're going to break down the top 5 prospects in this draft here as we're 35 minutes. Oh. He's gone.
Flags in Dallas.
Cooper Flagg has withdrawn from the draft. Breaking news. Just kidding.
By the way, is he in green room tonight?
Cooper?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I don't know. So some guys like to do it with their family back at the crib.
Nah, when you're like these guys, man, you gotta. All right, let's talk Cooper Flagg.
They're all millionaires already.
Yes, they are. Cooper Flagg is just one heck of a prospect, man. It's funny when you think about Flagg, who's 6'7", 3/4, without shoes, 7-foot wingspan. Like, you rank, where would he go in terms of the last 5 first overall picks? Because you have players like Flagg, Wembanyama, Paolo Banchero, Anthony Edwards, Cade Cunningham. So it's like, where would he go in terms of an actual prospect coming out? I think it would be number 2. I think Wembanyama is the only one I can confidently say as a prospect would go ahead of Cooper Flagg. That is how good this player is.
What about Zion way back when?
I would take Cooper Flagg.
I would too.
Because Flagg is better defensively and more well-rounded offensively.
The hype was crazy around Williamson, though.
Yeah, because that's athleticism, but as an actual basketball player, there's no question on who's better there.
Absolutely.
Day one difference maker, can fill any role, elite defensively. The only knock that I have on Cooper Flagg is that shot form is a little questionable. Handles a little loosey-goosey at times as well. And he's had a couple bad moments in clutch games. Duke didn't have many clutch games this year, but Kentucky in November had a couple turnovers late, slipping on the ground a lot too, and fumbled down the stretch against Houston in that Final Four game as well.
Okay, I think the entire Duke team crumbled against Houston down the stretch.
Yeah, but if you're the best player on that team, you got to steady the ship. He fed into that collapse.
For sure. And I'll say on the last shot that he did take, he got to his spot.
Oh, it was a good look. It's more or less the turnovers.
Yeah, and it's turnovers and how much of this slipping can we actually put on Flagg himself?
I mean, if it's like
he was a repeat offender. So
you blame, like, how can you blame someone for slipping? But when it happened multiple times in multiple close games,
maybe you
have to be like, why is this happening more than once?
At least we have to question it. Yeah,
it has to be brought up.
Can't call it a total knock just yet. It could have been random, but maybe they needed to wax those floors a little better.
My journalistic integrity is on the line here. Let's move over to my number 2 prospect, Dylan Harper, point guard from Rutgers. Talked about him a little bit earlier. Elite finisher at the rim, about 70% on close twos, 41.9% free throw rate as well. The biggest knock I have on him, he's not the most explosive athlete, but he doesn't need it to succeed, at least not at the college level. And he struggled a little bit off the dribble in terms of his jump shot. 27.8% shooter on dribble jumpers in the mid-range and 29.2% off the dribble from beyond the arc. So only knock there is his shooting off the dribble and his lack of athleticism, but I believe in the player quite a bit.
He can get downhill like nobody else in this draft, and the efficiencies at the rim only scratch the surface of what he can do, man. Like, I think he's one of the bigger guard. As a big guard in this draft, like, you have to have some other elite trait, and his is just getting to the rack, man. A good ball handler, he pushes the pace. I'm curious to see what type of, offense San Antonio is going to run, because I think that Dylan Harper's a guy you can get out in space with and run and gun, but when you have a guy like Wembanyama back there, I'm not so sure if you want to become the Indiana Pacers and have him kind of running track meets all day. Yeah, we'll move over to VJ Edgecombe here, my 3rd guy on the board out of Baylor. I really like him a lot. 6'4" without shoes, 6'7.5" wingspan, 38.5-inch vertical, absurdly athletic, excellent in transition, 1.44 points per possession, really good catch and shoot guy, 54 effective field goal percentage. That's in the 74th percentile. Disruptive at the point of attack defensively as well, 3.8 steal percentage. And he got better as he went along in his college career. In Big 12 conference play, averaged 16.7 points per game, shot 39.1% from 3, 81.7% from the free throw line. Odd, really athletic. You think that he's a good slasher, but he did struggle a little bit in terms of shooting around the rim, finishing among traffic. But I do really like the long-term upside of VJ Edgecombe. I feel like he kind of projects, from a prospect point of view, kind of like an Andrew Wiggins, like light in a way. I think he's a really good athlete. I'm not completely sold on the outside shot yet. Obviously, off the dribble, he's nowhere near where he needs to be. But on the catch, especially in conference play, he was solid from beyond the arc. So I think he's one of the more intriguing prospects in this draft as far as boom and bust potential.
All right, we're going to briefly talk Trey Johnson here, and then we're going to bring in the Miami Heat stream. Trey Johnson, this is all I'm going to say on Trey. Elite scorer, shooter. Ready for this? One of 4 freshmen in the last 20 years to average 19 points per game, make 83s, and shoot 38% from 3 while having an 112 or better offensive rating in their freshman year. 4 players, Trey Johnson, Jamal Murray, Malik Monk, D'Angelo Russell. 4 really good scorers here. He is going to be someone that scores very, very well in the NBA, whether it's off the ball or whether it's on the ball. I believe in Trey Johnson. It's why he's my 4th overall player. What we're going to do now for the people watching on our Chat Sports coverage, we're going to start our live show on the Heat Report by Chat Sports. I cover the Heat. We're going to be live there, as well as Celtics today. We'll get that started in a little bit, but we're going to start right now with the Heat Report. Welcome in to NBA Draft Day. We have been live here on our Chat Sports channel, but we just kicked off our Heat Report stream. So welcome in, all my Miami Heat fans. Appreciate you guys for joining me. It's going to be more well-rounded, more broad coverage here, but don't worry. When we get closer to the Miami Heat pick, around pick 15, pick 16, I'll hop off our main coverage stream, and then we'll start a solo Heat Report stream, so stick around for that. But we're going to be just hanging out, talking about everything going around the NBA draft until we get to that point. 30 people already watching there. Appreciate y'all. Miami obviously has the 20th pick. We'll see if they keep that pick. A lot of rumors around potentially trading Andrew Wiggins tonight as well. Los Angeles Lakers and Miami seem to be engaged in talks there. We'll talk a lot about Miami throughout the night, but just want to let people know as they continue to pile in here. We're live on our main Chat Sports channel. We're simulcasting, and when we get closer to Miami's pick, we'll start a Heat solo stream with just me. I'll be joined by producer Cullen Brown as well, so stay tuned for that. And if you are a Heat fan in our main Chat Sports channel, I'm not going to say it, but hop over to our Heat stream to hang out with more solo Heat fans.
Heck yeah, Rolly. We're less than a half hour away from the draft officially beginning, the Mavericks being on the clock, and hopefully seeing who Cooper Flagg walk across that stage.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got Marty Smith in Newport, Maine, hanging out with a Cooper Flagg watch party. It's going to be quite the interesting night, man. It's going to be quite the interesting night. It's going to be a lot of fun here. But make sure you do hit that sub button if you are watching on our main Chat Sports channel. 2,200 people watching. The goal is 412,000 plus subscribers today. That should be easily hit. Subscribe for daily coverage around the NBA, around the NFL, college football, college basketball. And we're live for the big events like the draft. We'll be live again tomorrow, free agency next week, everything in the NFL world as well. So hit that sub button. Come on, join the channel today, man.
Rolly, we talked a little bit earlier, for the people who are just joining the Miami Heat stream, we talked a little bit about the trades that have gone down and the most recent trade that has gone down involving second-round pick swaps between not swaps for this year, but future second-round pick from San Antonio headed to the Indiana Pacers, number 38 overall this year. I'm only bringing this up because it's not really a huge trade on paper, but what it does, it triggers Indiana into the second apron.
It triggers them into the second apron?
Because they sent cash away in the deal.
Interesting.
That triggers the second apron. So Indiana, I'm wondering if they're going to now kind of go all in for these next 2 years, and that could potentially see a Miles Turner extension coming for them as well.
I'm looking up here. Hold on.
So, yeah, sending cash out, according to Bobby Marks, triggers second apron for next season.
Interesting.
So that is a place where you really don't want to be unless you are full-fledged and full steam ahead contending for an NBA championship, which the Boston Celtics were for the past couple of seasons. Now you saw their most recent deals. Hey, had to get out of that second apron. Now Indiana is the most recent team to jump into that category.
Yeah. First, shout out your favorite team in the Chat Sports channel. We know the Heat Report's obviously going to be the Heat. If you're watching on our Heat Report channel, we got 150 people watching.
Hell yeah.
Hit that thumbs up icon. Let's continue to get that number up and up here. Let's get closer to 100 likes if possible. Let's go Heat. We'll talk about that more as we go. But shout out your favorite team down in the comment section of our Chat Sports stream. Do we want to do the thing where we'll do a talk about them?
I think we can do that.
Shout out your favorite team, and I'll say in 30 seconds, we'll find whatever team is in their live chat, and we'll talk about them.
So if you really want your team to get talked about, spam it down in the comments right now. We are going to pick in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, we'll do that. So continue to spam it. I see a lot of people on both channels. There's someone typing Wizards on the Heat channel. Didn't expect to see that one, but appreciate you tuning in. That means he's a subscriber because we're in sub-only mode over there.
He's playing his odds right,
Yeah,
too.
he's
He
playing
wants to
his
compete
odds.
with the Heat fans over there.
Got 2,400 people watching on our Chat Sports channel. Continue to type what your favorite team is. I'm going to look down in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. First team I see. Oh, from Go Knicks. It's the Warriors.
Whoa! The Golden State Warriors.
Smitty, I'll let you take it away here because you do host our Warriors channel by Chat Sports.
I do. I am the host of Warriors Today here by Chat Sports. Golden State in the NBA draft does not have a first-round selection. That obviously is going to Rolly's Miami Heat, courtesy of the Jimmy Butler trade that went down at the deadline. Golden State, they're in a weird position, man. They have the big looming gray cloud above them right now that is Jonathan Kuminga's impending restricted free agency. The reports have come out that they will be exploring sign-and-trade options, but other reports have come out saying that the most likely option is Jonathan Kuminga actually re-signing with Golden State on a long-term deal. However, that long-term deal might not actually be all the way in Golden State. They could look to move him and get the full contract value back in a trade, as right now, as a restricted free agent, if they were to complete a sign-and-trade, Golden State would only be able to accept half of what Kuminga's new salary will be in year one. So, for example, if they were to send away Kuminga and he signs a $22 million a year contract, Golden State would only be able to accept $11 million back in a trade unless they added more pieces. So not a ton of flexibility for the Warriors as they continue to try to pursue this championship window of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler at this point. They do have a pick in the second round at 41. They kind of hit on their second-round pick last year in Quentin Post, who played a big roll down the stretch as a floor spacing big. So interesting to see what Golden State will do, but likely not much action on day one of the draft.
Yeah. All right. Are we going to play this game again?
We could do it.
All right, let's do it one more time. Shout out your favorite team in the live chat.
This time I'm picking.
And then we will talk about said team. Okay. Spam those favorite teams down in the comment section now.
Let's go.
We're going to give it 30 seconds. And then, Smitty, you're deciding on this one.
I got you. Here we go. NBA draft day, round 1, 23 and change minutes away. I'm fired up. Gonna pick this new team in about 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Got the eyes closed now. 3, 2, 1. There's Dibble with the Hornets.
Dibble gets it all done.
The Hornets. Okay. This is interesting because they're in a very unique situation where they're not a very good basketball team.
No, but they've got good pieces in Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball. See what happens with Mark Williams. I think they need to add to that front court. Maybe they trade Mark Williams again. I also think they need a complementary backcourt piece alongside LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller. They have that 4th overall pick. I think Con Kneppel is someone rising up their boards. I think Trey Johnson would be a good pick for them as well. If I was the Hornets, I would be hoping and praying VJ Edgecombe reaches there. Don't think he does. So I would pivot then to Trey Johnson or Con Kneppel. I didn't like their pick last year into John Salon.
I don't think anybody did.
Hopefully I like it a little bit more here at that 4th overall pick. Dibble, appreciate you, my friend. I think if Charlotte goes with Trey or Kneppel, I don't really think they could go wrong. I think both of them fit. I do think Kneppel fits a little bit better because he's more of a kind of good complementary shooter to those two. Doesn't need the ball in his hands. Also can defend a little bit better than Trey. But I think the Hornets are in a good spot. Let's hope they don't shock me and go with a player like Tajon Salon again.
So you mentioned something at the top of your monologue there that I went a little bit under the radar. Do you think that LaMelo Ball is a good foundational piece?
I wouldn't say foundational, but I just think you go back to the 1 year he played 70-plus games. They won 43 games and was in the play-in. And I know that came back all the way in 2021.
They were in the play-in?
4 years ago, yeah.
I have no recollection of Charlotte ever being in the play-in.
And then it's been pretty downhill from there for the Hornets. But when LaMelo's been able to play 70 games plus, he did have them to a winning record. He just hasn't been able to do it over the last 4 years. Actually has played less games over the last 4 years than Zion. So I do believe they can be good. We'll ultimately see, though.
Yeah.
$5 super chat from Gwendolyn. Shout out to Gwendolyn. That is a raffle ticket for you. Will Nikola Topic be on the move after making an NBA history for the first player to win an NBA title before playing an NBA game? I will say this. I think they had the luxury of potentially trading Topic because they have 2 draft picks in this draft. They have so many other bench players. It's like, what will Topic's role be next year? He won't be their lead point guard because they obviously have SGA. But we'll see. I like Topic a lot.
Something I could see in this scenario is maybe the Thunder package Topic and what are they at, 12 or 13?
15 and 24.
15. So what about Topic and 15? You could potentially move up earlier and deeper into the lottery.
If you're a team like the Jazz or the Hornets,
we need a lot of ammo.
Would you accept Topic 15 and 24 for the 4th or 5th pick? I don't know.
I mean, at pick 4 or 5, like, you're kind of hoping that player can be foundational and a number 1 option on your team potentially, given the archetype. So I'm not so sure I would make that deal for them.
All right, we did just cross 700 likes, which means I'm taking another Bean Boozled. Remember, every 100 likes today is a Bean Boozled. Why I do this, Smitty, if you want to tell people about our giveaway, super chat menu, whole thing in between, go ahead.
Absolutely. So we're running a little bit of a giveaway on tonight's NBA draft stream. And the hats that you see popping across your screen right now, yeah, they don't say NBA draft on them, but they are the official draft hats that the prospects will be walking across the stage wearing tonight. Looks like Rolly got a bad Bean Boozled, so that's fun. But these draft hats, they're awesome, and you guys can get one at the end of today's show if you end up winning the raffle. It's a $5 super chat to get into the giveaway, but there are some extra ways to get even more entries. One, you could be the top, what is it called? The top fan. The top fan of tonight. Right now, that's United YHHH. So that he's in the lead right now. He would get 5 free entries at the end of tonight's stream when we end up drawing the raffle. Or if you don't, if you want to send in a $10 super chat, that's 3 entries. If you send in a $20 super chat, that's 6 entries. But it's just one $5 super chat in order to get into the giveaway to get an NBA draft hat of your choice.
And look at this deal, Smitty. How about this? You even mentioned this puppy.
What the?
Every super chat we get for the next 20 minutes, we're going to double the raffle entry. So $5 usually 1.
What a surprise.
2. $10 usually 3. It'll be 6. $20 super chat, usually 6 entries, would be 12 right now. And if you're watching on our Heat stream as well, you can get in on a potential raffle to win an NBA draft hat of the Miami Heat. We have no super chats on the Heat channel.
Oh.
Wonder if that can change here. We'll showcase our super chat here in a second, super chat menu in a second. My goodness. And then we're at $50 on main. Can we get to $100 on our chat sports stream before the draft starts in 18 minutes? The goal today is bare minimum $200 to super chats. I think we can get there.
We're quarter of the way there.
The bosses did mandate it.
Bosses mandated it.
That's not great if we can't get there. So hopefully we can get to the 200 market on our chat sports. We did get our first super chat over at the Heat Report.
Let's go.
Of course. It's Wasim Khan. Shout out to you with the $2 super chat. This is our menu for today. Every 100 likes, so hit that thumbs up icon. Raffle ticket for $5. Remember, for the next 18 minutes, everything's doubled. So 2 for $5, 12 for $20, and a shot. $10 gets you 6 entries, and we talk about your team. And when we get to $100 in total, it's a beer bong, a shotgun. It's every $100, by the way.
And somebody already took advantage of the deal. Gwendolyn Page! What's going on? $20 super chat. That means not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 entries into the raffle.
I didn't know you had that type of juice in you.
Woo! I'm fired up, man. We're less than 20 minutes away.
Indeed we are. Gwendolyn Play, shout out to you. You get 12 tickets. It's also a shot here. Smitty, did you grab a shot glass? I see you none on your desk. I'm going to be mad at you if you say no to this.
Sam Brown says that I did grab a shot glass, which he will go retrieve for me right now.
Frickin' Smitty. That's all I know. Smitty's going to take a shot because I took the last one here in a second when he comes back with a shot glass.
Let's do it.
We did get a $2 super chat from Wasim Khan over on the Heat Report. We'll get that on screen here in a second. Appreciate you. But we are now $30 away from a beer bong on the channel. So hit that sub button. Make sure you super chat if you want to party with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Here's the... Oh, no. That was ballsy. Do you realize he has the worst hands in the office? Cut! Shout out to you, Wasim. Wasim, you still out on the Bulls. Like I said, you said this in the end of the year. We will welcome you over at the Heat Report if you want to be a Heat fan, Wasim. We would love nothing less, actually, than to have you join us here at the Heat Report.
We're making phone calls. 1-800-TEQUILA. Let's go.
Yeah, $50 deal off the board for our boss. I would have liked to have the boss come on stream and drink. I would have liked that. The goal, let's get this $100 of Super Chats before we start the first round. Though.
Yep.
We need to get
30 away.
We're 30 away. Come on. Let's get to 100. I'll take down the first beer bong, and then we'll move over and then have Smitty take the second one down. Let's get there, though. Come on.
I got a shot for Gwendolyn Plays, who said, if I win, I only accept if I get a Knicks cap. You will get a Knicks cap if you end up winning the raffle at the end of tonight's program. Shout out to you, Gwendolyn Plays, and cheers to you as we're 15 minutes away from the NBA draft.
I'll say this. Ready? If you send in any Super Chat with a team you want to talk about, we will do it. If you send in a Super Chat with a prospect name, we will talk about that prospect. So if you want to control the narrative of our show here 15 minutes before we get to the first round, you can do that by Super Chatting.
Yes.
So hit that or Super Chat button if you want to. What we are doing right now is that we're live on the Celtics channel, or we're live on the Heat channel, live on our Chat Sports channel. We're going to welcome in our Celtics channel here in just 1 second.
Absolutely.
So, Smitty, I'll let you take it away as the Boss's Celtics Today channel gets underway.
Alrighty. So, yeah, we're going to be bringing in my Celtics stream here in just a moment. Jack, when you got the time, 5, 4, let's do it. What is going on, Green Teamers? You're watching Celtics Today by Chat Sports. I'm your host, Tyler Smith, joined alongside Nick Roloff here as we bring you 2025 NBA Draft Round 1 coverage. We are also live on the main Chat Sports channel at this time, so this stream is going to be a little bit of a simulcast. We'll be bringing you guys all of the broad draft information. We'll be going pick by pick, selection by selection as the first round gets underway in about 15 minutes here. And then once we get closer to the Celtics pick at about pick 24, 25 range, I will hop off this stream and go to a Celtics solo focus stream where I could give you guys all my undivided attention and we could talk straight Celtics ball the whole time. But don't worry, as we get to the draft, we'll talk about the Celtics. If any trades go down or anything like that, Brad Stevens moves up in the first round, we will break it all down right here on the channel. So cannot wait to get started with all you guys. We already got 55 people in the building. Shout out to Pats fan, Alicia Wade, Ryan Ray, already rocking and rolling with us. So very excited to bring you guys NBA draft coverage here at Celtics Today.
Oh! Gwendolyn Plays with a $50 Super Chat to get us across our $100 threshold. Gwendolyn also gets 30 more raffle entries. Gwendolyn, I cracked open my pineapple Happy Dad, and we're getting things started, baby.
Are you serious? I'm in America. I get paid for
I
this?
get paid? Are you kidding? That's a type of dandy.
Yep.
That's a type of dandy.
You know what Gwendolyn Plays is? PTP, Prime Time Player.
Shout out to you, Gwendolyn. This beer bong is for you, Gwendolyn.
Let's
MVP
go.
of the stream so far.
Let's go, man. We're in a flow state now, boys. We're in full Vital mode. We're in full draft junkie CBB sicko mode right now. I'm fired up. Let's get into it.
Hey guys, play sicko mode. All right, let's move over to the next super chat we got. Shout out to you, Gwendolyn Plays. You're a legend.
Let's go, man.
You definitely have the most raffle tickets. There's no doubt about that. But our guy Rico Bosco, $10 super chat saying Atlanta Hawks go. So it is time to talk about the Atlanta Hawks.
That's
Appreciate
true.
you, Rico. So you now get 6 entries, and we'll talk about Atlanta. Last year had the #1 overall pick, took Zachary Risachet. This year had picks 13 and 22. But traded it just yesterday in that deal that landed the Atlanta Hawks Kristaps Porzingis. So we'll start here.
Yeah.
After missing the playoffs, losing to the Heat at home in the play-in, they are looking to build. And I like what they've done, Rico, and I think Smitty feels the same way. They now have a projected starting lineup of Trae Young, Dyson Daniels, Risachet, Jalen Johnson coming back healthy, and then Kristaps Porzingis with a bench that still has Onyeka Okongwu, and you will add more to it with that 13th overall pick.
Absolutely.
Smitty, before tossing it off to you, I think they should prioritize center depth. This was before the trade, so maybe you could argue they don't need that as much, but they certainly could look at an off-ball guard or bench scoring. So players that I am now looking for with that 13th pick, if I am the Hawks, I'm looking at Jace Richardson from Michigan State.
Yeah.
I'm looking at one of Yaka Chonis or Agor Demen if they are there, which is very likely one of them. And then I'm also going to be looking at Nick Clifford from Colorado State. Those would be my top 3 probably for Atlanta at this point.
I don't hate going after a big point guard type like an Agor Demen because you have Trae Young who can be hunted on defense in certain situations and isn't the most effective on the court 100% of the time. Gifted offensive player, but on the other end, like sometimes he gets hunted. And a guy like the men, 6'9", if you had him out there, you'd be one of the bigger teams on paper in the Eastern Conference. So I think the Hawks have done some really good work this offseason. Now they can now run a 5-out offense. You mentioned center depth. They will have Clint Capella as a free agent this offseason. So I don't anticipate him coming back to the to the A. So we'll see where all this goes. But now they can run a 5-out lineup with Porzingis there at the 5. Okongwu has become a stretch big as well. So there's a lot of versatility now within this Atlanta Hawks rotation.
Yeah, I like what they're building there. Shout out to Edwin Taylor with the $1 super chat. Appreciate you. And then Brian Johnson with a $5 super chat. That's 2 raffle tickets for you because we are doubling every raffle ticket and every super chat until we get the first round started, which is in 10.5 minutes, only 10 minutes away from that deal right now being pushed away. If you are just joining us here, reminder of who's the first 4 picks in this draft: Dallas, San Antonio, Philly, and Charlotte. And then we'll just see chaos from that point on, I think, in all likelihood. I'll tell you that. It's going to be a very fun night here today. So make sure you are with us for not just the start, but the entire thing, because we'll be live for the entire first round. We'll have different hosts popping in and out. Me and Smitty here starting. We'll probably feature Harrison Graham at some point, maybe a little Jeffrey Cooperstein as well. Ooh. It's going to be a lot of fun throughout the evening, so stay tuned for all of that as more people cycle in and join our live show. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon as well. Every 100 likes, we're doing a Being Boozled. We're at 773, so we have another one coming up in 27 likes. On the Heat Report, we have 200 people plus watching, only 54 likes. That's a joke. Yep. Let's get to 100 likes over there, folks. I know the Heat fans can do it. Celtics fans, how are they doing with the like button?
Celtics fans, we got 120 people rocking and rolling with us, but only 22 likes. You guys need to get those numbers up, way up before this draft starts. So we have the biggest Celtics watch party on YouTube for the NBA draft. Look, I know they're not picking until 28. Listen, things are very fluid right now. Brad Stevens could jump all around that first round. And I want to make a quick note before we do go to the big board for Rolly. For those of you who are in our Celtics chat right now, the same deals apply to you guys as well. For the main Chat Sports raffle, if you send in a $5 super chat, we will give you a raffle entry, but until the draft, it's all doubled, so it will be 2 at this point. If you send in a $10 super chat, up until the draft, it will be 6 raffle entries, followed by 3 once it commences. And then if you send in a $20 super chat, it will be 12 raffle entries. So there you go. If you guys want to get a Celtics draft hat, send in a super chat, $sign next to the chat box. $5 gets to 2 raffle entries for only 8.5 more minutes until the draft commences. I'll
also whisper, we're doing a super chat battle of our Heat and Celtics stream today.
That's crazy. You just challenged me.
Yeah, we are. So Heat versus Celtics in the super chat battle in our simulcast. We got another $5 super chat on Heat, so it's 7-0 Heat. Let's go Heat. Continue that up, baby. Continue that up.
Celtics fans, we cannot lose to the Heat. We already lost to the Knicks, not only in the super chat battles, but also on the court. That did not make me very happy. We cannot lose to the Heat off of the court in the off-season mode that we're in right now. So if you guys want to stick it to Nick's roll-off in the Heat report,
this one, Sam, by the
way. Send a super chat in today. We're down 7-0 in the super chat battle now over at Celtics Today.
Yeah, we got $5 on our main Chat Sports channel from JK Meme saying after trading Jalen Green, the Rockets are kind of needing a shooting guard. Do they trade for one before the season begins? They actually, in my opinion, JK, they don't need a shooting guard. You have Reed Shepherd, the 3rd overall pick last year, looking for a more prized role. Amen Thompson can play that kind of 2-guard defensive player.
Could Cam Whitmore
kind of role as well?
Too.
Whitmore, Tari Eason.
Yep.
They still have a lot of players that are primed to get a bump up in roles over there. So I don't think in a positionless league, you don't need a shooting guard. I think you could play Thompson at the 2. You could play Reed Shepherd at the 2, but I probably think they go with him off the bench to start off. So we'll see, man.
Yeah, the Rockets, they're in a cool spot because they have a ton of these tweener type of players who can play the 2, the 3, the 4, even the 1 in some instances. So they're a very versatile team, and they're going to be one of the best teams in the NBA next season, no doubt.
Yeah, we got a couple super chats on our Heat channel. If we working on that real quick. Shout out to Mr. Gio and Shane Turreal. We'll get those on screen here in a second, and then we'll also get you all in the raffle as well for a draft hat.
In the Celtics chat over here, we got Al Stayon saying thoughts on the Porzingis trade. I'll give you a quick thoughts on the Porzingis trade. Look, it was a straight salary dump, and you get under the second apron, man. Clearly, if that's the deal that Brad ended up taking, there wasn't that much value held high around the NBA for Kristaps Porzingis. You could say he sold low, but it's an expiring contract, and the Celtics get off a lot of financial relief by moving Porzingis. I do think that there's a small chance that he ends up coming back to sign a free agency next offseason.
Really?
Yeah. I actually think it's a legit possibility.
Interesting. All right, we'll figure that out, see if anything craziness ends up going down tonight. We are getting really, really close to the NBA draft actually getting underway, hypothetically 6 minutes and 19 seconds. What's going on here? We're having walkouts for some of the top guys in the green room. I don't know if I've seen this one before. Cooper Flagg walking out right now, high-fiving fans. What a concept, what a night, what a day. That's why you join us here at Chat Sports, is we're trying to get to 412,000 subscribers tonight. We're 572 away. That number is going to continue to climb. When we get to 412K today, I'm taking a shot on the house. We have daily coverage in the sports world, live for the big events here. Let's get to 412K today, folks.
Let's do it. That is the goal. That is the goal we got to get to. Silver he's always got to do something new. Always got to reinvent the wheel. I don't know.
Oh, I've never seen this before.
I'll tell you what. I didn't pay attention to.
Yeah, but I thought they usually do that like an hour before the draft.
Yeah, I feel like there's usually nobody in the arena while they do that picture.
Yeah, I thought that's what I thought they did. I know they take the picture, but I think it's going to be. I thought it was usually like that.
Well, they're all getting up on stage right now to do it. It looks
they're all taking on stage. There's Trey Johnson.
Trey Johnson, yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. If they did this last year, I would have no idea. That draft was buns.
Last year?
Yeah. I mean, I obviously watched the draft, but I wasn't really much attention to the theatrics going on beforehand. Cotton apples on the screen. Oh my God! Can't wait to see him get drafted.
Hey, reel it in a little bit over there, Smitty. You know, Duke bias. Take it easy.
Duke bias is okay. We're in the NBA now. It's all right to glaze the Blue Devils.
Oh, that's what we're doing nowadays?
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, man. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight, man. We're getting closer and closer.
Unfortunately, there's no Bonnies in the draft, so I can't can't talk about them.
Uh-oh. If you love the NBA, spam me. Let's get the comment driving up here, folks. Let's get that chat rate up.
I mean, we're less than 5 minutes away from the draft. Let's go. Light up the comment section. It's Celtics Day chat, Heat Report chat. You guys all do it too. If you love this league, type me.
I'll also say this. We're in sub-only mode on our Chat Sports stream. We're in sub-only mode in our Heat stream. I don't know about Celtics, but if you want to get in the comments and get shouted out, you got to be subscribed. Spam those me's. I see Tommy, Dane, Braxton, Donald, Shane Terrell, Michael Thompson, Yuri. More people in the Heat Report. I see Key EU, Marbles, I'm a Slay, Braden, Sports, Legal, Armando, Dibble, Joseph, Mike, Julia, Joseph, Brian, Armando, Braden, Kate Angel, Vipix, Raymond, Derek, I'm a Slay, Rickard, Marbles, Blazers, Donald, Smitty. Anybody on Celtics?
We got Jared, we got Paul, we got Ryan Reyes, Celtics Talk Podcast, Alicia Wade, PS2 Gaming Forever, Geo Mag, Husky Red Raccoon, Pats fan in the building, Geo, Charlisa Johnson, what's going on, SJ? How we doing? Perry 3X in the building as well. Good to see you guys rock and roll.
I see Brian McKenna in the Chat Sports chat. If you don't get your ass to the Heat Report right now, McKenna, I'm going to be pissed.
Grant Moreno, what's up, brother?
Come on, Brian. You got to hang out with the Heat fans.
Now I'm looking back at the main Chat Sports chat. I see Hyper. I see Coco Z. I see Chef Caesar. Timothy in the building. Yeah, he's him. Timmy Adams. Let's go. Ola Gente. Hello, people. How we doing? Good to see you. Santi in the building. Misty. Let's go. Zeke Rhodes. Private Ryan. We're going to save you, brother. Young Trey for real. Let's go. And another $20 super chat coming across my eyeballs right now.
Onions with a capital O. A kiss off the glass.
Major onions.
Alert
with a kiss. Let's go.
All right, we'll get to the Heat super chats. Mr. Geo, let's go Heat. Be better. One of them people
Celtics
on the Mount
fans,
Rushmore of the Heat Report. Appreciate you, Mr. Geo. You get 2 raffle tickets for a NBA draft hat. I assume you would pick a Miami Heat one if that. We are at $14 in super chats over at the Heat Report because we got a couple more coming in from Shane Terrell. Says, yo, Rolly, what's up? This is my new account. Shane Terrell. Let me know what was your other account. No offense, Shane Terrell, but I don't remember what your other account was if I ever knew it. So just let me know in the comment section. And then 2 days info. You get 2 raffle tickets for a Heat draft hat. F Boston. Couldn't agree more. 2 days info.
I cannot believe that comes across my stream right now. It's unreal.
Boston. All right, Mr. Geo with another 5. We'll get to that here in a second. But on our main Chat Sports channel, JH2, will the Pistons make a trade tonight? Eileen, no. Sounds like they're just kind of develop, re-sign Malik Beasley, and let their young guys kind of marinate, if you will, this upcoming year. Quickly running through here as we're getting closer and closer to the draft. Ryan Davis. Why don't the Knicks get a draft pick? Maybe they trade up. Marshall Green was telling me there was rumors they could trade up into the back half in the late part of round 1. Maybe they do it, maybe they don't. $20 super chat from Chris Ray.
Oh!
Hey, guys, love the energy. Would love a chance at a Celtics draft hat. Keep up the good work. We'll appreciate you, Chris Ray. You get 12 raffle tickets. I also have to take a shot for getting the next $20 super chat. There's the 1800.
Yep.
Joey with a 5. Just saying his name.
What's
Respect
going?
it. 2
Joey.
raffle tickets for you, Joey.
Okay.
Shout out to you.
Let's go.
We'll get to the other super chats here in a little bit, but we are 1 minute away from the top of the hour, which means the draft is almost here. Smitty, lead us here as I take a shot for Chris Ray.
If you are ready for one of the most anticipated NBA drafts of the last decade, you go down below and show me. Type go in the chat. Let's go! Draft day! Get fired up! I'm fired up. Are you fired up? Type go!
I'm fired up. Spam those goats.
Come on, man. Even the Celtics fans, we don't pick for a long time. Get active in the chat.
You're not that ass, are you, Mr. Gio?
What did Mr. Gio do?
You're not that ass, right? Are you being serious right now?
Uh-oh. Some
Mr. Gio wouldn't. Mr. Gio, I feel like wouldn't lie to me.
He ain't a liar. He's a truther.
You're not so dead ass that just happened.
Okay.
Smitty, you're gonna hard reset because I gotta
you.
figure out if this is real or not.
Okay. Here we go. Let's do it. We are going to do a little bit of a hard reset here as the NBA draft is about to get officially underway. So, that being said, the Mavericks are about to be on the clock in just a few minutes here. Let's get right into it. Welcome into the 2025 NBA Draft Round 1 coverage presented by us here at Chat Sports. Myself, Tyler Smith, alongside Nick Roloff here, will be breaking down every single pick made in the first round, all 30 selections. If any trades go down, we'll break those down. We'll be doing prospects, scouting reports, analysis for all these picks. We'll talk about the fits on each team that they end up getting selected to, and it's all going to start in just a few minutes here as I see Cooper Flagg across my screen right now, the presumptive number 1 overall selection that will be headed to the Dallas Mavericks. We'll talk about Dylan Harper, presumptive number 2 overall pick to the San Antonio Spurs, and then the draft really gets chaotic at that 3rd overall selection with the Philadelphia 76ers. As you guys file in, shout out your favorite team for us. I'm fired up, Rolly. This is going to be an awesome NBA draft with hopefully a lot of chaos.
Yeah, and Mr. Gio, I don't know why you would do me like that, but nothing has been confirmed to that report that you just said in there. But we'll monitor that situation as we continue to get through here in the NBA draft. Shout out your favorite team.
Let's go.
We got 5,100 people in the building on our Chat Sports stream. We got 200 plus on our Heat stream. Celtics have
213 on a watch.
Let's go. Love it. Appreciate everybody joining us here. We will have live coverage and reactions to every single pick that happens tonight. Whether it's the Mavericks taking Cooper Flagg, whether it's the 76ers taking VJ Edgecombe, we will break it all down. And if your favorite team is a first-round pick, we will talk about it in
100%.
depth. We will cover it all. So appreciate everybody coming along and joining us here because we do provide the best coverage for the entire first round. We'll be live for round 2 tomorrow as well. It's going to be a ton of fun. We're approaching almost 6,000 people in the building. Continue to shout out your favorite team. We're going to go for the lottery, Jack.
Sure.
Okay, we'll go through the first 14 picks here. Dallas obviously has number 1, San Antonio number 2, Philly number 3, Charlotte number 4, Utah 5, Washington 6, Pelicans 7, Brooklyn number 8. And then as we get closer to the end of the lottery, Toronto, Phoenix, Portland, Chicago, and the lottery rounds out with Atlanta and San Antonio. The Hawks traded a first-round pick yesterday for Kristaps Porzingis. They still have a first-round pick here with that 13th overall spot. A lot of these teams are going to be vying for the top prospects in this draft. This is my personal big board here. I've got Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe, and Trey Johnson as my top 4. I ultimately do think the draft goes in my top 3, 1, 2, and 3. I like the fits for all 3. Then the draft could ultimately start at 4 here. Trey Johnson is a good pick for the Hornets at 4, but do they go with him? I'm not sure they do.
Definitely not set in stone.
Con Kneppel is a player they could go with. He's number 7 at my big board. I'm really high on Jeremiah Fears, Yakachonis as well, 2 point guards that can really handle the rock. Those guys are likely lottery picks as well. Jeremiah Fears has been rumored to be that 5th overall pick by Utah. Rounding out my top 12, I got Agor Demen from BYU. I'm very high on him. I love Carter Bryant's two-way ability, and I know I'm a little bit lower on Ace Bailey than most, but I just don't love the mental makeup. I don't love what's in between the ears, and that really concerns me. There's no doubt about his ability to be physical and athletic. All right, Adam Silver is at the podium. Boo! Boo! Boo!
Worst commissioner in sports. I didn't say that.
Boo! Spam those boos.
Let's go, man.
Spam those boos.
Here we go. The commission's out there. Get the boos rolling in the chat. Alicia Wade, I seen the Celtics Today chat is already rocking and rolling with the boos. It's followed by Lloyd. Let's go. Gotta trash the commission on the draft day. It's a tradition unlike any other.
I mean, I can't stand Adam Silver. He's ruined
I
the
mean,
NBA.
it's funny. We've gotten to a point in the NFL where it's just kind of fun to boo Roger, but we all know he's a good commissioner. This is real booing at Adam Silver.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Silver is lucky that Rob Manfred exists.
Yep.
He would be the worst commissioner in all of sports.
Yep.
Continue to boo that man. Boo him.
Boo him.
Boo.
Boo his sorry behind.
I know we got some super chats on both the Heat channel and the Chat Sports channel. We'll get to those throughout the night. We'll cycle through those. But as we continue to get closer and closer to the Dallas Mavericks actually being on the clock, we have over 6,000 people watching. If you haven't already, hit that sub button. I truly believe we can get to 412K now. I'll tell you what, sports fans, if we get to 412K right now before the Mavericks are on the clock, I'm doing a beer bong because I want to. Hit that sub button.
Matter of fact, it's a beer bong race if we get to 412K before the
Let's
Mavs on the
go!
clock.
We are live for the entire first round. We're live for the second round, live for free agency next week, live for the big sports events, daily coverage of the sports world. We're also in sub-only mode. So if you want to participate in our live chat, you got to be subscribed. Look at that number climb. Let's get there. Hit that sub button. Let's go.
Come on, look at those numbers fly, baby. If you love this draft coverage, then subscribe to the channel, man, because then you can be in the chat all night, rocking and rolling with all these hoop heads.
Yeah, we're almost 300 away. We're climbing, baby. We had a fan section, a connection section. And by the way, the Dallas Mavericks are on the clock.
300 subs away from 412K. Let's get there.
I know we'll provide analysis of every pick, even the first two,
Yes.
but there is no doubt about who the Mavericks are picking, and there really isn't any doubt for the Spurs, who they select with that second overall spot. Draft starts at 3, although most people, myself included, believe it's almost a shoe-in for VJ Edgecombe at this point. We'll see how that comes to fruition. 4 minutes to go until the Mavericks have to submit the pick. They've obviously been told by Adam Silver to milk every single second of this on the clock, which gives us a chance to get to 412K, and that beer bong race deal remains until it is officially announced that Cooper Flagg is a Maverick. So we got about 4 minutes until we close the deal. Can we get 260 subscribers? I think we can.
Let's
hit that
do it.
sub button.
Come on.
Hit that sub button, man. We're right there. We're on the precipice.
The precipice, great word.
I love that word. It's one of those rants I throw in my bag, precipice, fruition. I love to just throw it out there.
Yep.
All right, we're going to check back on this in just 1 second. We'll cycle through some super chats quickly here.
Keep subbing, though.
Axie, $5, long time no see. My guy, Axie. Did you send this on the Heat Report or our Chat Sports stream? Jack. Chat, Axie. Get your ass over to the Heat stream right now, dude. Get to the Heat Report. Hang out with the 250 people live of the Heat fans over there. But appreciate you, Axie, for the $5 super chat. Nonetheless, you're always a supporter. I know more with the 3. Appreciate you. You're an absolute legend. Is this a new one? Gwendolyn plays with a 20. More raffle tickets for Gwendolyn. I want Nikola Topic trade possible, but I am unsure how it affect his ring count. Well, he's still going to have that ring. Banners fly forever.
That's right.
It's still cemented there. Appreciate you, Gwendolyn. That's a shot for Smitty.
Oh, boy.
Also, 6 raffle tickets for you, Gwendolyn. Ryan Davis with a 5. I want to see where Chaz Lanier of the Volunteers go. Ryan, I like Chaz Lanier. Have him, where do I have my big board? I think in the 40s. Let me double check. I can't remember everybody.
I see around that 41 range a lot.
46 for Chaz Lanier.
Okay.
He will hear his name called in the second round. He will not hear it in the first round, but I do like Lanier as a potential shooter. Mr. Gio, a $5 super chat. Going to be a crazy draft indeed. Appreciate you, Mr. Gio. Shane Turriel says around 8 months ago I had to count TBC. Oh, I do remember you now, Shane Turriel. Appreciate you for the couple super chats. Juggalotus with a $20 super chat. Rolly, my man, let's go. Here to witness the biggest rig draft ever. Juggalotus, appreciate you hanging with us. $20 super chat. Shots. I'll take one as well.
Hey,
Titus Bell with a $5 super chat on the Heat report.
We'll cheers.
Do think the Heat trade Wiggins for a player and draft picks? It does sound like that's going to happen. We'll see if Pat Riley gets a deal done today. Maybe it's a Wiggins to the Lakers. Cheers. Appreciate all the super chats on all the channels, folks.
Oh. And the pick
Is in for the Dallas Mavericks. I wonder who this is going to be.
Trey Johnson, number 1 overall.
Oh! No. The pick is as expected. Cooper Flagg is officially a Dallas Maverick. I think the second best prospect to come out of the draft in the last 5 years at minimum, only trailing Victor Wembanyama, a guy that can just do it all, Smitty. He's got excellent size. The only knock you can really have on Cooper Flagg is the shot form, but it works for him. Shot 38.5% from 3 this past year, and he had a couple bad moments in clutch situations late in games, but he can play any role. He's a chess piece on the defensive end of the floor. He won every single award you could possibly imagine this past season as a freshman at Duke. The numbers stood, the eye test. What a player. What an unbelievable, lucky situation that Dallas found themselves in to trade Luka Doncic and then land this man as well.
Like an incredibly high floor for Cooper Flagg. Look, there's crazy expectations around him. People are drawing comparisons to Kawhi Leonard, to Jason Tatum, to a Franz Wagner. And there's maybe are unfair expectations to place upon a prospect. But he is as sure of a thing as there is in the past half decade outside of Victor Wembanyama. So projects as an elite defender off of the rip, super long player, and is only scratching the surface, in my opinion, of what he can do offensively as far as being a scorer, elite rebounder as well. Maybe he has to clean up some of his end-of-game scenario situations, but, man, this is a can't-miss prospect, and Dallas is very lucky to have him.
Yeah, interested to see how he fits in that starting lineup. Do they start Gafford or Derek Lively? AD is obviously their 4, and you have to imagine Cooper Flagg is going to play that wing position. I think he projects better as a kind of a 4 in the NBA, but he'll have to play the 3 early on in his career. It's going to be one of the best defensive front courts in the NBA. Whatever center Dallas throws out there alongside Flagg and AD, they're going to have a clear defensive identity early on in this season without Kyrie Irving as he recovers from that injury. Did just sign a 3-year extension yesterday, though, after opting out of his player option. Was the draft rigged for Dallas, though? I want to know that. Did they get a wink-wink from Adam Silver? Hey, trade Luka Doncic to the biggest market we have in the NBA. You know what we'll do for you? We'll give you Cooper Flagg. Was it an under-the-table deal?
Look, I don't want to speculate. I don't want to be that tinfoil hat guy, but it looks a little fishy. I mean, especially when you look at the entire top 3 of the entire draft. This is actually our poll question now, so you can go to the chat and decide for yourself whether or not this draft was rigged for Dallas. Look, as Adam Silver just announced the pick, Cooper Flagg. This is why you subscribe to the channel, because we brought you the news before Cooper Flagg. 3 minutes before Cooper Flagg even walked across the stage.
It could have been just a while ago.
And you talk about Kyrie Irving being out for such a long time in Dallas. I would not be surprised to see Cooper Flagg be an initiator for them, handling the ball a good bit. Yes, he can project as a really, really good 4 and is going to be a wing for most of his career, but a lot of the time during his days in Duke, he was handling the rock. He was the one kind of controlling the offense over there, so we will see if that's a role that he plays in his rookie year in Dallas.
Yeah, so after the official announcement, this puts the San Antonio Spurs on the clock with that number 2 overall pick. It is very likely that they go Dylan Harper from the Rutgers. I really like Dylan Harper. I kind of have him in the same tier almost as a prospect as Cooper Flagg, and I know I'll catch some heat from that, but I think he would be very much in the conversation prospect-wise as a Paolo Banchero, as an Anthony Edwards, who went number 1 in their respective drafts over the last 5 years. San Antonio's going to be a fascinating team because if Dylan Harper works out the way that I envision it, Smitty, they have too much guards. And
Yeah.
I know you can say that's not an actual issue. I think it is. And with De'Aaron Fox not under a long-term extension, an unrestricted free agent next offseason, if Harper hits, could they say, yeah, we traded a lot for Fox, but we'll actually trade you at the deadline to recoup some assets, build around Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, Devin Vassell, and Victor Wembanyama, and kind of keep that young core rolling?
From all the rumors, reports that have come out in the pre-draft process, it seems like the Spurs are confident that the Harper and Fox pairing will work in the backcourt. Look, there's only one basketball, and those guys dominate the heck out of it. So I'm not so sure that that's going to be a long-term play for them. The thing about Castle is, for me, he's so versatile. He can play that kind of Drew Holiday role that the Boston Celtics had him playing over these past couple of seasons. He can work in a lot of different ways. Played off of the ball in UConn as well. So he obviously can get his, but I think you can kind of plug and play him around the lineup wherever you want and still have the Dylan Harper and Fox at the 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a foregone conclusion they take him here. I know a lot of people said that that's not who they should go with. He doesn't fit the best there. To me, you just pick your best overall player and kind of let it go there, and without a question, he is the best player on the board. As we wait for that pick to potentially become official, look at the MVP of the night. Just continue to hammer away here. Gwendolyn plays a $20 super chat. Nikola Topic will be a loser if Thunder are unable to find a trade and draft another point guard tonight. I'll say this when it comes to Thunder. I would be stunned if they took a point guard. I feel like if they make the picks at 15 and 24, they'll go with a big man and a wing, if you will, or maybe a movement shooter, but not a true point guard like Nikola Topic.
Yeah, I think that the depth behind Isaiah Hartenstein is not very deep at this point. Especially when Chet is going to be a guy, especially offensively, who's running around the perimeter a whole heck of a lot. They don't really have that real backup center on their roster right now. Jalen Williams is just busy, laughing at Chet or whatever he does at the end of the bench. And they don't really have a guy who can go out there and play meaningful minutes behind Hartenstein, who can get into foul trouble, has had injuries in his past as well. So I could absolutely see them going big man depth.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Andrew with a $2 super chat. Is Flagg truly generational? I do. I think the word generational was thrown out a little too aggressively, and I'm probably a blame for that as well. I mean, that is just a word that gets thrown out there too much in the entire draft circle. But Cooper Flagg is a franchise chaser.
No doubt.
If you are drafted to a team and immediately are projected to be an all-NBA guy, an MVP caliber type of player, and change the trajectory of a franchise, I consider that generational. So yes, I do. I don't think Banchero was seen as that. I don't think Anthony Edwards was seen as that. The only players that I can consistently or absolutely say was labeled as generational over the last 5 to 7, let's just go last decade. I know Anthony Davis was not in the last decade. He was viewed as generational, and I think that would be correct. Zion was viewed as generational. I would say that Cooper Flagg was generational. Victor Wembanyama was generational.
Andrew Wiggins?
Was he viewed as generational?
It's kinda.
If that's the case, then that is a mistake on draft people because he has been nothing but that, or anything but that, I should say. But I would say, yeah, there's been 4 generational prospects in the last 12-plus years in my eyes. I would say Davis, Zion, which obviously hasn't really worked out to this point, and then obviously Wembanyama and Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
So that's how I answer that. But with Cooper Flagg off the board, I have Dylan Harper as my top prospect without a question. I think it's going to be quite official here in 1 second. Pick is allegedly in. So we'll see there.
Yeah, in all likelihood, they were clapping up in the Spurs draft war room right there. So it feels like to me, oh my goodness, look at what number he's wearing. Is that
32?
real?
That's his high school number.
Okay.
What do you wear? Am I
two at Duke.
Wow, I guess am I crazy visual? I couldn't figure that out.
Yeah.
That checks out though because 2 goes to Kyrie, so 32 back to the high school. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think that makes sense. Pick is in for San Antonio. We'll reveal that once we get the information here. I tell you what, I don't know if people were scared off a little bit here, but I don't see a lot of leaks coming out here early on.
No, it seems like they're playing it by the book this year. And yeah, I guess there's no external reporters that aren't affiliated with ESPN or the draft production throwing out any leaks this year either.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. Gavoni announced the Cooper Flagg one, but after it was basically said on air, we'll see there. We did get a couple super chats, I believe, Jack. We at least got one on Heat. We also crossed $200 super chats on our main chat sports channel, and every $100 in super chats over there is a beer bong. Smitty!
Is that me?
Yeah.
Son of a gun. I do.
Smitty's
I'm a fraud.
this guy's a joke.
First timer, all right? I'm a rookie.
He's a rookie. Sam's going to get him a here's the pick from Silver. We don't know, so I assume it's going to be Dylan Harper. Let's find out.
Dylan Harper.
The pick is in. It's Dylan Harper.
Let's go.
Shout out to Anointed on the Heat Report with a $10 super chat. I think we could trade KD and trade Bam for Giannis, pick 3. Do we think you can still get Giannis? No, that's not going to happen.
Nope.
Sorry to really briefly go over that, Anointed, but that is not going to happen. Giannis is staying put in Milwaukee. Sorry for that. All right, pick is in for San Antonio. Number 2, they go Dylan Harper, the guard from Rutgers. 4. I think this is a good pick. I mean, we talked about it a little bit just a second ago here when it comes to Dylan Harper. Just a crafty ball handler. He's not the most athletic, but he knows how to get to his spots at the mid-range, at the rim. He shot 70% on close twos. That's elite. It's a great number for a guard of his caliber. He has a 41.9% free throw rate as well, so he's able to draw a lot of fouls. The one knock that I have on him is that athleticism, question mark, and he's also not the best shooter off the dribble, under 30% on dribble jumpers and 2 range and from beyond the arc. But this is a guy that can play and dominate the ball. A pick and roll between him and Victor Wembanyama could feed families in San Antonio. And it questions what the future of De'Aaron Fox is, of Stephon Castle is, but I believe this is the right move by San Antonio. You take the best player available. Dylan Harper, I have him as a tier, as a first round or first overall pick. Would have been very worthy of it a year ago, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago. Harper, great pick for San Antonio.
One of the best downhill attackers in the entire draft class. This guy is going to translate to the NBA immediately. The jump shot from the outside, especially off of the bounce, isn't all the way there right yet, but that is something that is going to develop as his game ages. And I think this is a can't miss prospect for San Antonio. You pair him up with Victor Wembanyama. I know Wemby's not the biggest pick and roll kind of merchant in a way, but they're going to play a great 2-man game over there. And now San Antonio's got basically 2 franchise cornerstones locked up for the next decade plus.
Yeah, I mean, San Antonio's building something special, and they still have the 14th pick in this draft, by the way, where they could really get another good player.
I expect them to go instant contributor with that selection.
Yeah,
too.
I don't hate that. They could go with a athletic wing that is already established. Maybe a Rasheer Fleming, B. Clifford, Cedric Howard, certainly
I kind of
top
like
of
the
that
Rasheer
option.
Fleming. I like the Fleming fit there.
Yeah, Fleming wouldn't be a bad pick. I'm really high on Fleming there. I have him as a lottery pick on my board. All right, so the Sixers are officially on the clock. You could argue the draft starts here. I think they take VJ Edgecombe, but it's not confirmed by any stretch of the imagination. This is where the fun begins. $2 super chat as well, though, from Zachary. Where do you think Janai Broome will be drafted? He will be a second-round pick. See if it's early second round, maybe mid-second round, but he'll likely be taken tomorrow night. We'll see where that ultimately is, though. Super chat menu. We've cycled through some of them today. We're hitting them good. Remember, every 100 likes, we do a Being Boozled. $5 gets you a raffle ticket. Raffle for tonight is an NBA draft hat of your choice. $10 super chat will give you 3 entries for that draft hat. Also, we'll talk about your favorite team if you put it in your hat. And then also, $20 super chat gets you a shot. I'll take a shot. Smitty will take a shot. 6 entries. And then every $100 is a beer bong or a shotgun, which is why Smitty
I'm up.
has a beer bong because we crossed $200 in super chat. So you didn't bring anything.
No, not really.
You're on the hot seat. This guy's unbelievable.
I was empty-handed coming in here.
This guy is unbelievable. You just can't take Smitty anywhere, man. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
It's chaos every time. But cheers to Gwendolyn Plays. Cheers to everybody who has contributed to the show tonight. You guys are legends, and appreciate everybody tuning into our draft coverage. Cheers.
And let's make a goal for ourselves here. I'll make a new one. If we get to 412K subscribers before the pick for the Sixers are announced, I'm going to do a beer bong. We're 140 or 62 subscribers away. Hit that sub button for daily content in the sports world, around the NBA, around the NFL. Hit that sub button right now. 2 minutes until the Sixers pick has to be in. Can we get to 412K subscribers? Smitty, have you got any super chats, by the way, on Celtics?
I hadn't yet last time I checked, but my computer is taking the crap right now because I have lots of tabs open.
What do you mean taking the crap?
It's frozen.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I don't think I have.
No super chats on Celtics. Heat.
Yeah, what's the lead right now?
58-0.
Dude.
Which is, you can overcome that, but we're up 58-0 on the Heat Report over the Celtics chat. I love that for us. Continue. Hit that sub button. Listen, we're trying to get to 412K subscribers. If you are subscribed in the chat, spam me. We're in sub-only mode. Let's get there.
Are you subbed? Let us know as I get my computer booted back up.
If you are subscribed, spam those me's. Wasim Khan, Clara, Henry, Dibble, Nolu, NBA, Gaming, RX, Daryl, Timmy, Misty, Florida. Mr. DJ's in the building. Mr. DJ.
DJ.
Get over to the Heat channel, Mr. DJ. What are we doing? I mean, I don't hate you guys for tuning in over there, but if you're a Heat fan, you got to go to the Heat Report by Chat Sports. We're live over there too right now.
Same thing with Celtics Today as well. If you're a Celtics fan hanging out with us on the main Chat Sports channel, we are live on Celtics Today by Chat Sports as well, so tune in over there if you're rocking with the C's.
Shout out to Jake, Big Floppa, Michael, IDEK, Jake, Mike, Nolu, Steven, Kane Angel, Apachito, Yami, Armando, Daryl, Jeremiah, T-Dub. Come on, hit that sub button. We're 117 away. Can we get there before the pick is announced for Philly? If we do, I'm doing a beer bong. I don't think I'm offering that again, to be honest.
I wonder, is there a chance that there is a trade here?
I will say it's taking quite a while to get here. The pick is in for Philly.
They are lasering in the camera on VJ Edgecombe right now.
Do they know? It is the person I would take if I'm Philly. Let's see what they do.
I think it's a good fit there.
I do. The Sixers, after a down year,
To say the least.
looking to springboard themselves back up into competition for the Eastern Conference.
The reports have come out that the Sixers are looking to run back this trio and try to compete for a championship with Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey here. It would be a real boost to their lineup if they're able to get, somebody like a VJ Edgecombe who is kind of like the athlete that they're really lacking in their lineup right now. Look, I don't know how many games all those guys are going to play, but they're going to need some youth injected into the roster sooner rather than later.
And we officially start having Mr. Jake Fisher leaking picks. Will he be right this year? Yes or no?
Are you going to say it or no?
I'm not going to say it because after last year, he needs to have a better track record before I start trusting him.
Disaster.
He is a double confirmation.
Double confirmation. And it is in from Shams. The pick for the 76ers is the one that was anticipated, the one that I would have done if I was the GM of the Philadelphia 76ers. It is VJ Edgecombe, the guard from Baylor. I love this pick for Philly. I've been screaming it since they got the third pick in the NBA lottery reveal that Edgecombe should have been the selection. 6'4" without shoes, 6'7.5" wingspan, averaged 16.5 points per game, and shot 39.1% from three in Big 12 play. Big 12 Rookie of the Year, 38.5 max vertical. Great in transition, shot 64.4% at the rim, 1.14 points per possession. Good defensive point of attack guy as well, 3.8 steal percentage. Just slots in really well. I know there's going to be a lot of jokes about Paul George, but if you're keeping those guys there once again, you have PG at the 3, you have Maxey at the 1, you put Edgecombe at the 2, bring Jared McCain off the bench, and now you have a pretty solid guard rotation there. I think Edgecombe just made a lot of sense. A lot of question marks about his finishing at the rim, but he said he views himself as a secondary creator, as someone who could handle the rock. We'll see if he has that role in Philly, but I think this is a really good pick for Daryl Morey and company.
Yeah, this is an above-the-rim player, man. He can absolutely jump out of the gym, and there's concerns about the outside shot, even though he did shoot it pretty efficiently, not on crazy volume, but this is a guy who is going to plug right into that, I think, 2 spot in Philly. Now you're looking at a lineup now of Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Paul George. Do they bring back a guy like Gershon Yabusele and then run Embiid at the 5? Like, there's a lot of question marks around the 76ers, but it feels like that they got a guy that they can kind of rely on for years to come here in Edgecombe. I'm excited for this fit. It's going to be a lot of fun in Philly.
Yeah, so this now brings us to the 4th overall pick with the Charlotte Hornets on the clock, and this is where the draft really starts. Like, I know we said it was the Sixers at 3, but I pretty much knew it was going to be VJ Edgecombe. Most people did. Charlotte, a lot of people have been mocking Con Kneppel recently, but that is no guarantee.
Absolutely not.
Grade the pick of VJ Edgecombe, though, A, B, C, D, or F. But with the Hornets on the clock now, the top players on my board, and it went 1, 2, 3 on my board for the first 3 picks. My top player is Trey Johnson. I do think you can argue that Con Kneppel, the 7th overall player on my board, now the 4th best player available, is the best fit for Charlotte. But I wouldn't hate if they went Trey. You could say it's a little repetitive with how he plays compared to Brandon Miller. But this is a fascinating decision by Charlotte. We have also heard that if Edgecombe was off the board because that was the top guy for this Hornets front office, they could maybe look to try to trade down. Could a team maybe try to strike a trade to move up and take Ace Bailey? Teams like Washington, New Orleans, Brooklyn really like Bailey. Could they move up? We'll see.
Yeah, this is the first real, like, okay, there could be chaos here. Like, there was speculation over Philly and potentially trading that pick, but they ended up sticking and picking there, and now real chaos could be on the horizon.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what ultimately happens here. These are my best players available. I do anticipate them going with a guard/wing. I do not think they draft a center at this spot. It wouldn't be the worst pick in the world, especially if they continue to try to ship out Mark Williams. Like, if they went Malawach, I would be stunned, but I don't think it's a bad pick by any mean. We'll see what Charlotte does as they continue to try to build around LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller, at least to this point. Appreciate the 300 people watching on our Heat Report stream. Appreciate the 4,700 people watching our Chat Sports stream.
And the 180 people watching on Celtics
And the 180 people watching on Celtics
We did get our first Super Chat over there as well.
There we go. We'll get that on screen eventually. Also, I'll just recommend hitting that thumbs up icon on whatever stream you're watching. We have 1,100 likes on our Chat Sports stream. We're trying to get to 2,000 likes today. Please hit that thumbs up icon as we're live here for free for the entire first round. We'll be live again tomorrow as well for the second round.
Yep.
On the Heat Chat, hit that thumbs up icon. Same thing for Celtics. Let's get those numbers up here to help us continue to push our stream out to more NBA fans of our specific team.
Shout out to iCrayon for Super Chat over on Celtics today. And on Celtics today as well, we are only 5 likes away from 100. So we be crossing that 50% threshold. So shout out to you guys for hitting that thumbs up icon. Shout out to iCrayon for opening the floodgates of the Super Chats over there, as we are down in a Super Chat battle to the Heat Report. Currently 58-1?
58-1.
58-1, so we're 57 away. If somebody sends in a splash of a 50 over on Celtics today, I'll take down a beer shotgun right here on the stream.
Look at that.
Yep. I'm bringing out the big guns, no pun intended.
And I want it clear for our Chat Sports people, that is just on Celtics.
Yes.
So if you send a 50 on our Chat Sports stream, that is not a beer. It would get us over 300, which would actually make me do a beer bong.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So I guess we could get there too if we got a 50 on
Absolutely.
A 50 on Celtics, a 50 on Chat Sports would equal a beer bong race. It takes a lot of thing going on. A couple super chats to get to on our Chat Sports stream though. Nolu says Malawach to the Pelicans, please. That is certainly an option with that 7th overall pick. Alex DeLuna with a 2. How high will Con Kneppel go? I think this is as high as he can go. I don't think he was ever going 3 to Philly. I think there's a real chance where the Hornets ultimately take Kneppel here to complement LaMelo and Brandon Miller. So we'll see if that is the pick. 20 from Gwendolyn.
Oh!
Shout out to Gwendolyn. MVP without a question.
Gwendolyn
loves Nikola Topic.
Loves Nikola Topic.
And Gwendolyn, that's fine by me. I had Nikola Topic as my number 2 player on my big board in last year's draft. Couldn't believe he fell to 12 to OKC a year ago.
Yeah.
Says if he got traded and became full Aaron Rodgers Jets debut highlights.
Well, he never actually stepped on the floor
For OKC, so I don't know if I could get behind that comp, Gwendolyn, but I appreciate that. I think, is this you shot time? I think it is.
It is me shot time,
For that
I believe.
20.
Yes, because
Yeah.
I think you just did one last.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we cheersed it. Yeah.
We cheersed it because I forgot why you did it, but I know I did it for a 20.
Yes.
Either way, $20 super chat from Gwendolyn. Appreciate you. Still waiting. Pick is in for Charlotte.
Pick is
yet
in for
to be
Charlotte.
leaked by anybody that I've seen.
Could mean trade. You never know.
I don't think it's going to be trade.
Cheers to Gwendolyn before we talk about the Hornets here.
I mean, we just gave a deep dive on Charlotte. I like what they're building. I know Smitty's not that in on the Hornets long term. I will disagree. I'm also a Brandon Miller guy.
You are. I look. I'm a Brandon Miller guy too. I think he's a great player. I just think the surrounding pieces and the overall culture in Charlotte just is not great.
Yeah, and I get that point, but I think Brandon Miller's just got such good potential. I'll make the bold prediction right now. Brandon Miller, 3rd-year All-Star.
Okay. I mean, look, in a depleted Eastern Conference, I think it's certainly in the cards. I mean, I think he's got to take that leap to a 20, 22, 23 point per game scorer this year.
I think it's certainly possible, and if this pick that Charlotte ultimately makes ends up hitting and being a good complementary piece,
Yeah.
like you're not talking about if LaMelo can finally stay healthy. I know it's a big if based off the last 4 seasons, but like if he does stay healthy, Brandon Miller stays healthy, and this 4th pick is a good one, they could really start to make noise in a weak Eastern Conference. I wouldn't pencil them out of a chance to be a play-in team next season.
Sure.
So it'll be interesting.
Absolutely. I want to see a full, complete season. I want to see LaMelo Ball play basketball, man. If anything, he is an entertaining player. So I want to see him play a full season again. Like Groli alluded to it before. I actually didn't even know this. He's played less than in the last 4 years. Played less games than Zion.
Zion Williamson.
That's a pretty that's a stamp you really don't want on your resume. It's really
pick is in for the Hornets.
It is horrible as a pick is in for the Hornets.
It's on Twitterverse.
Oh boy.
Um,
I'm gonna start looking at Twitterverse because I feel like I'm being gatekept right now.
Quick $5 super chat. I think this is on Celtics, right, Smitty?
Yes, this is on Celtics. Shout out to No Santana. What's going on, my man? I like the video, even though I miss Salami, Allie Barefoot. That is the homie. Shout out to her for all the good work that she did here. And it says, Smitty, you're dope for sure. Appreciate y'all. Question for my Lakers: what center will we end up with? Okay, so the Lakers are obviously going to be in the market for a center. There's some names out there in the free agent market, like a Brook Lopez, like a Clint Capella.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll
We'll
do that later.
return to this question.
Yeah.
The 4th pick is in. It's Con Kneppel,
Oh,
the guard /
son
wing
of a
from
gun.
Duke. Smitty's not upset because he didn't want Kneppel to go to Charlotte. I think it's the best fit for him. And I really think it's the best fit for the Hornets, too. You could have argued Trey Johnson, who I have higher on my board, but Con Kneppel just simply knows how to get the job done. You can argue him, Trey Johnson, and Kobe Bryant as the best shooters in the draft. Ready for this stat, folks? If you look at these stats, usage rating above 20, offensive rating above 130,
Yep.
true shooting percentage above 60, and a 3-point field goal percentage of over 40%, Mikal Bridges, Corey Kispert, Lauri Markkanen, Con Kneppel, that is going back the last 15 years at the college level. So that is rare air. That just shows the type of shooter and player he can be. The Hornets were dead last in effective field goal percentage last season. They desperately needed perimeter shooting around LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller. They get it in Kneppel, slides right into that starting 2-guard spot, is a better defender than I think people realize.
Yeah.
And with him being such a good shooter, will just be the perfect complementary piece. Love this. I think he is going to make and raise the floor of that Charlotte Hornets team.
I absolutely think he raises the floor and honestly brings a little bit of stability to the franchise. Like, this is a guy who's going to play the right way. He's going to be out there day in and day out, and he's always going to make the right decision with the basketball. You talk about him being a complementary piece. You know, when Cooper Flagg went down right before the ACC tournament, Con was thrusted into that number 1 option role for Duke, and we all know what happened. Duke ended up winning the ACC tournament.
In a very bad conference, I just want to
very bad conference. I get it, but Con took over. He was averaging like 20 points a game over that 4-game stretch or whatever it was, and he looked like he could be a go-to option. Not saying he's going to be a number 1 option in the NBA, but I think this is a guy who can go get his on any given night. Great movement shooter. They can get finished around the rim as well off of 2 feet. He's just got great fundamentals to his game, and I think he's going to slot right in as a plug-and-play player, basically anywhere, but now it's Charlotte.
And we talk about his shooting, Smitty. Ready
Yeah.
for this? 86th percentile of 3-pointers made, 93rd percentile of true shooting percentage, 63 effective field goal percentage on catch and shoot, 93rd percentile,
Yep.
1.38 points per possession on spot ups, 96th percentile. How about those facts?
He's legitimately filthy. It's such a repeatable shot stroke for him too. Like
So quick. and
It's
easy.
awesome. It's a really quick release. He can get it up over anybody. And this is a player who many people I think are not familiar with how big he is actually. Like, he's a true 6'7". Like, he's a little bit filled out at this point too. Like, he's gonna be able to play right away in this league and bang with the best of them.
Yeah, I like that pick for Charlotte. This is the first 4 picks. We thought the draft started with the Hornets at 4. I will be honest, there's a lot of buzz about them taking Kneppel heading into the draft. That happened. So no shocks here. I did my final mock draft that went out on our Chat Sports channel today, this morning. That's why you subscribe to the channel, by the way. And I don't want to brag because it was pretty predictable.
You're perfect.
Perfect 4 for 4.
Okay. Then one silver lining about Kneppel to the Hornets: kid staying local.
Yeah,
Kid
that is
staying
cool for
local.
him.
And if you didn't know this, Con Kneppel has a slew. There they are. they're the Kneppel brothers.
They all look the same. By the way.
They are all going to Duke as well.
Yeah, I had my mock draft. I had the Jazz who are on the clock taking Jeremiah Fears. We'll see if that ultimately comes to fruition. Super chat again.
Are we putting this up? Are you sure? Yeah, I didn't think we were. All right.
That super chat that came up is not gonna.
And that's why you bring Smitty along, because he's catching shit like that.
Oh, but he's not smart enough to bring in a shot glass or a beer bong or any actual beers for him, even though we said we were doing this. All right, just to name a few. All right, we're all caught up on supers. Oh, we're not. Sorry. Bill with a 5.
What up, Billy?
Who do you think Miami? You know, I don't think this is on the Heat Report by Chat Sports, Bill, and that hurts me. Bill, go. I want on the record that I should have $10 more on my Heat Report. Anyway, Bill, go join the Heat Report by Chat Sports if you haven't already. We're live over there. Who do you think Miami will blow their pick on and then miss the playoffs in injury-riddled East? If they do that, it's probably because they took Walter Clayton Jr. or Liam McNeely. If they listened to me and took like a Rasheer Fleming, a Nick Clifford, a Cedric Coward, and Nolan Traore, I bet we'd be in the playoffs next year.
Okay, all right. We'll see what they end up doing. I think the Heat are going to take an experienced player over a project.
That's what was reported, and that is why I think it is very likely that they go with, unfortunately, a Clayton, Fleming, Clifford, or Cedric Coward. Maybe even though he's a true freshman, Jace Richardson plays way beyond his years.
Is a product.
Being an option.
Yep.
So we'll see there.
Absolutely. We are also offering a couple of deals here on the show with the link that's in the comment section and description of today's stream as well. You can get hooked up with the 2025 draft hats. BJ Edgecombe just wore that one. Cooper Flagg wore this one, and Con Kneppel wore these Charlotte Hornets one. They also don't say NBA draft anywhere. So this is a 365-day-a-year hat. I think they're all really, really fresh with the script and all that good stuff. So you can get yours today at the link that you see at the bottom of your screen right now. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. That link will be in the comment section and description of today's stream as well. Go get yourself some fresh NBA draft hats that are kind of universal.
Pick is in for the Jazz here at 5. Oh, man. My team needs, and I said this earlier when talking about Utah, you just got to figure out the pieces around Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler. If you keep those two as your front court duo, it's going to be very intriguing to see what they do here. I would go with Fears. I think Trey Johnson is a good option. We know there is maybe some interest in Ace Bailey. It's going to be such an interesting pick here.
Why does my dad just want to rage bait me? Bro just texted me saying, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think Kneppel has a big career. What are we doing?
My big board here, I would go Fears or Trey Johnson. This is the first one where I really don't know what's going to happen. And I love it. Now the draft has started.
Yeah.
When we officially get to the point where, like, I really don't know what they're going to do, that's when we start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I no longer will say that. I guarantee the draft starts now will not be set anymore.
Yes. This is the last time the draft starts.
Yeah. Well, like, I did say it starts at 4, but the tea leaves were being read as Kneppel, and that's to happen. The pick is in for the Utah Jazz. At number 5, they go Ace Bailey.
I knew it!
I said it in the pre-draft portion. This would be a pick. If they made it, I would be stunned. Bailey off the board, my 12th overall guy.
I mean, this is look. I said it previously as well. Danny Ainge not afraid to take a player who isn't exactly keen on landing in his destination. So Ace Bailey now lands in Utah, and honestly, I was very confused as to why he decided to decline a workout with the Jazz, because I think he could play his CTE brand of basketball all day in Utah. He's going to have a lot of opportunity to get up a lot of shots, and then who knows? I mean, they do run a pretty tight run ship over there. You know, they got Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge in the front office, Will Hardy, the head coach. So maybe they can make Ace Bailey into a little bit more of a professional at this next level. The traits are there. Like, this guy could be the most talented player in this draft when it's all said and done. Put up crazy offensive numbers at Rutgers last year. Is he a willing defender? At this point, no. Is he an efficient jump shooter? At this point, no. Is his shot IQ bad? Yes. So, like, there is a lot of things to work on with Ace Bailey, but as a raw prospect, he projects as good as any in this class.
Yeah, we'll see how it ultimately goes. I just tweeted out, Utah's going to Utah. It's a bad pick. I don't think he's a good player. Like, they already have an Ace Bailey type of guy. I know it's crazy to say this. Keontae George plays the same exact way.
Yeah.
A lot of on-ball, bad shot selection.
Never seen a shot they didn't like.
And ready for this stat on Bailey, by the way. For someone who had such a high usage rate, 41.5% of his shots came in the mid-range.
Yep.
Only 24.9% of it came in the paint-restricted area, so he does not get to the rim. And he had a 24.3% free throw rate. he just takes too many step back, contested mid-range shots for my liking. And maybe Utah can convince themselves that they can develop him in the right way and change that. We'll ultimately see. Jonathan Gavoni of Draft Express, by the way, saying Utah is going to keep the 5th overall pick in Ace Bailey. It will not be part of a trade. So Ace Bailey is a Utah Jazz. I don't like the pick.
He is like an anomaly when it comes to his statistical profile. Like elite length, like can get to his spot whenever, literally anywhere on the floor except for the paint. So like it really is a very intriguing prospect. The biggest boomer bust in this draft. There's no doubt about it. So Ace Bailey, like welcome to Utah. I think he's going to get a lot of looks out there, and he'll warm up to the idea of playing for the Jazz.
Yeah, we'll see. This now brings Washington on the clock, a very fascinating team. I tweeted this out yesterday when they traded C.J. McCollum, or for C.J. McCollum, they traded Jordan Poole. You know what I tweeted out? Jeremiah Fears. You are a wizard.
You are a wizard.
Let's see if that ultimately comes to fruition here. Fears, my number 2 player available. Trey Johnson, number 1.
They got a weird thing going on in Washington right now.
Not weird. I love it. I tell you what, if they take Jeremiah Fears, I will pick them to be, ready for this? Play in next year.
Play in for the Wizards. So when I say weird, I'm like, they're bringing in all these veterans. And they trade
Love it,
for
need vets.
I know they need vets, especially when it's just been total disarray in Washington over the past decade. So like they need the guys. Like I didn't realize they still had Malcolm Brogdon on the team last night, and they have C.J. McCollum, they have Marcus Smart, who I'm assuming that they might try to move off of. Chris Middleton, who's I don't know if his knees work still, but he's on there. Kelly Olynyk's on the Wizards now. Like there are a lot of veteran talents out there, and that could be huge for a very young prospect that is about to be selected here by Washington.
Yeah, I mean you got Bub Carrington, Alex Sarr, Bilal Coulibaly.
You're
you just got a lot of young guys. I love Bub.
Yeah,
Carrington.
Keyshawn George.
Keyshawn George, very good, very good. All right, who's the best player available? Technically, on my big board, I think it's Trey Johnson, but I think the best fit for the Wizards is actually Jeremiah Fears, because I think Carrington actually might be a little bit better as an off-ball guard, honestly, at that 2 spot.
Yeah.
So I think Trey Johnson is the best player available, but I do think the best fit for Washington is Jeremiah Fears. So let me know who your best player available is. I see Bill saying Jeremiah Fears.
I could be talked into either one.
Oh, either one works for me. And I will be honest, if you take Trey Johnson, having him learn under McCollum and Chris Middleton,
that's a good spot
would
for him,
be really good for his long-term development.
Yeah.
So I could see them going either way here. I think they should go with one of those two. If they went Malawatch, I wouldn't be that stunned because Sarr is more of a 4 than a 5.
Yes.
But I do think at this point, and them having pick 18, they could take a center like Asa Newell there.
Or maybe Sorber falls.
Where I think they should go with one of the top 2 guards here.
The guards that they have out there and playing that vet role, like they're not going to last very long. They need a lead guard in Washington. So I think they can kind of do no wrong here, whether they pick Fears or Trey Johnson.
Yeah, I don't even think if they took Malawatch, it would be a bad pick, like I just mentioned. So one of those 3, I think, is where they have to go. I see Trey Johnson. I see Carter Bryant, best player available.
I was thinking about that a little bit. I like
if
Carter
you're a Carter Bryant guy, it'd be a solid landing spot for him. There's no doubt about that.
I agree.
Jeremiah Fears from Buck 20. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see what Washington does here, man.
Like they're an intriguing team. Like they kind of get rid of the Jordan Poole business, and like that's the business that really nobody should want to be in right now.
Got off Poole's contract. That's a big win for them. Yep. Under a minute until their pick has to be in. It has not been announced on the broadcast as in. So fascinating there.
There are some there's some intriguing pieces like off the bench that you don't really think about for the Wizards either, like Corey Kispert. Like that's just a player. Like he can play ball in this league. So they absolutely have the complementary pieces. They just need those, get over the hump pieces.
Yeah, and I'll be fascinated to see where they ultimately go. 47 subs away from 412. Let's get there right now.
Oh boy.
Hit that sub button for daily content, live for the big events. Listen, gotta get to 412K. I said I would do a beer bong earlier. I'm not going to do that because we're 47 away. I will take a shot if we get there.
All right, picks in for the Wiz.
Let's get to 412K. I'll take a shot as soon as we cross that number. All right, pick is in for the Wizards. Where do they go? Smitty, prediction.
I'm saying Trey Johnson.
And I'm predicting Fears. So
okay,
we'll see who's
love
right.
that. Love that.
I think in my mock draft, I actually predicted in the mock draft, I think I had it being Trey Johnson.
And by the way, my prediction's a total just like crapshoot. I haven't seen any. I haven't read into any pre-draft process Wizards reports.
Yeah, I had Fears going to Oklahoma in my mock. No. Yeah, in my final mock, I had Fears going to Utah at 5, Trey here at 6, and then I had Ace Bailey at 7 to the Pelicans.
Yeah.
So obviously Bailey's off the board. redoing it all, I'll go Jeremiah Fears for the Wizards at 6. But hey, if they take Trey, I just get another check in the column of my mock draft, so I can't complain.
37 subs away from 412K. Can we get there right here, right now?
Let's get there, folks. Hit that sub button, man. Hit that sub button.
Let's go.
We're going down. I don't like this.
I
Man.
know.
I don't like this. The people don't want it. The people don't want it.
How bad do you want 412K?
I want him bad. So we hit a standstill in our commercial break here. The pick is in, but we're commercial. Ridiculous. That's why you subscribe, by the way.
Commercial free.
We don't go to commercial.
Nope.
So hit that sub button for the best live coverage of the NBA draft.
Let's see. What's Fisher saying right now?
I don't see anything in the live shows tab, so we're going to continue to wait. I see different names in the building of our live chat. Let's see what happens here. Listen, people in the live chat may try to spew nonsense. We do not have the pick in yet, and they don't know the pick either. So we will announce the pick when it ultimately comes in. Here is Adam Silver. We're going to find out live.
Let's do it.
Trey Johnson, the guard from Texas.
Let's start doing this. Let's keep it tally.
What?
Whenever we have differing predictions for who these teams select.
Okay, now
Smitty up 1-0.
Now, to pull a move from you yesterday when the Celtics talk, I'm technically right though because I had this in my mock draft.
Okay, but
So how about that?
But when push came to shove on arrival, you picked Fears.
Yeah. Anyway, Trey Johnson off the board here. He goes to the Wizards at 6. I can't complain with this pick if I'm really going to be honest. They're committing to Bub Carrington as their point guard of the future. This was my 4th overall player on my board. I really like Trey Johnson a lot. Ready for this stat? We said it earlier. I'll say it again. One of 4 freshmen to have 19 points per game, make 83s, shoot 38% or better from 3, have a offensive rating of 112 or better. The 4 freshmen to do that. Jamal Murray, pretty good. Malik Monk, pretty good.
Yep.
D'Angelo Russell, pretty solid in the start of his career. Then Trey Johnson. He's in the argument for best shooter in this draft, whether it is him, Kobe Brea, Con Kneppel. He's up there. I compared him, ready for my comp for Trey Johnson, Smitty?
Go for it.
Bigger CJ McCollum.
And where does he
Who
land?
did the Wizards just trade for yesterday?
CJ
McCollum. I like this fit now for Washington. After that deal, Trey Johnson can come off the bench. They start CJ and learn. He's going to be a good shooter right off the bat. Doesn't drive the ball very well. Only a 26.5% free throw rate. Better playmaker than I think he gets credit for. 16.5% assist rate. Does have to improve his frame and defense a little bit, but he is a sniper and will be an offensive playmaker for them right away.
Absolutely. And look, I'll say this about Trey Johnson. Like, he's never seen a shot that he doesn't like, but he also hits them at a very efficient rate. This is a difficult shot taker, difficult shot maker at Texas, and he projects to be an elite scorer in this league because he can kind of do it from a lot of different areas, mainly around the perimeter. We'll see how he progresses his attacking the rim game, but overall, Washington needed more scoring outbursts. They kind of have the defensive foundation there with Koulibaly, Alex Sarr. So they need another guy who could go out there and fill up the stat sheet in the scoring category, and Trey Johnson does just that.
Trey Johnson, this is a cool stat, is the 5th highest player drafted from Texas. LaMarcus Aldridge, KD both went 2. Tristan Thompson went 4. LaSalle Thompson went 5 in 1982. And then he now ties Mo Bamba for 5th highest Texas player to be drafted at that 6th overall spot.
By the way, did you see the Seth Greenberg clip about Mo Bamba that came out when they were talking draft?
No.
Think combination between Joel Embiid and Anthony Davis. I swear to God, that was on a draft broadcast back in 2016.
Coming out of Texas, I was a big Mo Bamba guy.
Oh, he was everybody's favorite. He was a shot blocker. He was going to project as a solid stretch big as well. Like, he was an elite a prospect, but has not been an elite NBA player.
This now puts the New Orleans Pelicans at the clock on number 7 here.
And Tom Sports.
I'm fascinated by what they do. We'll talk about them more here in a second. Cycle through Super Chats. Shout out to you, Tom Sports. Listen, I was lower on Ace Bailey. We'll see if I'm proven right or wrong. Alex DeLuna with a 2.
Let's go.
Let's go. Con Knappel got drafted at 4. I love that fit for both sides, despite what Smitty has to say. Paul with a 2. Who's best team in the East and why is the Magic? Well, you have to give it to the Knicks. probably just based off what they did the past couple of years, and they're the most healthy going into next season.
Yep.
But I do think the Magic are definitely top 3 or 4 in the Eastern Conference.
No doubt.
Gwendolyn again
GP.
with a 20.
Cook
I mean,
it.
look at this
Cook it.
Nikola Topic hype.
I love it.
We've talked more about Nikola Topic than any player in this draft today, which, by the way, I don't have a problem with.
Topic has the path of comps from, what was this? Jets?
Jets, Christian Hackenberg.
Oh, jeez. Or the best, but Jordan Travis at the worst.
Gwendolyn, we appreciate you, but
Interesting.
you're all over the place with these Jets Nikola Topic comparisons.
I think Gwendolyn Place might be the first person to ever make these comparisons. And
Without a question, by the way. There's no
testament to you.
wondering about that.
Testament to you.
Zachary Farmer with the 5. If Tahad Pettiford entered the draft, where do you think he would have ended up? Mid-20s. I think where Walter Clayton's going to get drafted, I think that's where Pettiford would have been drafted. I was a big fan of Pettiford. Great shot maker, tough shot taker as well. Big fan of Tahad Pettiford. I think he will be a lottery pick next season after a lead year of that Auburn Tigers team for Bruce Pearl. Harry with saying Lakers. Don't have a pick in the first round.
Yeah, we'll see. We are running a little bit of a competition raffle here on the show today. Gwendolyn Plays is making her claim as a real estate owner in this raffle. Every $5 super chat that you guys send in, you will get an entry into win the NBA draft hat of your choice. Whatever team you rock, we will get you the hat of your choice if you end up winning the raffle. If you send in a $10 super chat, that means 3 entries are coming your way. And if you send in a 20, like you've seen Gwendolyn do, that's 6 entries into the raffle. The winner gets an NBA draft hat, and we also have a new feature here in YouTube live streams called Top Fans, where we will give 5 free entries away to whoever ends up in first place right now. That is Marble Sky.
What'd you say? Who's in the chat?
I don't think it's very super chat related.
No, I think it's who's in the chat the most, who's commenting, and stuff like that.
That's dope. That's dope. So if you guys want to win an NBA draft hat of your choice, because they are a little bit expensive over there on the shop, so you can get one for the low today if you send in a $5 super chat.
All right, pick is in for the Pelicans at number 7. I do think they go Fears here. We'll see, but
They don't really have a
another
point guard,
option
right?
would be Malawach. They've been rumored to want to add another center. They drafted Yves Missi last year. The pick is in, and it's being reported on Twitter, according to Michael Scotto.
Ooh, Scotto, hoops hype.
Scotto's been on it today so far.
Scotto's had a good offseason.
Good offseason for Scotto. And the pick, if it is confirmed, is not a surprising one.
Not a surprising one. Do the Pelicans, I mean, they don't really have a guy in this position on the roster right now.
They still have DeJounte Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Returning from an Achilles injury, will miss the start of this upcoming season because he got hurt on January 1st, I believe.
Do you think he's more of a 1 or a 2?
So he played the 1 in San Antonio. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Then gets traded to Atlanta, plays the 2.
He was not that great.
Kind of not that good.
Yeah.
Then gets traded to the Pelicans, and before he got hurt was playing like the 2 and was not that great there either. So I think his role is the 1, but he won't be playing the 1 if he's playing next to Jeremiah Fears, who the Pelicans just picked. This is a great pick.
Yep.
My 5th overall player on my board. I think a lot of people would have said if Fears was available at 7, it would be a no-brainer by New Orleans, and I think that's the case here. I have him as a top 5 player in this draft. He had a 36.5 max vertical, 17 points per game as a true freshman, one of the youngest players in this draft. He reclassified. Ready for these stats?
Go
Smitty.
for it.
For a true freshman guard that played in a Power 5, usage rate above 30, true shooting percentage above 55, and a assist percentage above 28. No, it's a lot, but ready for this. Jeremiah Fears, Trey Young, Markelle Fultz, Isaiah Collier.
Isaiah Collier had a good rookie season, too.
That is good company to keep yourselves in.
Not
he
bad.
also led all D1 freshmen in points created per game, 31.7. He was a complete offensive engine for the Oklahoma Sooners last season.
Oh, he carried them to a 9 seed.
Carried them to the tournament, had a good SEC tournament, good game against UConn, wicked first stat, shot 52.8% at the rim, so not the best, but shot 85.1% at the free throw line, so he was able to get to the charity stripe a lot. He is really good as an isolation scorer, 69th percentile there. I am a massive fan of Jeremiah Fears.
I am as well. I could see him kind of molding into like a Jamal Murray style of player personally.
Ooh, don't
like,
hate that.
yeah.
Early Jamal Murray when he still had that wicked first step.
Yeah. And he's like, Jamal Murray. Don't sleep. He's got the bounce on him too. Like and Fears is a solid athlete. Oh my goodness. But this is a guy who's going to take kind of that lead engine kind of role with New Orleans here. They don't have a ton of initiators on the roster. DeJounte Murray coming off of an injury, so this is kind of going to be Jeremiah Fears' show, I think, off of the rip. And he projects to be very, very solid off the catch.
Yeah, I like Fears, man. I can't speak highly enough of him.
He really came around in the feast week when he was playing in the Players era back in November.
Yeah, that's what put him on the map because coming into this year, he was not projected to be a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Had a great out-of-conference tournament schedule.
That game
there.
against Michigan was crazy.
And then just continued to play well despite a drop in efficiency during SEC play.
Yep.
Then picked it up late in the year during playoff time, and it just confirmed his stock as a top 10 pick. Like I said, my 5th overall player on the board, pick number 7. Love this fit for both sides.
He's a three-level player to me. I think he can. I think the outside shot is something that maybe just wasn't his best shooting nights last year. I think he's actually a good outside shooter.
Yeah, the form is there. And like I said, you shoot 85% from the line. To me, you're a good shooter.
Yep.
The rest of his team could not shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, defense is sold out for Jeremiah Fears.
And I hate that this phrase is used a lot,
Still made
but
him
with
pay.
NBA spacing, if they keep Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, that's a really good pairing, man. And if Zion's able to stay healthy, I know big if, and they keep their core a Fears, Zion, Trey Murphy, Yves Missi, core 4 with Herb Jones coming off the bench. It's a lot of fun, man.
It is a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun. You know what's fun? Gwendolyn plays.
Whoa!
With a $50 super chat.
Are you kidding me, Gwendolyn? We need to ban word/phase for this stream. Only bars phase is
Only
Nicole?
ban phase is Nikola Topic.
Oh.
All right, Gwendolyn. Fine by me. I love the guy to death. No more Nikola Topic talk tonight.
No.
Ban it. We're done.
We're done.
Gwendolyn, appreciate the $50 super chat.
You're a legend,
you get a lot of
Gwendolyn.
raffle tickets, and that put us over $300 total for tonight, which means I'm doing a beer bong. No more Nikola Topic talk. Shout out Bill while I get
Let's
this beer
go.
bong.
Shout out to Bill Pollock, who sent in a $10 super chat. Says Spurs will take Cedric Coward or Thomas Sorber at the 14th slot. Could see him taking Malawach if he drops. What seed do you see the Spurs getting in the Western Conference playoffs this upcoming season? Look, Spurs, if they're not even out of the play-in, I think it's a disappointment. I think they should be a top 6 seed in the Western Conference. I know it's very tight over there, but Victor Wembanyama is a top 10 player in this league. I said it.
I will say that's a little bit of a bold call there. Top 6. Are they better than the Warriors next year?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Are they not better than the Thunder?
No.
But the Lakers?
No, but
No.
you never know.
What about
Timberwolves? You never know.
Timberwolves?
You never know.
I'll actually agree with you.
And the Western Conference was crazy this past year. You had seeds 2 through 8 all being separated by 3 games or less. So you never know.
Nets on the clock here at 8. In my mock draft, my final one, I had them going with Kaman Malawach. I also believe he is my second best player on the board right now to Kasparas Yakachonis. I'll say this. They need a lot. They need everything over in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't hate Yakachonis.
Yeah. I've seen some Carter Bryant mocked here as well. Shout out to No Santana coming in with the Celtics super chat, $5. Says, this is an entry? Yes, it is, my friend. And for when I transition to Celtics only stream later on, we will still count all the $5 super chats. We'll be in communication with the people over here at the main stream. So your raffle entries will not go unnoticed whatsoever. So just know that, No Santana, you have 2 entries into the raffle.
Same thing said for the Heat fans as well.
Yep.
Pick is in for Brooklyn. I'm holding firm. I think they go with Malawach.
Okay.
That's what my prediction is. It was in my mock draft, so there's no reason to stray away from it. I'll say this, Smitty. Despite having the orders not completely correct, my top 7 in my mock draft all went in my top 7 of.
You see, you just went.
I didn't know. I know I did not.
Uh-oh.
I'll say this. My top 7 in my final mock draft all went in the top 7.
This is a stunner.
Smitty says it's a stunner. I've yet to see it. Should I blindfold myself?
Yeah, blindfold. Yes, you specifically need a blindfold. You're not looking.
All right, so Smitty says it's a stunner.
It's a your guy.
It's a my guy. Oh, I know who it is then.
And then don't say it.
No, I know. My prediction, if it's a my guy, it's Igor Demen. There's a lot of buzz. There was late buzz around Demen in Brooklyn at 8. I'm not going to lie. There was. A lot of buzz.
Yep, a lot of buzz. There's always buzz, man. This is a buzz. This is a buzz event.
I saw the one of the last.
No
thing-
88-3.
Ready for this? Can I turn around yet? Is that official?
It's not. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
You're
it's
right.
Agard. I
It's
predicted
Agard
it
to
right.
Ben. It's
All
Agard
right,
to Ben.
So ready for this? The odds shifted dramatically.
did they?
Right as the draft started, like 5 minutes before 7 o'clock, I saw a tweet come across my timeline that Agard to Ben went from like plus 1,400 to plus 500 to be the 8th pick.
Wow.
So
wow.
You see that, and it doesn't surprise me. And you know what? I love it.
Yep.
I had the men as
for it.
a top 10 player in this draft. I did. Would I have preferred for them to go Yakachonis if they went guard? I do. I really, really do. But when he's 6'8" and a quarter without shoes,
Freaky.
a 6'10" wingspan, he was the best playmaker in college this past year. 5.5 assists, a 35% assist rate. He is a true point guard at that size. Unbelievable. And he tested well laterally, so he moves his feet, which means, excuse me, I almost choked there. Moves his feet well laterally where he can be a plus defender given his size. I had a lottery grade on him. He was my 9th overall player. My comp for him was Josh Giddey. I know it's a little bit lazy, but a taller guard that doesn't shoot the ball that well. And that will be the key for Demen. If he's able to shoot the ball from beyond the arc, then we will be in a good spot. 27.3% this past year. Not good.
The form's there, though,
But the
man.
form is pretty. He also played a little bit better down the stretch of the year, had some big games. I believe in Agard Demen shooting, and if you believe in Agard Demen shooting, then you believe in him being a legit player in the NBA.
Oh, because he already has all the other tools that you would need in a distributor in this league. He's got elite vision, elite decision making. He's as big of a point guard as they're going to find in the NBA right now. And he doesn't even play like a big. So, like, it's crazy how he has so much body control and stuff like that at 6'9". Like, he really truly does not look like a wing or a big out there. He fits the bill of a point guard. And look, this is a foundational piece for Brooklyn now. Now they can kind of complement Agard Demen with scorers around him. They have their setup man now for the years to come.
And I'll say this, Smitty. With the Brooklyn Nets having 5 first-round picks, they had 8, 19, 22, 26, and 27.
That makes me like the pick even more.
You're allowed to take swings.
Yep.
Because with all of those other picks, you then maybe can go with a higher floor guy if you just want to build out your roster. But I love this pick for them because it is probably the biggest swing they could have taken outside of Noah Senge, who I believe is going to go number 9 here to Toronto, by the way.
Ooh.
But, man, I don't want to just continue to harp on this and say I love this pick, but when you're the Nets having so much ammunition, you go for high upside to really change your franchise and your direction. And Demen, if he hits, man, he can do that.
Oh, I mean, if he hits and he improves the outside shooting, he could be a top 4 player in this class, something like that. Like, he has that type of upside. And, you know, for a Brooklyn Nets team that needs legitimate upside on the roster right now, because a lot of their young talent really doesn't project too highly at this point, Demen is as big of a swing as you could take, like Broly said.
Yeah, a lot of fun, man. A lot of good stuff. We'll see how they continue to go with their rest of the first round. The Toronto Raptors are now on the clock.
Yep.
I think there's a lot of talk between them and Noah Senge. I'm kind of out on a Senge. I dropped him down my big board. Ready for this?
Yeah.
I don't know if he gets taken. I'll bring it up when he does. Left the German League Championship Series to attend the draft. Couldn't be more out on a prospect. You want to win or not? He cares more about being across the stage shaking Adam Silver's hand than finishing the job for his professional league team ratio from
Yeah, and you know, like, what is that? What about that message I send to teammates? Like, are you always going to be there for me, or when the next opportunity rises, like, am I going to kind of, bow
agree
out?
with that? I also don't think that the Raptors could have thought Malawach was going to be here. Would be a great pick for them.
Oh, I think
as they look to get a long-term center with Jakob being on the out soon.
Yep.
Malawach is a Masai Ujiri guy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you hand script a prospect, it's come on Malawach. But you can also say the same thing for a Senge.
Yep.
So I think it's one of those two here at 9 for Toronto.
It's long been speculated that if Malawach fell to 9, he would be the pick with Toronto. So we'll see if that ends up being the selection. But man, this draft is it's gotten off to an interesting start. Like no trades or anything like that within the first round just yet.
We'll
Not
see
just
what happens
yet.
though.
Shout out your favorite team as we're waiting for the Toronto Raptors' next selection here. They got 2 minutes left on the clock right now. Shout out your favorite team. We're going to pick a team in about 20 seconds here, and we'll talk about them for about a minute or so before we hear the Toronto selection.
Yeah,
Let's go.
You want to pick a team in like 15 seconds?
I could do that. But I'm not seeing them coming fast enough. Let's go. I'm not seeing many teams in there. Get your teams in the chat. I'm picking in the next like 10 or so seconds, so you better get them in there. Let's go. Alrighty, I'm going to pick in 5, 4. I see it flying down there now. 3, 2, 1. First one I see, Jazz. We'd already talked about the Jazz. I feel like should we go with the team that we haven't talked about yet?
That's what we saw. Let's go Utah. We could recap their pick. They have another pick at 21 and see what they can do with that. So the Utah Jazz with the 5th pick, they went against Ace Bailey's wishes and took him. High upside. You could argue he's got maybe a top 3 ceiling in this draft, Smitty.
Yeah.
I have him as my 12th overall player. I don't love it. I would have rather went them or with Jeremiah Fears or Trey Johnson at this spot for them. But I don't hate Ace Bailey. They need to figure out their roster outside of Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler. Bailey is probably going to be their starting 3 this year to round out that front court.
Yeah.
They have picked 21, like I mentioned. They could then go guard there.
And that's what I kind of think right now. I feel like the guard depth might be better for them maybe on their board at 21 than it was there, and they can't miss prospect and Ace, which, if he booms, he's booming.
Yeah, if he booms, he booms. Could they go a Clayton, a Traore, a Serif? Like, there's going to be a lot of guards potentially available in that 21 spot. We'll see what they ultimately do. But the Utah Jazz making some moves here as they look to try to get back into the playoffs for the first time since the Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, they're in a rough spot. It's going to take an uphill climb for sure. All right, let's do one more time. Your turn to pick.
All right, spam your favorite team. We'll do it again. I'll give it 15 seconds. Should we do it after the Raptors pick? Pick's in for Toronto.
Pick's in for Toronto. Let's do it after the Raptors pick.
Spam your favorite team. We'll pick the team.
Yeah, good luck.
And we'll talk about that team after we talk about whatever pick the Raptors actually make. So how about that?
Let's do it.
How about that, sports fans? I think I've said that 15 times. Shout out my guy, Jake Reed. All right, 15 seconds. And then I'll pick a team. As we wait for the Toronto Raptors to announce their selection, my prediction is either Malawach or Asenge. I don't think they can go with either one in a bad way. 5.
It has not come out yet.
4.
Scotto, by the way.
3, 2, 1. I see the – oh, my God, I actually missed it. I'm doing it again. I'm sorry. I saw a team and I lost it, so we're going to do it back again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pistons. That's the one I saw.
All right, cool. We haven't talked about the Pistons.
We'll talk about the Pistons after the Raptors pick is announced here.
Nice.
No, I'm not kidding. I went to go look down. I saw a team, and then you guys did a great job of spamming the chat, so appreciate y'all for getting active in there, that it went so quick that I lost it. So I saw it but couldn't read it. I mean, my brain doesn't work that fast, guys. I'm sorry. I will self-admit I'm not smart, man. I don't know how I got to this position. I don't know why they allow me up here. I really don't.
All the Celtics fans right now on Twitter are saying that there were never any big offers for Derek White and Jaylen Brown, and that this is all just for clicks.
Maybe, man. Maybe. Rich Paul standing next to Kaman Malawach. Sounds like, did he just get a call from Masai Ujiri?
He's smiling.
They're showcasing Colin Murray Boyles, the versatile defensive guard or forward from South Carolina. Oh,
wow.
That's right. Noah Senge is a potential player as well here. Pick is in. It's been in. It has not been announced just yet. So.
Interesting.
Here comes Adam Silver. We'll find out together, sports fans.
Yeah, Scotto never tipped it. Nobody ever tipped the pick.
Nobody tipped it. The Toronto Raptors select with the 9th pick.
Yep.
Whoa! Colin Murray Boyles!
I heard Khan. I was like, oh, easy money.
The forward from South Carolina. And how about this slide for Kaman Malawach? Is he going to be a Chicago Bull? Because if we'll be honest here, just quickly talking about this.
I feel good.
Actually, I lied.
I feel vindicated right now.
I lied.
What?
There's never been more of an obvious pick than the Phoenix Suns taking Kaman Malawach.
Oh, yeah. Wow, they're lucky to get that slide.
Yeah.
They're lucky to get that slide.
Murray Boyles, the forward from South Carolina off the board here to Toronto. This is a very divisive player. I had him 19th on my board, and I don't want to discredit him because he really is special defensively here. Last season, 4.7% block, 2.9 steal percentage. He can guard 3 through 5. Heck, I'll even make the statement he could even guard guards at the next level. 6'6.5" without shoes, 7 3/4 wingspan. Ready for this statistic, Smitty. 25% usage rate or better. Block percentage better than 4.5%. Steal percentage better than 2.5. In a Power 5 conference, in a defensive box score plus minus of 4.5 positive. Cooper Flagg, Zion Williamson, Tari Eason, Ethan Happ, Colin Murray-Boyles. Just an elite defensive prospect, so versatile. I'll just continue to use that word. I have him as a first-round pick in my grade. I compare him to Draymond Green light.
Okay.
In his switchability on the defensive end of the floor. He gets to the free throw line at an insanely high rate, 55.6% free throw rate.
That's big time.
He just can mismatch you and bully you. I think there are certain places where this would really go poorly for Colin Murray-Boyles, certain places where it would work. I think this is a place where it would work. I do get concerned. What is his fit next to Scotty Barnes and Brandon Ingram and RJ Barrett? Three players that don't shoot the ball that well, because Murray-Boyles is a really bad shooter, 26.5% from 3.
Look,
and it's been reported that the Raptors are going to keep Colin Murray-Boyles despite there being a lot of interest in this pick being on the move.
This is one of the biggest risers of the draft process, I feel like. And because I'm a college basketball fan, I wasn't watching much South Carolina this year. I didn't see, Colin Murray-Boyles like being appointment television. And maybe he was. Maybe they weren't on TV enough. But I've been seeing some player comps around for him. And what I've kind of gathered is I'm seeing Brandon Clark. Clark and
he's
Colin
athletic, but he's not Brandon Clark athletic. Brandon Clark also shoots like 40% from 3.
Well, now he does. I feel like he didn't previously.
Yeah, I also don't think that he.
What is that?
That looks like Colin Murray-Boyles' girlfriend. And Colin Murray-Boyles, congratulations.
We will see how long that lasts.
Oh man, I do like the pick though. We'll see how it fits. He needs to improve his shooting, or he's going to be maybe in a tough spot.
Yeah,
going.
I'm seeing some people. I was on Reddit, and people were saying Paul Millsap. Millsap had a jumper though.
In the midi though, he wasn't going from 3 here.
Yeah, not too often. So maybe Paul Millsap is a good solid comp for him. What's up? We have news from the producer Jack.
News from producer Jack.
Oh boy, I know what that news is.
Oh, I know what it is too.
Wow.
Appreciate all the subscribers, man. I said I'd take a shot when we got there. Smitty, well, I'll take a shot. Do you want speaking about the Pistons, do you want to briefly talk about the Pistons?
Yeah, let's do it. So the Pistons, I mean, they took their little mini leap this past year into playoff standing, I guess I could say. Cade Cunningham is as good of a young guard as there is in this league right now. And the Pistons, I'm not so sure what they're going to do as far as like free agency and other external moves this offseason, because they're one of the few teams in the league with cap space at this point, but they do have a couple of free agents pending. They have Malik Beasley. They have is it just Beasley that they got to pay this summer?
Schroeder's technically a free agent.
Schroeder's a free agent.
Tim Hardaway, but
I've heard they want to bring back Schroeder though. And
yeah, I heard a lot of buzz between him and who's the other team that really likes Schroeder right now? Sacramento Kings. Thank you, Sam.
Okay. So, yeah. So, who knows what they do financially this offseason, but there is some flexibility there. And, look, I wouldn't want to waste any time if I'm the Detroit Pistons in pairing more stardom next to Cade Cunningham. Tobias Harris just is not enough at this point. So, I'm interested to see what they'll do. But there isn't a ton of, like, trade candidates right now. There's not a ton of like elite free agents they could go out there and get. So we'll see what ends up happening. But I think they're just going to continue to build this young core, and when that right name comes around, they'll take the big swing for him. They control all their draft capital as well.
Yeah. Bill with a 5. Tell Yodes we need a Spurs channel. Make Tyler Jones host so we can stop glazing OKC. Well, Bill, that is an all-time comment by you, Bill. We appreciate you, and I promise you James is probably watching right now, so he knows what you want, and we'll see if he can make it happen.
He knows what you want.
Let's go. We do have a Super Chat menu up on screen. If you want to be like Bill, if you want to be like Gwendolyn, who's been sending a couple of Super Chats onto today's stream, you can do so by the $ sign next to the chat box. We got a couple of deals to make things a little bit fun and fresh for you guys. Every $5 super chat, every $5 super chat that you send in, you get entered to win a raffle that will win a NBA draft hat of the team that you select. If you send in a $10 super chat, we will talk about whatever team that you root for, and you will get 3 entries into the raffle. If you send in a $20 super chat, we'll take a shot, and we'll give you 6 entries into the raffle. And every time we pass $100 in super chats, we will do a beer bong or a shotgun. Right now, we are at 358, so 42 away from my next beer bong here on the stream.
Yeah, and now we have the 10th pick in. Oh my goodness.
Stop it.
We have a trade.
What?
We have a massive trade.
Massive trade.
The Charlotte Hornets just traded Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns, who are currently on the clock, and a 2029 first-round pick.
Charlotte first-round pick.
The Hornets are trading Mark Williams to the Suns for a 29 pick and the Suns' 2029 first-round pick.
Wow.
So,
2 firsts.
Just saying this. 2 first-round picks. 29 and 2029.
That is a very confusing trade.
That was really fucking me up.
The 29th. So I'll just clarify one more time for everyone if you are confused. The 29th overall pick in this year's draft
Tonight.
plus a 2029 first-round pick to the Hornets for Mark Williams. Now, this comes after the Phoenix Suns just selected Kaman Malawach with the 10th overall pick. So the Suns, who have been in the market to completely overhaul their center rotation, just traded for Mark Williams and drafted Kaman Malawach.
I'm clapping it up for the Phoenix Suns. That's phenomenal work. That's phenomenal work.
They're just really investing into this team. Like, I don't know what Phoenix's plan is, though. They have no future capital.
That's the issue. They can't tank. So they have to try to put all their eggs in this basket right now and try to compete with Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. Like, it's not going to work, but they got to try.
It's just an unbelievable thought process. Now, let's talk about Malawach real quick. My number 1 big, my 8th overall player. He played for the South Sudan national team in the 2023 FIBA Basketball World Cup and played pretty well.
Yeah.
Actually played against the United States. Projects as an elite rim protector, 6.8 block percentage. Ready for this? Opponents shot 45.3% against him around the rim. He is a great offensive rebounder, Smitty.
Yes.
16.5% offensive rebound percentage, but not the best defensive rebounder, which is a little bit odd, but attacks the glass offensively really well. Just finishes everything around the rim. Shot 84% on his half-court rim attempts. Shot pretty well at the line, 76.6%. So maybe you are looking at that and being like, okay, maybe he has floor spacing upside. Now, the issue with him is that he is a little bit uncoordinated, which kind of leads to his lack of defensive rebounds.
Yeah.
That's
the issue I have, though. Is that you have to
he's
have.
also not a twitchy athlete. Takes a little bit for him to get off the floor.
And like, you got to have elite hands if you're going to be this type of rim runner. Like, if you're going to be a lob threat, if you're going to be a guy who's relied upon to grab double-digit rebounds on a nightly basis, you have to have sure hands. And look, Kaman Malawach, he was a very raw prospect coming into Duke last year. Like, he came from over in NBA Africa, the training program over there, and he was really, really solid for Duke. But you saw when he really faced some physicality, and even players that were undersized compared to him, he was kind of moved around a little bit and almost played off the floor in that Houston game, just due to the physicality and the real want to grab rebounds from those guys, the Cougars.
Yeah, this is the full trade details here. 29th overall pick and a 2029 first-round pick to the Hornets, who recap more draft capital in return for Mark Williams. It was pretty obvious Mark Williams was not going to stay with that team long-term, considering that, well, they tried to trade him at the deadline.
And they got a better return. They got a better return than they originally got.
Well, you don't like Dalton Connect? Dalton Connect's better than any player they're going to draft at 29.
You don't. That's the thing. You don't know that.
I know that.
I don't think we do. What is Dalton Connect?
I really like Dalton.
I like him too, but clearly he's not getting enough opportunity.
Now, some little bit more insight on this 2029 first-round pick. It is the least favorable of Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota. Okay. Top 5 protected from the Timberwolves side of things. So It's the least favorable of Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota.
I anticipate that'll be.
Minnesota won't be picking in the top 5
Yeah.
unless they somehow trade Anthony Edwards between now and then, which I doubt happens. But yeah, you see it there. So it's probably going to be a pick in the 20s when you get to that point, because if it's the least favorable, probably would assume Minnesota or Cleveland is at least in the mid-20s, still in 2029. So yeah, that's the trade. A very fascinating one. And they still took him on Malawach.
And they add another Duke player to their roster as well. You got
Yeah.
Grayson Allen, Mason Plumlee up there, Tyus Jones. So
Well,
there's
Tyus Jones is a free agent. We'll see
yeah.
if he returns. or
That's
not,
right.
But very interesting there. That was, by the way, the lone Suns tradable first. So the Suns now cannot trade another first-round pick.
wow, that's absurd. And a lot of them are going out in swaps too, right?
Yeah, a lot of swaps. Bobby Marks tweeted that out. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. Who won the trade? Hornets or Suns? I got to be honest, I don't get investing back into the draft or investing into this team. I think it's fair value for Mark Williams. I'll lean Charlotte if I had to pick a side.
You get 2 first-round
Because
picks.
everybody knew you were going to get rid of Mark Williams anyway.
Yep. So Charlotte gets 2 first-round picks out of a guy that, I guess at the deadline they got 2 first-round picks, but now they can actually control who they end up selecting in the future.
So now the Blazers are on the clock at 11. The 2 best fits, in my opinion, for them would be Carter Bryant or Noah Senge. I mocked Carter Bryant to the Blazers at 11, I believe.
Go give me a wing defender up in Portland.
Yeah, they're just going to lean into that defensive mold no matter what pick they do here.
Yeah, because they plan on keeping Drew Holiday. Denny's a solid defender. And honestly, if you look at the Portland's defensive metrics over the second half of the season last year, they were one of the better teams in the league at defense. So they're going to kind of lead into that identity. They just got rid of one of their kind of players that didn't fit that mold, and Anthony Simons. So they're going to seem to run with the the Scoot and Shaedon Sharp backcourt, it looks like, along with obviously Drew Holiday, the veteran, and we'll see who they end up taking here. I would assume it's going to be something like a wing.
It is a wing. It is not who you would think.
Okay, wait, I want to figure
Wait
it
a
out
minute,
now.
trade.
Oh! Trade!
Yeah. How about this, sports fans? I'm just going to continue to say it all night now.
Wow.
The
I see it.
Blazers and Grizzlies just traded.
Yep.
So this pick is being made by the Blazers. It is going to the Memphis Grizzlies. Unclear on what the return is. But the Memphis Grizzlies are trading to the 11th spot and taking Cedric Coward, the wing from Washington State.
That's crazy.
Someone, if you were watching on our Heat channel, I would have jumped at the fishhook, if you will, if he was on the board for Miami at 20. That is not the case. Cedric Coward off the board at 11.
That's crazy to me. I don't have him as highly touted as a guy like Carter Bryant, but clearly the Grizzlies do. And this is a player who's a late riser. Only played a few games in Washington State last year after coming over from Eastern Washington. And look, man, he has the NBA mold. I mean, he is 6'5", super long player, and he projects as a solid two-way in this league, I think.
Yeah, I love Coward a lot here. I think this is a good fit for them. I would have thought they maybe would have just been able to sit there at 16 and take him, but I believe they thought maybe San Antonio would want him at 14 and wanted to jump him. Coward only played 6 games this year at Washington State, but he's 6'5" and a quarter without shoes, 7'2" and a quarter wingspan, so just a ridiculous measurement, 38.5 max vertical, great three-quarter sprint too, great athlete. In the 6 games he played, he had a 5.3% block rate. The thing that I love about him is his ability to get to his spots on the offensive end. 99th percentile in post-up situations.
Oh.
So when he gets a smaller guard on him or a smaller player,
Mouse in the house.
he will take him to the post
Yep.
and get to his spot in terms of at the rim or a fadeaway.
That's impressive for a 6'5" player.
Shot 58.6% on his non-rim two-pointers. He is elite in the mid-range. He is in the 95th percentile in these 6 games played for Washington State as a ball screen handler. So he even could be
he
a
can put the
good
ball in the deck.
secondary ball handler
Absolutely
for you.
can do that.
There is nothing that this team or Cedric Coward really can't do if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, he's a multi-tool player, and this is somebody that I think that Memphis kind of needs on the wing right now. They don't have a guy who can put the ball on the deck over there. They just traded away Desmond Bane, and look, they don't really. Who is Memphis's 3 right now?
Jalen Wells.
He's coming off a major injury.
Yeah, he suffered injury late there, so I don't know if Coward's going to start for him. He's an older player. He's 21.7 years of age on tonight's draft. But even though he's an older player, I mean, there's still no guarantee that he is going to be able to contribute right away because his career path was very crazy. Like, he started at, like, the JUCO level, then transferred to Eastern Washington, then was going to transfer to Duke, but then stayed in the draft here and ultimately gets picked at 11 by the Memphis Grizzlies, who sent the 16th overall pick, a future first-round pick, and 2 second-round picks to get this selection. So they clearly coveted him, and they go up and get their guy.
Yeah, wow. So, what are they, the future first in 2 seconds? That is a lot. That is a lot. So
I mean, they have a lot of draft picks at their disposal after trading away Desmond Bane. So
that's
I can't hate it. If that's their guy, that's their guy.
Yeah, it's a smart move for a team that has a lot of ammo right now. And if this is a deal, I mean, if you're trading 4 picks away and 2 in the first round, one is a swap essentially, but it tells me that they have a high roll kind of drawn out for him right now.
Yeah, and I love his fit. It's a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando. No surprise there. You had to assume that it was going to be from the Orlando Magic. This now puts the Chicago Bulls on the clock at 12.
Patrick Seatman, here we go.
Patrick Seatman. I think if you told him Carter Bryant was available at 12, I think he would have said, sign me up.
Yeah.
I think he also wants Derek Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he could be a little bit interested in Noah Senge as well. I also would believe that Yakachonis would be the best player available.
I was going to bring it up, and I think the Bulls are a team that they can't – I don't think it would be wrong for them to go best player available.
There's a lot of buzz about them maybe trading Kobe White, Lonzo Ball. They have a lot of guards in Chicago. But if they plan on moving one of them, then I would not fault them for going with a player like Kasper Yakachonis.
Yeah, look. Who knows what they're going to do with Josh Giddey this summer as well. I mean, given that they traded away Caruso to get him, I'm assuming that they're going to pay him. But you can – that's another player who, and Giddey's not exactly a shot creator either, so I wouldn't mind a Yakachonis pick here from Chicago.
I'll say this, Smitty. There has been some interesting selections to this point. There's been a couple trades now with Mark Williams being dealt. That's now trade up by Memphis to get Cedric Howard.
Yeah.
But we have yet to see a player, in my opinion, get taken, and I'm just like, whoa. That is crazy that he went that high.
Yeah, Colin Murray-Boyles, I don't think it was crazy they went that high. I just think to the fit in Toronto was
I mocked him to, even though he's 19 on my board, I mocked Colin Murray-Boyles to the Suns at 10.
Okay.
So it's like I kind of felt like he was going to go that high, even though I do not think that would have been what I would do personally.
Yeah.
The player that I anticipate being the stunning one that's to come to break that mold is Yohan Béranger from France.
Oh, it's going to be right here, too.
I don't know if it's here, but I do feel like it's coming up in the next 4 picks, and that's going to be a stunner to me. But even though it's not a stunner because I mocked him at 15 to the Thunder, even though I wouldn't take him. So we'll see. The Bulls are on the clock.
Absolutely, we can do that. As for the picks that have gone down so far, obviously – Cooper Flagg, number 1 overall to Dallas. Dylan Harper, number 2 to San Antonio. VJ Edgecombe, number 3 to the Sixers. And Con Kneppel, number 4 overall to the Hornets. Really no surprises there after we heard the late buzz about Kneppel. Ace Bailey, a little bit of a stunner to the Utah Jazz at 5 after previously declining a workout with them. Danny Ainge wasn't scared, and he got his guy. Trey Johnson goes to the Wizards at 6. They needed another scoring guard there. They got too many vets that are going to be out of there pretty soon, so they needed a young elite scorer in Trey Johnson. They got one. Jeremiah Fear is going to look like he's going to run the show in New Orleans. He was picked 7th overall, in which DeJounte Murray coming off a major injury as well. Fears looks like he could slot right in as their starting point guard of the future. Igor Demen was a little bit of a stunner, I think, at 8th overall. But the more that we talked about it, the more that we loved the fit in Brooklyn. Now that they have 4 more first-round picks the rest of the night, you can kind of get the complementary pieces and take big swings now that you have the connector and the point guard of the future in the Barclays Center. Now, at number 9 overall, Colin Murray-Boyles of South Carolina, kind of tweener big, goes to Toronto here, and it'll be interesting to see how he fits in there next to Scotty Barnes. He's developed a little bit of a jumper, but Masai Ujiri liked him at 9. Kamal Malawach goes to the Suns at 10, and we just talked about the trade that they made, sending Mark Williams to Phoenix as well. As with the Suns not really holding much control over their draft capital over the next few years, it looks like they're going to go all in and make a playoff push. Cedric Howard at 11 with a trade with the Portland Trailblazers just went down. A future first-round pick. They swapped 11 and 16, and then 2 seconds also go to Portland in the deal. So here we go. Oh, my goodness.
I can't tell if people have seen this. I've been smiling for the last 30 seconds after I found out what the pick was.
I didn't even look at the. I wasn't even looking at the left side of the screen. That's crazy.
The Bulls pick is in.
Steeps is tight.
It is Noah Senge.
Wow.
The wing from Ratio from originally from France. I'll say this, Smitty, and I think I'm going to be opposite. I don't think I'm going to hear Seeps happy about this pick.
No, he's not.
Don't think it's a bad idea. The reason why I say this.
You tell me, because I'm not that most tapped in on a Senge.
This is a swing big pick by Chicago. And this is what I also believe the Miami Heat should do, by the way, for my Heat Report viewers. They should absolutely be a team that should try to swing for the fences to go from mediocrity to somewhere. Does Senge ultimately have ultimate bust potential? Absolutely does. But his ceiling is very, very high. He is really, really good defensively. Lateral quickness, which allows him to switch on people the perimeter. He can detain guards. He averaged 2.1 steals per game per 36 for Ratio from. He's a great connecting passer. And you're now talking about a front court in Chicago that consists of Senge and Matas Buzelis, two very lengthy players that can be disruptive defensively and can work well. I really like Senge's passing. I mentioned that as a good connecting passer. As someone who sets screens, a lot of times Ben Seraph, his teammate, or other guards on that team would hit him on the short roll, and he would make a decision whether to swing it to a guy on the perimeter or finish at the rim. Needs to improve his three-point shooting for sure, but I like what Senge could bring to the table. He got a late lottery mid-first grade from me. He goes late lottery here at number 12.
And you had him comped to Nicholas Batum.
That's when he gets that three-point upside that I believe is there. Because you watch him shoot the ball. He shot 73% from the line. I think it's there. And if it comes and it develops that shot, I think that's a Nick Batum type of guy.
Look, I'll tell you what. If you get Nick Batum at 12, guy who's been in the league 15 years, I think you're doing pretty solid for yourself. And this is a project of a player in a way.
High upside pick, man.
It's a high upside pick. And look, I don't think the Bulls need to be picking guys who are necessarily instant contributors, guys who are going to help them make a playoff push next year. The Bulls, I know they're never going to be focused on it with their own ownership, but they should be focused on being one of the worst teams in the NBA and developing long-term prospects like a Noah Senge, like a Matas Buzelis, who still has room to grow in his NBA career. So in my book, like as far as the theory and the thought process behind the pick, I like this fit a lot in Chicago.
And here we go. We're starting to get nuts a little bit in the NBA draft.
Oh,
we just had another trade. The New Orleans Pelicans move up from pick 23 to the 13th overall spot. Atlanta drops down 10 spots to that 23rd overall spot, and then will also get a 2026 first-round pick out of this as well. I love this move for Atlanta after trading 22 to get Kristaps Porzingis. They now move back, reconsolidate some assets, get more, and little bit of a breather here as New Orleans is looking for their second lottery pick. They took Jeremiah Fears at pick number 7. The pick is in for the New Orleans Pelicans. I am a massive fan.
Here comes Carter Bryant.
Oh, you don't know who it is?
I don't. Oh, you know who it is.
I do.
Oh, it's not Carter Bryant then.
The pick for the Pelicans at 13, my number 2 overall big man, Derek Queen.
Wow.
I labeled Kaman Malawach.
Love this fit.
I know, I love it too. Kaman Malawach is a fit for them at 7 if they wanted to go with that. They ultimately go with my number 2 center, Derek Queen. I believe I also had him number 12 on my board. Let me double check that. 11, so close enough. I love him, man. He is someone who can handle the ball. He can finish. He has a little bit of a questionable jumper. There's no doubt about that. But he rebounds the ball extremely well.
Yep.
Can get to the rim. Like,
a little bit of a bull in China shop.
Face-up game, back-down game. He's a guy that you can play alongside another big as well, I think. And you can now start to experiment in New Orleans with some pretty crazy lineups. Eves Messi, Derek Queen together, I think it works.
Absolutely, and I think as Queen's career progresses, he's going to develop more of that jump shot in his game, which is a little bit lacking at this point. The form kind of needs to switch a little bit too. It's not too pretty. But this guy, like, he's got good ball skills. I think some of the best hands overall in this draft. Like, honestly, this is the complete opposite of Kaman Malawach.
I agree.
It couldn't be more different of a player playing the same position. And look, man, I've kind of drew some comparisons to like a DeMarcus Cousins style of player. Look, he's got a long way to go if he wants to be Boogie, but he fits that mold as somebody who can, do his best work with the ball in his hands and can kind of bully people around the paint a little bit. Still super young as well. I think he needs to become a little bit more of a professional at this point, but this guy's nails, man. You saw that shot against Colorado State in the second round of the NCAA tournament, so absolutely a player who, New Orleans can potentially rely on here as they do need some more.
I mean, I'll tell
injected.
you what, I don't want to spoil my draft grades video for the end of the night.
Pelicans.
But the Pelicans will absolutely be in the A's.
That's big time.
And they will absolutely be a winner. This is how you changed your entire organization.
A trajectory for years to
You
come.
took two young freshmen that can do so many good things for your team. And the fact that you're adding these two, Trey Murphy, if you keep him,
Yep.
to Herb Jones, to Zion Williamson.
Yep.
You just have so much potential now in New Orleans. I think this is a team that can really, really just jump forward. I can't wait.
The lineup versatility is awesome, man. You can run Queen, you can run Misi, depending on what kind of matchups you see out there. So they have a lot of versatility now, and a team that I didn't really expect to kind of rise from the depths of the bottom of the NBA standings. So they have some legit players now. Are two rookies going to necessarily take them into the playoffs in the Western Conference? No, but I think the foundation is there now, and they're on the right path.
And ready for the stat real quick on New Orleans. Lowest defensive rebounding percentage this past season and gave up the second most points in the paint. Not going to label Queen as a rim protector, but he is an excellent defensive rebounder.
Yeah.
And that bad defensive rebounding percentage will absolutely change.
He absolutely needs to work on the defensive end of the floor, and I think a part of that is just overall engagement as a player. What's going on here? Oh, the weigh-in. Well, but who had the better trade up? Let us know in the chat. Was it the Grizzlies? Was it the Pelicans? I mean, Grizzlies go up to take Cedric Coward there at 11, and the Pelicans move up to 13, 10 slots to select Derek Queen. Who had the better trade up given what they ended up receiving back in the trade? What's that? Oh, it is also the new live poll as well. Who had the better trade up, New Orleans or the Grizzlies? You let us know at the top of the chat.
I think I lean Pelicans because even though I like Coward a lot, I had Queen higher on my board, and he's just an even better fit, I think, for New Orleans than it is Coward and Memphis, if I'm going to be quite frank.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to slot right in, and he's going to be that backup center. I expect. Like Izmisi didn't play a ton of minutes, like for long stretches this year, so they're gonna kind of like platoon those guys in and out depending on what they see on the floor.
We're going to have the last pick of the lottery coming up here with San Antonio 14. They should be giddy at the fact Carter Bryant's still on the board for them. What a steal that could be. I just tweeted this out, so for my Heat fans, 500 people watching, we're going to be very soon moving over to a Heat Report only stream, so stay tuned for that. I just tweeted this out. If the Heat were smart, they should trade up to go get Kasparas Giacochonis from Illinois. And I firmly believe that. We need a point guard of the future next to Hero. Giacochonis, my 6th overall player. I've loved him for so long. They won't do it because they're an inept franchise and stuck in their ways and don't want to give up future assets. They should absolutely find a way to trade up and try to take Kasparas Giacochonis.
Yeah, time will tell. We do have the pick in right now from the Hawks. We didn't already go. Yeah, we didn't already go for that.
The Spurs here.
Yeah.
I'll
Spurs,
say
yeah.
this. Apparently, ESPN announced the pick as Colin Cowherd.
Oh my God.
Colin Cowherd instead of Cedric Cowherd.
NBC.
I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful, but that's why you subscribe here and join us for our live coverage of the NBA draft, because we do so much research. And I promise you, when it comes to Cedric Cowherd, I'm not going to call him Colin Cowherd. What a ridiculous thing.
NBC, buy up the rest of the rights, dude. Like, get the
I don't want to
off.
be mean, but
Get the
like
NBA off this
ESPN's
channel.
coverage of the NBA is just an absolute joke.
It's embarrassing with how much resources they put into it, too.
It's just so bad. All right, the Spurs are on the clock here at 14.
Will the Warriors trade draft night tonight? They Mike Dunleavy said likely not. Mike Dunleavy
Not
said
for
no.
the Warriors.
No, he said he can move around in round 2 potentially, but not round 1.
Continue to hit that sub button if you haven't already, as we're trying to get closer to 413K, plus 412K today. Appreciate all of y'all. We have daily content in the sports world. Hit that sub button right now if you want more around the NBA, NFL, college football, and more live chats as well.
Let's go. Let's go.
Little updated trade as well here, just to that Mark Williams deal to help with salary. Vasily Misic.
Oh, Misic. Yo, he can play.
Heading back to Charlotte.
Yeah, he can play.
Back to Charlotte.
In that deal, yes.
He didn't already play in Charlotte?
I think he did.
Yeah, he was on Charlotte. I think that might be a misprint.
No. He was on Phoenix.
What? When did that happen?
No, he's also played with Charlotte.
But he's played with Charlotte.
Okay. I feel like he played with Charlotte like last year, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, Misic just going back to the Charlotte Hornets there. So pick here is 14. It's taking a little bit. No leakage here. I know there's been a lot of buzz about taking a center here to be a backup to Wembanyama or maybe even play alongside Wemby.
Yeah.
If they did that, my number one guy without a question would be Thomas Sorber. There's been a lot of connections between him or the Spurs and Yohan Berenger, a Frenchman at center who I am not the biggest fan of, but there's been connection there. This is also the last pick I'll be here live on Chat Sports for. After this pick by the Spurs, I am hopping to the Heat Report by Chat Sports to be completely live there for the pick at 20. We'll hang out, talk about it, and then stay live there. And then I will be back to close out the first round as well.
Yes, sir. I'll miss you for a little bit, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the last time we share the screen together today because by the time I come back, you'll probably be off doing your own thing for Boston Celtics.
That's right. Celtics picking at 28. I'll sign off here. Well, not sign off. The stream will continue to go. If anybody's watching right now on Celtics Today, the stream will continue to go, but the background will change to green once pick 24-25 range comes around, and I'll hop over there to rock solo Celtics for the rest of the draft.
Yeah, for my 500 people in the chat on the Heat Report saying it's almost Rolly time, yes, we are very close to getting only Miami Heat content. Anointed 860 sent this in a while ago, so glad we could finally get this on screen for you. Said, I thought Shams and others saying there was going to be a lot of movement on draft night. Well, this came in before the movement started with Mark Williams being traded, the 11th pick being traded to the Grizzlies, the 13th pick being traded. A pick that was not traded was the 14th pick by the San Antonio Spurs. The pick is in, and it does not surprise me whatsoever. The Spurs have so far had the draft tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved what the Pelicans have done, but there's no question that the Heat... Excuse me, I got my brain twisted here. The Spurs are having the draft tonight. We'll announce that here in a second. Wasim Khan, $2 super chat. Not happy about the Noah Senge pick.
Look, Bulls ownership is one of the worst in the NBA. So
fair.
Is what it is. But, Rolly, it was no surprise. Carter Bryant ends up going to the Spurs at 14. They didn't have to move up to go get him.
What a pick.
This slots right in to their lineup right here. They're going to lose a guy like Harrison Barnes, who's on an expiring, and they really lacked some real talent on the wing. Now they get a legit two-way player in Carter Bryant here. Look, he didn't put up the craziest counting numbers at Arizona, but you felt his impact every single time he stepped out there on the floor, especially in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, Carter Bryant was absolutely fantastic. I just tweeted this out. Spurs are getting Dylan Harper and Carter Bryant. Misspelled that, so I'm going to retweet that out. But cheating is what I call it. That is how good Carter Bryant is going to be for the San Antonio Spurs.
Elite on-ball, switchable defender, can guard twos. I mean, you could even stick him on a one, and I think I'd be pretty confident in his ability. Stick him on a two, stick him on a three, stick him on even a four. He plays above his frame as well. He's only 19 years old.
Ready for this? Opposing scorers shot 29.5% on jump shots when Carter Bryant was defending, a +6 wingspan. Hello. Also a really good shooter off the catch, 46% from the left corner, 43% from the right corner. Finished well around the rim at 72% as well. Massive fan of Carter Bryant. He is going to fit just in with the San Antonio Spurs.
It's awesome, too. He doesn't have to have a huge scoring load, not a lot of responsibility put on him in year one. Can be that complementary piece and really focus on his defensive instincts.
Yeah, okay, so that's going to round out my coverage for the time being here on our Chat Sports stream. What will happen? For the 550 people watching on the Heat Report, I am going to hop off of this stream, go to the Heat stream. We're going to start just in a solo stream of the Heat Report by Chat Sports, where we will talk everything Miami Heat. I will be there in just 1 second, so you're going to just see Smitty here for a brief moment. I will be there to talk everything Miami Heat in just 1 second, so stay true. We'll be right there, and once I get the go-ahead here, I'm going to hop off.
Rolly, it was awesome having you. Go have fun on the Heat Report, my man.
It was a pleasure. Let's talk some Heat ball, folks.
Let's do it. Alrighty, shout out your favorite team for me. It's your boy, Smitty, rolling solo right now for the time being, as we're next up with the traded pick, actually. That will be with the Portland Trailblazers. A lot of picks in the 10s getting moved around right now. This is OKC coming up next. Oh, we're actually going to 15 now. 15. 16 is the one that's traded. But here we go. OKC on the clock at 15. Shout out your favorite team for me down in the comments section in the chat right now. We'll talk about your teams as we're waiting for that pick to get in, as they're still going over Carter Bryant right now on the ESPN programming. But let's go. We do have a super chat that came in as well a little bit earlier. Shout out to my guy, Bill Pollock. What's going on, my man? It says, raffle at the end to gift me the Spurs hat, duck race. So I think it's going to be a wheel spin for the raffle that we end up doing at the end of today's stream. But Bill, another entry for you, my man. And trust me, if you end up winning, we will get you that Spurs hat. No doubt about it. Look, the Thunder here, man, they're in an interesting position. What's going on, Reed? Good to see you, my man. We all set up for when we transition later? Love that. Oh, an E. Okay. E for everyone. Alrighty. Well, OKC, man, like they're in just this is like cherry on top for them. They just won an NBA championship. I'm not even sure Sam Presti's done extensive draft research. No, I'm just kidding. He absolutely has. But look, whoever gets selected here, don't expect to see yourself being a featured player in the Oklahoma City Thunder rotation next season. They already have enough guys at the end of their bench who deserve to be getting big-time minutes. They can't even find time for Isaiah Joe to get out there. So don't expect this 15th overall pick to be an instant contributor for the Thunder. Who knows, though? If they go an older prospect and they think they can fit in right away, maybe that's what they end up doing. But potentially expect a type of project player like potentially Nikola Topic was last season, coming off an injury, just has super high upside, and was projected to be potentially a top 5 pick. You know what I think happens here, though, folks? Thunder just go best player available, and I see Kasper Siakachonis run across the screen in a Thunder hat. That would be a Sam Presti move, no doubt about it here. Let's go. We will be plugging this giveaway like I've been talking about with Bill's Super Chat. We are giving away an NBA draft cap of your choice to whoever wins the raffle at the end of today's show. If you send in a $5 Super Chat, that's 1 entry. If you send in a $10 Super Chat, we bump it up to 3 entries. If you send in a 20, it will be 6 entries to get an NBA draft hat of your choice. And whoever ends up winning, make sure you guys stick around to the end of today's stream so we can kind of coordinate, your info and what team, what cap you actually want out there. So send in a super chat, $, next to the chat box to contribute. And if you want to get in for free, you can't send a super chat, well, then you got to be really active in the chat, because YouTube has this new feature called Top Fans. And if you're the most active running around in our chat during this stream today, then you will get 5 free entries. You got to be number 1, though. And right now, that's Marble Sky still cooking with a big lead. Yes, 375 XP. It's a new feature here. I'm still trying to get the kinks all sorted out and all that stuff too. So Marble Sky with 375 XP, followed by Legal Latino Heat at 300 XP. What's the formula? Nobody knows. I think you just got to be active in the chat and get active, because Marble Sky has been doing that all night long. So if you want 5 free entries, be like Marble Sky and get active in that chat right now. Look, I'm going to look to see if this Oklahoma City pick has been tipped. I'm not going to say it if it has, but I don't expect the Thunder to necessarily be in a spot where they need a guy to instantly contribute right now, but there is a player on the board that it feels to me too good to pass up in Kasper Siakachonis, and he's also a player who does need a couple of kinks sorted out in his game. Alrighty, we're going to now toss it to the Heat Report stream. Rolly will be on your screen momentarily in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shout out to the Heat Report for all their interaction on tonight's stream. And we will also welcome on in just a moment Harrison Graham, who will be doing some NBA draft coverage with us for the time being as well. But with this Thunder pick, man, it can go in a lot of different directions. Me and Rolly talked before the draft about potentially getting some big man depth, but now we could potentially look at the best available players right now for OKC, and Siakachonis is there at the top. Sorber, if they wanted to go big man depth there, that could be a target. Rasheer Fleming, he projects like a Bobby Portis type. Maybe they go that route as well, as they don't really have a kind of ball handling stretch 4. Nick Clifford, another guy who could instantly contribute, elite rebounder as well. If we're going to recap the draft real quick, Cooper Flagg went number 1 overall, Harper number 2, no surprise there. Edgecombe and Kneppel, really no surprises at 3 and 4. Ace Bailey goes to the Jazz at 5. Danny Ainge, not scared. Trey Johnson at 6 to the Wizards. Jeremiah Fears at 7 to New Orleans. And Igor Demen at 8 to Brooklyn. I really like that fit. Colin Murray-Boyles at number 9 to to Toronto from South Carolina. Kama Malawach to the Phoenix Suns, who also made a trade for Mark Williams, shoring up their front court as they really didn't have many centers on the roster. Cedric Coward at 11 in a trade up for the Grizzlies. He projects to be their starting wing of the future, it seems like. Noah Senge, a kind of a project player, going to Chicago there. I'm not so sure Patrick Seatman is very happy about that one. Followed by Derek Queen and Carter Bryant at 13 and 14 to New Orleans and San Antonio, respectively. Now we bring on my guy Harrison Graham for draft coverage. What's going on, Harry?
What's up, man? It's been an interesting night. I think the story so far is Danny Ainge just being like, I don't really care what you want, Ace Bailey. I'm just going to take you.
And he's done that before. Jason Tatum originally said that he did not want to be a Boston Celtic back in 2017.
And that feels like that's an executive who has skins on the wall. He's like, if this was a young GM, that might be a little too ballsy
They'd get
for
scared
me.
off, yeah.
But I kind of like it. I'm like, hey, man, like it's one thing if a player of Cooper Flagg's caliber, if for whatever reason didn't want to go to Dallas, like maybe he could have some pull. But if you're Ace Bailey, it's like, first of all, why do you want to go to the Wizards or the Nets? And second of all, I don't know if you have enough power to just dictate where you want to go. So that's definitely interesting. That'll either work out really well or be a disaster probably. So
my whole thing about Bailey, especially in Utah specifically, is why do you even decline that workout? You are going to start right away. You are going to have all of the shot selection that you want. And I just don't Lauri Markkanen's there, but do you really want to go to a team with literally zero talent whatsoever? At least you got a co-star there who you can lean on a little bit in your early years.
Yeah, and at least Ainge knows what he's doing and so on and so forth. So we do have another pick in here, Smitty. Thomas Sorber out of Georgetown to the Thunder. What do you think about that pick?
This is kind of a no-brainer pick for them. If you look at their depth in the front court, Isaiah Hartenstein behind him, there really isn't anybody that really is a true center. Yeah, Chet is 7 foot tall, but he really projects more and plays more on the perimeter. It's essentially filled out to really be that lockdown anchor of a center just yet. I don't think he ever will be. Now you go get a guy who does fit that mold in Thomas Sorber, who really rose up a lot of draft boards this past year playing in Georgetown. Man, he can do a lot of different things with the basketball. And I think, if you have him on the interior inside, he can learn from a guy like an Isaiah Hartenstein and be bullied down low there. And he doesn't have to, necessarily have too big of a responsibility heading into the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, and the Thunder, they're deeper at the guard and wing spots and on their roster right now. And, what if they don't want to pay Chet in a year? Get you a little insurance here by adding another big. Is Jalen Williams not the guard Jalen Williams, the bench big Jalen? Is he a long-term piece?
Not so sure.
This is a guy who you bring in who could potentially help replace him as well, even if it's not the exact same player. So
now he is a young guy, a freshman. He did have his season end with a foot injury, so Thunder back-to-back years where they take a player coming off of an injury. We'll see how ready he is when the season rolls around. But I want to go to these quick stats here. For players with an offensive rebound percentage above 9, for players with a defensive rebound percentage above 20, block percentage above 7.5. Steal percentage above 2.5. Freshman, and who's in a true freshman conference, Anthony Davis, Nerlens Noel, Thomas Sorber. So that's pretty decent company to be in. Nerlens, he had a long NBA career.
Good career. I mean,
and if he's Nerlens Noel for the Thunder, then you know what? That's pretty solid.
You get Nerlens Noel at 15 overall in the NBA draft. I mean, you can do a lot worse. So
absolutely. And he's also a super long player as well. He's got a +9 wingspan, 7'6".
And going back to the foot injury, you can kind of take that swing if you're the Thunder. I mean, you've got so much roster depth and youth. If he gives you something as a rookie, great. If not, it's probably not the end of the world. So definitely don't mind that at all. Is now Portland's on the clock as we're right at the midpoint through the first round of the 2025 NBA draft. Did anything stick out to you in those trio of trades that went back to back to back there?
I mean, I don't think that anything necessarily stood out to me in the sense oh my gosh, this team gave up way too much. Rolly's a little bit confused at the Suns' kind of outlook right now.
Double dipping at center, that's pretty interesting.
I think you have to.
Their big position's been a disaster.
Do you know who their best center in the roster is right now?
I do not.
Mason Plumlee.
Yeah, he's cooked.
It just can't happen. It just can't happen. So Mark Williams now heads over, and he's also a guy who's been injured throughout his career as well. So you get a little bit of insurance by selecting Malawach there. And, for a player, Mark Williams, who's a really good rebounder, Malawach not so much. You have a guy who can kind of teach him the ropes there, anticipating where balls fall off of the rim on misses. That's a big issue for Malawach at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Williams obviously the Lakers turned down that trade because of the failed physical and everything. That's what people know him for now. But in the short term, he can help, right? I mean, he can be a lob threat. He can block shots.
Yeah.
Is he a piece for them by the time they're competitive again? Who knows? But in the short term, he certainly is a piece that can help.
Absolutely. And that's the thing with Phoenix. Like, they don't have control of their draft capital over the next few seasons. So they're going to need to just try their best to make a playoff run.
They need plug-and-play guys.
They need guys who can play ball, and they just don't have enough of those guys on the roster right now. Plus, Mark Williams, Malawach, defensive anchor type of players. So they can kind of raise the floor of the overall Suns team defense, which was literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my life this year.
Yeah, looks like the pick is in. We'll get that to you guys momentarily here. And by the way, another reason to subscribe to us is we don't do the BS ESPN NBA style of, oh, Memphis is on the clock, even though it's really Portland. Like we're not giving I'm not going to have you put a Grizzlies hat on here. That's a joke.
It's ridiculous.
It's a total embarrassment. So we give you the picks, tell you where the guys are actually going to go. We don't have to play the charades that ESPN does through their contract with the NBA. So hit that subscribe button, turn on the notifications here on today's show. Producers yelling "wow" in my ear, so. Not quite sure what that's about, but we will get you this pick momentarily. Sam, you got some info for us?
That's a wow.
I'm not seeing this.
That's a wow. Scotto, wow.
Look, this is going to be a rough one for us. This is going to be a rough one
Is he in our database?
He is. He is. Absolutely is. He might even have a big – I think he has a big camp, too. Yeah, he's got a big camp, too. But I don't know much about him. Let's be completely honest, boys.
Even Jake Fisher, a friend of the program, maybe not true, says a stunner.
Yeah.
Hansen Yang.
The Warriors worked this guy out, and they have the 41st overall pick.
Wow.
So,
okay.
And they, yeah. So
7'1", 250, Hansen Yang.
Let's learn about him together.
Yeah, let's.
My goodness. Like, look, Rolly has done extensive research into even all the international prospects, all the top 75 overall selections. I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't do a ton of scouting on Hansen Yang. But I'll tell you what we got here. 7'1" without shoes, 250 pounds. This is ridiculous. What am I supposed to say right now? Are you serious? He represented the Chinese U19 team at the Youth World Cup basketball tournament. He averaged 13 points, 10 boards, 5 assists, and 5 blocks in that game. So he can be a rim protector. Last year internationally, 16 and 10, 60% from the field. So Rolly says the goods on him. He's a fluid athlete. He's got good footwork. Rolly says he's the best low block to the basket player in the draft, and .986 point per possessions on post-ups. That's really, really good. Shot 74% at the rim, and he can pass the ball as well as in the short roll, in the pick and roll.
Well, that's a stunner. I mean, I know it's the NBA draft. Sometimes you get some weird picks, but this is a pretty deep draft this year. I mean, that's a bit of a surprise.
And there are legitimate bigs like in this draft that are just better than him. I'm sorry. Like maybe Portland knows something we don't.
Is this some kind of draft and stash? That's pretty early to be drafting and stashing.
I don't think he'll be stashed, but he's never tried to learn to try to shoot a three. Because it's not the worst thing in the world. But like,
hey, he could be like Dwight Howard. Start practicing in the offseason.
26% from long range. A 6 of 21 shooting on mid-range. So he really does not operate.
He's a low block player.
He's a low block player.
And
he can't switch defensively.
If you're going to be that type of player in today's NBA, you have to dominate on the low block. And
I'm curious is this pick because, like, did they just want somebody who was like Donovan Clingan but had a little bit more of an offensive
game? They have Ayton, too. I mean,
they have Ayton. Like, they got Robert Williams. What are they doing?
Are they trading one of those guys?
Definitely got to trade one of those guys.
Is Portland
now.
cooked?
But
yes or no?
Who the heck is trading for DeAndre Ayton up there? I could see teams being interested in Robert Williams. Some contenders around the league, but
he's got injury concerns.
Absolutely. I mean, he's missed more time than he's played.
Yeah, even ESPN punted on this analysis. We do just want to mention that. So.
Did they actually? They haven't talked about it. Oh, they haven't announced the pick yet. So.
They've punted. Well, either way, we're ahead of the game.
Yeah, we are ahead of the game.
So.
The chat sports viewers know about Hansen Yang before ESPN people do.
Exactly.
No, Portland is not cooked. Portland's absolutely not cooked. Portland looks. I think Portland is solid. This pick is a little bit of a head scratcher to me. I'm not going to say it's a miss because you never know, but they're building something up there in Portland. They are trying to lean into a defensive identity, and that kind of honestly signals what they did with this pick here as well. They go out and get a Drew Holiday. They dish out Anthony Simons in that deal. So a little bit of like addition by subtraction there if they're going to lean into that defensive identity. Their metrics last year down the stretch were awesome on that end. And you got a guy like Denny Advia who is really projecting to be a solid player in this league. What's going on, Sam? What we got? Yes. I will not say that name on stream.
Flashes of Mr. S.
Yeah, Mr. S. I don't know, man.
Oh, that's good
Portland,
stuff.
I don't think it's cooked. They got Shaedon Sharpe. They got Scoot. Hopefully, he takes a leap in year 3. And look, I think that they're going to try to mold these young players into really good defenders, and the next thing you know, they're going to take a swing for a really solid scorer. And hopefully Shaedon Sharpe, Scoot end up being those guys. Denny can kind of take that role as well.
Hansen rocking the all-white suit.
He's got drip. I'll tell
Not
you
a
that.
bad play.
Yeah, he's a massive human being. 7'4" without shoes, and he's probably got clogs on right now.
Wait, 7'4"?
Oh, not 7'4". 7'1".
Okay, Kristaps.
7'1" without shoes. 7'2" wingspan, so it's positive, but not by much. That's actually not great for a 7'1" player to only have a 7'2" wingspan.
Yeah, that actually isn't that great. All right,
Yeah.
Minnesota on the clock. Kind of B-roll through these picks so far. Anything else stand out? Fears goes 7.
Demand at 8 was an interesting pick to me.
Yeah.
But the more we talked about it, the more I loved it.
Do you like Trey Johnson to Washington or Fears to New Orleans better?
I think I like Fears to New Orleans a little bit better, especially when I consider what they did with their following pick.
They also just dumped McCollum, so they needed a guard.
Yeah,
so.
and DeJounte Murray's coming off Achilles, so that is
that's interesting.
There's a question mark at the point guard spot. They went out and got theirs.
By the way, did you see that Malika announced Cedric Coward as Colin Coward?
Yeah, couldn't be us. It quite literally could not be us.
Free advertising for Fox. Unbelievable. I like the Carter Bryant pick, by the way, to the Spurs.
Oh, I mean, just falls in the lap. Just unbelievable.
Just alley-oop.
Rich get richer. Like, it's unbelievable when it comes to what the Spurs have been doing. They didn't have to trade up to get him.
Derek Queen, too. That's a nice little 2-player pickup for New Orleans.
And we've talked about the Spurs and the Pelicans are the 2 winners of the draft so far.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I like that.
So Sorber going to OKC there at 15. He's going to be a solid rim protector, man, and he is an underrated passer of the basketball as well. Smart basketball player out there. He's going to fit in very well in OKC as they kind of need to create more of a movement system over there. Too much ISO ball. I know they just won the title, but like they could have been beat. If
you guys want us to talk about your favorite team, throw in a super chat. Let us know which name or team you're representing, and we can take kind of a deeper dive into your favorite squad. If you want to make that happen, feel free to do so. You can also enter our raffle ticket for a chance to win an NBA draft hat of your choice. $5 to enter. $10. Not only will we talk about your favorite team, but you'll get 3 entries for said raffle. $20, 6 entries. Smitty and I will take a shot as well. So on and so forth. So if you guys want to support the show, get involved. We are here for you as we are waiting for Minnesota. Who do you like here? Is there anybody that stands out for the T-Wolves with this spot? Obviously, good chance they're going to lose Nick Alexander-Walker and perhaps even Naz Reid. So is there a potential replacement for either of those 2 spots that you like?
I would think somebody that can handle the ball because Naz Reid, obviously not your prototypical big. Nikhil Alexander-Walker, even he played some initiation roles last year. Like, he was bringing the ball up. He can handle it. Naz Reid, we know, as one of the tighter handles for a big in the entire NBA. So maybe somebody who can handle the ball a little bit more. We were talking earlier about secondary scoring next to Anthony Edwards because there's times that, even being a top 10 player, he disappears in big moments. So having a guy next to you like Julius Randle probably isn't enough there. So could you find a secondary scoring option here? Could you find some depth behind Rudy Gobert, as they've also been rumored to be wanting to move off of Rudy Gobert?
Is this another surpriser from Scotto here?
I don't know. Did you
He's
see
not
it?
in our best available to 16 left. I'll tell you that.
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really hates him.
You see Scotto on TweetDeck?
This guy sucks.
Okay.
Yeah, he ain't good.
I'm going to let you pronounce, since you've been doing more studying here,
Yeah.
this pick. Who do we got coming in here for Minnesota?
So this is Joan Beranger.
Okay.
Beranger.
Is that French?
He is a Frenchman. And look, I have not I'm a college basketball guy. I don't do the most international research, I'll be honest with you guys. But I'm going to give you the lowdown on Beringer. Look, Rolly's probably not going to have too many goods about him. He says he's one of the youngest players in the draft. He's got really good size, explosive athlete. He can get off the floor extremely quickly, so an above-the-rim player here for a big. He's really coordinated, good ball skills. He's got good hands to be able to create deflections and stuff like that. He projects as an excellent shot blocker. Would have averaged 3.0 blocks per 40 minutes if he were to go to college. So there's a lot to like there as an upside pick, but he doesn't have a huge offensive game. Like he's only really a lob threat, dunk, around the rim type of player. He only took 13 jump shots during this past year, so don't expect him to
doesn't exactly replace either of the guys that we talked, because Naz Reid obviously extends to the three-point line, and Alexander Walker's a guard wing, so this is kind of just a random.
This is a Gobert replacement.
Yeah. Wow.
My goodness.
Well, he's French as well, so there you
go.
The Frenchman teaming up in Minnesota.
Rolly had an early second-round grade on him, and he called him Damian Jones. So that's not exactly the
That's not what you're looking for in this draft
regard.
at 18.
No.
But clearly they feel better about him. So we'll see how that works out for Minnesota.
I want to see. I'm sure Rolly kind of sold low on the player comp there. I want to see some higher range player comps for Joe Beringer.
Let's see what Kevin O'Connor has.
Shades of.
All right, the Wizards are now on the clock, I believe. Is that correct, gentlemen, behind the scenes?
It would be the Wizards. They have not made a trade tonight, so it'd be the Wizards.
So Washington at 18 here, as we'll see what they do in this spot.
Some people say Clint Capella, Nerlens Noel. That's
if
probably on the better end.
If you get Capella, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
Even Noel at 18 would be fine.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, not a lot of player movement.
Mark Williams, the only player trade so far.
And Misic.
Yeah.
Misic got lumped in
the
that
notable player so far,
Yeah.
Mark Williams. Yeah, if you guys want to shout out, go retweet our pinned tweet. We'll have the production boys throw that link in the chat for us.
Yes,
that
sir,
would be
yes, sir.
fantastic. And we'll circle back, give some shout outs in a minute. But if you want to get a shout out, retweet our pinned tweet. We appreciate all 1,500 and change people watching. So you guys are fantastic. And we'll be here all night long. We'll recap the first round once it's over. And I think Rolly's going to come back for his round one grade. So stay tuned for that. Long way to go here on night one of the NBA draft.
I'll tell you what, Harrison, for my Boston Celtics, who, for those of you who are watching at Celtics today, I'll be hopping off here around pick 24, pick 25 in order to go cover Celtics solo. And the center board for the Boston Celtics is lining up pretty nicely right now. Two players who I wanted nothing to do with at 28, Joe Beringer and Hansen Yang. Now you got, your kind of pick of the litter. Could you go Ryan Kalkbrenner? Could you go Danny Wolf? Even Maxime right now. There's a lot of talent there in the late 20s, I think. And I think a lot of those guys are getting slept on as older prospects. Absolutely. Let me get into that Twitter real quick.
Smitty's going to pull up that tweet here. The next few picks, the string of Brooklyn picks, the rest of them gets going pretty soon here. By the way, they could be the first team ever, Smitty, to take 5 players in the first round of the draft if they keep all their picks and select them all. It's never happened before.
I don't think that it would be a bad decision to do so either.
Just load up. Trade away some.
You're going to hit on 2 of them. And
2 or 3.
Hopefully the guy you picked
If you have one
is
huge
that
pick
guy.
and then 2 solid hits, then that's a pretty good draft.
Pin tweet. I'm finding it right here.
We'll get those shout-outs going momentarily. You got Brooklyn, Miami coming up for Heat fans. Our Heat channel is live. Nick Roloff, host of the Heat Report, getting ready for pick number 20. His worst fear could be coming true pretty soon. Smitty Walter Clayton Jr. We may have to do a live look-in.
I know. It's unbelievable.
I kind of might be in on that. I'm pulling it up on my phone. I'll tell you that.
I don't think we've gotten any new retweets yet, Jack.
If you want to shout out, go retweet our pinned tweet. Link is in the chat.
Why do I not know how to find that?
And
there we go. I got it.
Shout out to JHRMZ. I don't really Germs. Is that how we would call that? Mitchell Rans, Jackson Durham, all the chat sports cats. Let's go. Johnny McMahon gave it a retweet. What else we got? And that's it for now.
That's
All
it
right,
for now.
I do have a couple special shout-outs. Tune back in. So
Oh, yeah.
I've got some extended family in town tonight. Couldn't be there because I got to work the draft here. But
Shout out to Colin, by the way.
But my wife Hannah and PJ are watching at home. Shout out to you guys, but also my cousin Drew, his lovely wife Rebecca, their kids Owen and Claire are watching as well. Appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting the show.
Let's go.
And I will see you guys. I'd say tonight, but you guys will be asleep. But I'll see you guys in the morning before I come back for day 2 of the draft. But appreciate y'all for tuning in. Love you guys, and we'll continue our coverage here, but wanted to get that in real quick. Okay, the Wizards here. What do you like for Washington here?
Look, falling into their lap is Kasper Siakachonis, and they took Trey Johnson earlier. They could have their backcourt of the future here, right now. That would be something. Maybe a guy like a Nick Clifford is a good fit here. Just a solid do-it-all kind of wing, can play virtually any role that they ask him to in Washington, and I think that's a good spot because, you have decent depth at different spots, but you could always use more. Especially on the wing for them, they got Koulibaly, they have Corey Kispert, but maybe a third guy that you can rotate in and out of there would be solid. Could they go big man? I mean, they have Alex Sarr. I mean, their center rotation, I can't imagine is all that great at this point. So they can go in a lot of different directions here, but if they wanted to go best player available, I don't think it would be a bad idea at all.
You ready for this reporting from Jake Fisher?
Oh, God.
A Nugget source just texted him about the Hanson Yang pick.
Yeah.
Chinese Jokic is the text he got.
Okay. Yeah. I'll believe it.
Thoughts?
I'll believe that when I see it.
If he's 60% of
if he is
Jokic.
30% of Nikola Jokic, he's a hit.
Yeah, true.
Are you kidding? Chinese Jokic.
Fisher strikes again.
Sure. That is unbelievable. The hoops these people will jump through.
I mean, you want to talk about goalposts moving.
That's all they do.
You make the worst pick in the draft. Oh, he's Chinese Jokic.
Yep.
Okay. That's unbelievable.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
We got trades. We got trades.
Rolly's bailed out.
Rolly is bailed out.
Rolly is bailed out.
Wow.
So,
interesting.
Unless the Heat are the team trading up.
No, they're not.
They're not?
They're not.
Who's trading up?
It is the Utah Jazz trading up.
Danny Ainge strikes again.
Danny Ainge goes out and gets the national champion, Walter Clayton.
So they get Walter Clayton and Ace Bailey. That's interesting. I don't mind.
Certainly
it.
something. Two guys who've never seen a shot they didn't like.
Yeah.
That is Utah sucks. Oh my God. This is brutal. This is brutal. This is not good for them. I mean, the CTE ball that will be going on in the Salt Lake City this year is downright damaging to the game of basketball.
This AAU CTE Jazz.
And look, I like Clayton. I think he's an excellent, fun watch. But as a pro, I just don't think he is a top 20 player in an NBA draft, and especially in this one.
To me, the best, maybe you never want to say a best case scenario, but it feels like a best case scenario for him is like a volume 6 man.
Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah.
It's Peyton Pritchard.
Yeah.
And look, Peyton Pritchard, if you got him at 17, maybe that is a hit. Maybe that is a hit. But it's not guaranteed that he's going to get there. People are making the Curry comparisons. Just get that nonsense out of here right now. He is not that. He is not Steph Curry. Nobody is Steph Curry. Nobody will ever be Steph Curry. Walter Clayton's going to carve his own path, but I don't know how easy that's going to be with Ace Bailey taking all the shots. And they also have a guy like Keontae George who's CTE ball up there too. It's unbelievable.
Walter Clayton to the Jazz. Do we have trade details? Not seeing any yet. We're getting those on the fly here for you guys. As I will pull it up here. 21 and second round picks per Shams.
21 and second round. So they swap in seconds. That kind of makes sense to what it costs to move up to 18, 3 slots, 2 seconds. That makes me think the Celtics might want to move up as they've accumulated a bunch of second round picks.
Zach Lowe has it. 2 seconds.
Yep.
I mean, if you're Washington, I mean that's you move down 3 spots. If you don't love anyone at 18, that's fine.
Go for it.
Get more get more tradable picks.
And here comes another player wearing the wrong hat. It's going to happen very often tonight. It already has happened.
It's the worst thing in the NBA. Well, The NBA does a lot wrong. This is high on my list.
Yeah.
This is high on my list. Okay, so that'll bring us to the Brooklyn Nets. Is this their second pick of the night,
It's
right?
their second pick of the night.
They took, remind me who they took earlier?
Igor Demen.
That's right. So what are you doing here then if you're Brooklyn?
So I'm probably not taking Yakachonis here, even though he's by far best player available. Because that's just a clash there. Those two guys aren't going to run point together. If we want to go to the best available right now, we could probably try to map out.
You
what
mentioned those
Brooklyn might
centers
do.
earlier. There's been Nick Claxton rumors. If they want to trade him, they could draft a center here.
Yeah, we had speculated that Kaman Malawach would be a target for Brooklyn in the top 10. Ended up not going that route, but look, they could absolutely go that route now.
Looks like we have an update on the trade, by the way. It looks like it's 21 and 43 going to the Wizards, plus 2 future seconds. Well, Zach Lowe did update his tweet, so
Yeah.
So that's actually that looks even better for Washington. So they pick up a second this year and 2 future seconds, I think.
As far as bigs that are available right now, Asen Newell, he is a very intriguing prospect. His career could go a lot of different ways. Danny Wolf is a really skilled big man who kind of played a lot of quasi point guard for the Michigan Wolverines this past year after playing with the Yale Bulldogs. And Ryan Kalkbrenner, I want him at 28 if I'm the Boston Celtics, a real legit rim protector who can board up, be a lob threat, and has a little bit of extended range now as well. And then Maxime Reynaud, a little bit of a Kristaps Porzingis clone there. Good passing ability, 7-foot stretch big.
I still have some PTSD from Danny Wolf against the Frogs last year. That was a rough showing for the boys in purple. But appreciate the 2 from Juan Vichera here. Any prediction for the Warriors pick in the second round? Well, I'll tell you this, Smitty will have that all covered for you guys. Any names that come to mind?
Absolutely. I'll also for you, I'll have a video going out on the channel tomorrow once the first round's complete and we know who's on the board in round 2. Some names I have on for Golden State right now: 41, Sion James out of Duke, solid 3-and-D. He can handle the ball as well. Had a lot of that responsibility in Durham this past year. Chaz Lanier, a sharpshooter from Tennessee, out there on the wing. I would like him. Kobe Brea, the 6'7" sharpshooter from Kentucky. I think the Warriors are going to go for a shooter this time around. They just clearly didn't have enough down the stretch of the season into the postseason last year. So look for some sharpshooters that are hovering around that 41 pick range.
Okay, a big super chat. Appreciate the 50 from Gwendolyn Plays.
Gwendolyn Plays is done with supers for the night, but Gwendolyn, you have absolutely been the MVP of the stream so far. Shout out to you. More raffle entries coming your way. Make sure you stick around with us so you can accept your prize when it's all said and done and we do the raffle at the end of tonight's stream.
Yeah, be sure, even if you have to go for a little bit, come back around pick 30 just to make sure you get in on that raffle if you end up winning it. So shout out to Gwendolyn for the 50, bringing the heat here on Chat Sports.
Oh, boy, somebody does have to do beer bong. Harrison,
man.
I feel like that's you, brother.
All right, someone's going to have to go. You want to go get me one, Reed? I can go grip and rip real quick.
Grip and rip. Let's go.
Yeah, that works.
So Brooklyn on the board here. I think it would be fine to go best player available, although even though that's Yakachonis, I'm not so sure that they'll go that route with just drafting a point guard. So the best overall players available right now. Jack, do we have those? I want to see if I can project where Brooklyn's going here. Oh, this is Nick Clifford. This is Nick Clifford right here. Yeah. This is Nick Clifford written all over it. A stabilizer, somebody who plays the game the right way, elite rebounder, can shoot the outside shot, has a little bit of an in-between game as well. I love everything about Nick Clifford as a player. He's going to be a 10 to 15-year pro, no doubt.
Yeah, excited to see what he can do. He was obviously centerpiece of that Colorado State team this past year. So Brooklyn here, that we got the Heat at 20. You know, Rolly is feeling fantastic right now.
Oh my God, he could end up with Yakachonis at 20.
Well, and he was just in shambles at the idea of Walter Clayton.
Yeah. So he's probably This is his
dream big board.
This is his dream big board right here. Yakachonis, who he had 6th overall, and then all 3 of the 2 guys in the middle, the mid-major legends, Rasheer Fleming and Nick Clifford, are very high up on his Heat board, and Nolan. No, this is Rolly's biggest. He cannot lose. He cannot lose right now.
Hey, let's do a quick Sam, Jack, can we do a quick Walter Clayton trade-up recap so they can grab a short since he's a notable player? They'll screen grab it out there. You can just ISO me. I can do it real quick and just go through the trade details and spend 30 seconds on it.
Clear out. Clear out. ISO.
Do we have the trade? I'd say have the trade graphic and then just like the pick L3 or whatever it is. I'll do the beer bong here in a second, but some quick thoughts on Walter Clayton heading over to the Utah Jazz. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, Walter Clayton is the pick for the Jazz at number 18 overall as they traded up for their second pick of the night. They took Ace Bailey earlier. They trade 21 overall, 43 overall to Washington, plus 2 future second-round picks in 2031 and in 2032. So the Jazz get another guard who is not afraid to shoot in Walter Clayton Jr. Obviously, when they took Ace Bailey earlier, that was a bit controversial because apparently he didn't want to go to Utah. But Danny Ainge, a veteran executive, not scared at all. He adds the national champion and Walter Clayton to this Utah Jazz squad in the first round of the NBA draft. All right, so that was the Clayton pick. We've got the 19th pick coming up for the Brooklyn Nets. I think that one may have just come in, Smitty.
Let me see here.
Well, there's chatter at least.
There's chatter. There's rumblings. There's scuttlebutt. Oh, boy. He's going to get whoever he wants.
There is some chatter.
Oh, no, because he just went, didn't he? Wow. Hold on. We're going to get it live right here. The Brooklyn Nets select Nolan Traore. Wait, what? Why did they do that? That makes no sense.
I'm going to rip this while you react.
Okay,
so.
Why the hell did they just take Igor Demand and Nolan Traore in the same draft? Why do they do that? 2 true point guards? What are we doing? Brooklyn, you have everything at your disposal right now. Traore is a good player, man, but there's other talent on the board here for Brooklyn. I don't like this pick, and it's not that I don't like the player. This is all about fit, and I feel bad for Traore. I don't think he's going to get as big of an opportunity as he maybe anticipated heading into this draft. He's a really long player though, 6'3" without shoes, 6'8" wingspan. He was projected to be a top 5 pick before the college basketball season rolled around, and like he gets up and down the floor, man. Like he is a transition player, but I kind of like have Igor Demand kind of mocked up very similarly. He's an elite passer. Like he can create for basically everybody on the roster. And overall, like this is just kind of a head-scratching pick for me, man. I just don't know. I'm not so sure that he is going to see the opportunity that he needs in Brooklyn.
Maybe they're just taking the approach like you said. Maybe they'll just make all 5 of these picks and we're just going to take the guys who we think are the best.
Whoever works. Best player available. If they think it's Traore, then that's what tells me their strategy is tonight. There's going to be BPA.
It's the old football strategy. You can't go wrong if you just take the best player on your board.
Yep.
So we'll see if that works out for Brooklyn as they have now made 2 of their potential 5 picks on the night. All right, Smitty, Tyler Smith is going to hop off. He's going to go live. Are we already simulcasting live?
We are simulcasting live on Celtics Today right now. So, guys, stick around over there. There's going to be a little bit of a 2-second pause or whatever, but do not worry. I will be right back. I will be solo, and we'll be talking straight Celtics. So get that chat rate pumping right now so we can get all these newcomers in as we get closer to Boston's pick here.
Yeah, we'll have the Celtics stream here. Smitty will be live over there in a moment.
Awesome.
All righty, he steps off. We're going to bring Jeffrey Cooperstein on here in a few moments, but you take a look at some of the best available here on screen. Nate Clifford, someone who sticks out to me as well. Jace Richardson on the board also, and kind of starting to get toward the final third of the first round. I low-key am curious to see who the Miami Heat take here as Nick Roloff is live on the Heat Report. We'll see what they end up doing with this selection. I know a few guys that he really liked are still available, so we'll see what they do. Who do you think they're taking? Does he not want them? We'll see what happens there. But we are at pick 20, so about 2/3 of the way through the first round of the 2025 NBA draft. I think we're up to like 4 or 5 trades now. They've started to really sprinkle in the middle 10 picks or so. But Miami kind of in a weird spot as a franchise. They obviously tried to get Kevin Durant, but weren't willing to give up some of their young, controllable assets to do so. So you kind of wonder, is it time to maybe for a reboot? But Pat Riley's 80 years old. Does he want a reboot? That's probably a no. So we'll see what they do here. And obviously what they will do over the next few days leading up to NBA free agency as well. The trade market's been pretty active. So unclear exactly who they end up with and what direction they go in. Do they try to go all in and contend, or do they go in the opposite direction and hit that reset button as a franchise? But they are on the clock right now, and we could kind of get a tip of what direction they are going in. Do they take a win-now player? There was a lot of Walter Clayton buzz, but he is off the board. Do they take more of a kind of what they did with Nikola Jovic a few years ago, someone who could develop into something but may not be able to help right away? We'll see which direction they go in. We'll bring in Jeffrey Cooperstein now, host of Mavericks Today, as obviously Cooper Flagg was the pick there.
Yes,
Coop,
indeed.
no surprise. Any thoughts? I mean, we could talk Flagg. We kind of knew that was coming, but what has stood out to you tonight other than that?
Yeah, look, I think the surprising picks have kind of been few and far between. I was pretty surprised about the Ace Bailey pick.
That feels like the story of the night because that was not one of the teams he wanted to go to.
Yeah, it was pretty well documented. He wanted to stay on the East Coast, and he ends up in Utah, which is pretty much the opposite of the East Coast. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. I think another big story is what the hell is going on in Phoenix with the Suns as they draft Kamen Maluach, and then 2 seconds later they trade 2 first-round picks for Mark Williams. So I don't quite understand that. I think Mark Williams is a great player, so they get a very good starting caliber center through the Phoenix Suns. But then at that point, why take Maluach? So.
Yeah, I mean, their bigs are kind of, when Miles Plumlee's your best big, maybe you just want to double dip there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that certainly caught our attention. Then obviously Hanson Yang, who was a middle second-round prospect according to Nick Roloff on our big board, he goes 16. And then when Jake Fisher says that a source told him Chinese Jokic, that's a bit of a reach.
Is that what he called him?
Well, he did. A source told him that. To be fair.
Good God, what are we doing?
Talk about spinning a narrative.
I mean that's pretty embarrassing from Jake Fisher. And for those of you that don't know, Jake Fisher might be my mortal enemy on this earth. Look, man.
What about Nico Harrison?
They're
on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, for sure. Look, that was just a very strange pick. My guess is that was an agent promise. They just told his agent, "Hey, we're going to take this guy." And look, now he's got 1 billion new fans over there in China. So
Rolly's about to party.
Congratulations to Mr. Yang. The pick is in for the Miami Heat.
Rolly's about to party.
Rolly's about to party.
Any guesses? It's Yakachonis.
Oh, is it really?
I got to get a live look.
Oh, that's going to be Nick Roloff.
I'm pulling up the Heat report, baby. Okay. All right, we're going to not really sign off on Celtics. We're going to send it over to Tyler Smith, our Celtics Today channel momentarily. We got to, make sure we don't cross wires here. It's all techno talk, but once they're ready to go, we are going to do just that. But while we await here, Yakachonis is going to be the pick for the Miami Heat. But we're going to send it over to Tyler Smith solo on Celtics Today as their pick is coming up. All right, Coop. Nick Roloff can barely talk as he gets his 6th overall player.
You can hear Rolly, who is screaming for Kasparas Yakachonis, the guard out of Illinois. Look, this is a guy who I think can be a very good starting point guard in this league. Played for the Fighting Illini last season. Was a freshman via Lithuania. He played 31 minutes a game as a true freshman the other night. He was ranked number 6 on Rolly's big board, the 5th guard. Here's his scouting report. Excels in the pick and roll and finds creative ways to make plays for others. And I absolutely saw the same thing watching him last year. This is a guy who can play in all types of offenses if it's pick and roll, if it's run and gun, he can do it all. He can also shoot. He's a 3-level scorer at the rim, mid-range, and from 3 as well. Look, he's not the best decision maker when it comes to where to find his teammates and whatnot. He's a little turnover prone, but at 4.7 assists a game, he'll only learn and get better from that. And he is obviously very young, coming out here as a true freshman out of Illinois. Love this pick for the Miami Heat. I think they found their point guard of the future.
I got to tell you, Rolly's reaction is pretty unbelievable. It's an electric factory, but yeah, I mean, listen, this guy has big time playmaking potential.
Absolutely.
He's almost 6'5", so he's got good size for a potential point guard in the NBA. Shoots it well enough, that should improve as well. So, yeah, I mean, if you're the Heat, you probably did not expect this guy to be there at 20. So to get him is that's pretty good for maybe Uncle Pat still got a little juice.
Pat Riley woke up a little bit and has taken Kasparas Jakučionis, the guard out of Illinois via Lithuania, with their number 20 overall pick. Yeah, I do. I really like this pick here for the Miami Heat. I think they're going to get a guy in Jakučionis who's going to be able to play right away. And so I think this is I would say an A- pick for me.
What's good about this pick for them, too, is they've kind of entered a crossroads. Do you try to contend now? Do you try to rebuild? He can help you now and in the future.
Yeah.
That's the nice part about this pick. So I think if you're a Heat fan, you're pretty happy with that. So Washington Wizards back on the clock here at 21 after trading down a few moments ago. We'll see what they do with this pick. Some of the trades that have gone through, we can recycle those real quick, Coop. Mark Williams, like you mentioned a few moments ago.
Vasily Micic going to the Hornets. I always thought I always thought Micic was going to be like a pretty good guard out of Europe. He was someone who had like freaky playmaking ability in his time over in the EuroLeague, but never really has quite worked out in the NBA.
How old is he now?
He's got to be close to 30. I don't know exactly for sure, but they get 2 first-round picks as well in exchange for Mark Williams, who, if you guys remember, was traded at last year's deadline to the Lakers, but the Lakers sent him back to the Hornets due to a failed physical, and now he ends up in Phoenix. He's going to be their starting center next year, so I guess it's a decent move for both sides, but I just don't get why Phoenix would take Malawach in addition to Mark Williams.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. The Grizzlies traded up to 11 to remind me who they selected here, Coop, at 11.
Yeah, Cedric Coward or Colin Coward, if you will.
Coward. Shout out to ESPN.
What are we doing, Malika? Get it together.
Free advertising for Fox. Whoa there, Sammy. Oh, it's brutal. Pelicans traded up. Atlanta traded back. That pick in 26 is going to be pretty valuable, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And they take Derek Queen there at number 13, and I think that's a pretty solid pick. Pair him up with Zion Williamson in that front court. If Zion can stay healthy.
They'll play a combined 82 games.
Yeah, exactly. If either of them can stay healthy, I think that'll be a pretty good move for them. The Jazz trade up to go get Walter Clayton, the guard out of Florida, the national champion. Weird pick, in my opinion, from the Jazz, who already selected Ace Bailey with another weird pick. They also have Keontae George in that backcourt as well. So I don't understand what they're doing here.
As Smitty analyzed, CTE ball is alive and well.
Oh, my goodness, it is. And they have Colin Sexton. So
it kind of feels like he's going to get
but as of right now, I mean, these guys, they have 4 guards who, as Smitty would say, play CTE ball. So, I mean, I don't get that one at all.
A lot of redundancy there.
And then this pick is on the clock right now, and I believe the pick is in for the Washington Wizards via the Utah Jazz. So we'll get to that in just a moment, but
looks like Will Riley, Illinois product.
Interesting.
Where was he on Rolly's big board?
I don't think he was very high on Rolly's bid board. I can tell you that. I remember. Yeah, he's from Canada. He played a deep
32 overall.
As Sam would say here. The wing out of Illinois. Yeah, he played about 25 minutes a night last year for Brad Underwood with the Fighting Illini. I got to say, this is kind of a reach for me, to be honest with you.
Back-to-back Illini here.
Yeah, and number 32 on Rolly's big board, so a projected second-round pick goes here at 21 to Washington. Rolly's scouting report here, thrives driving downhill and getting to the basket. Can also make plays off the ball as a cutter. Biggest concern lies in his shooting. So, again, Washington, I don't get the direction that this Washington Wizards team is trying to go in. I think they have some intriguing young pieces around them with the likes of Sarr and whatnot, but they add Will Riley to the fold here, who was a decent player last year in college, probably came out more on projectables than actual production that he put together in Illinois. And alongside Trey Johnson, who they selected at 6 overall, they're putting together a decent athletic draft class here in the first round.
Yeah, they're one of those franchises, Coop, that just they can't seem to get it going.
Yeah.
Like they're cycling through coaches all the time, and they obviously had that 4 or 5, really more like 2 or 3 year stretch when they had John Wall and Beal. Wall gets injured. That kind of derailed that whole situation. And they haven't gotten off the mat since. I like Trey Johnson. I think he could be a 20-point scorer in the NBA pretty soon. You know, it feels like they just have like a lot of guys though. Like, do they have a guy that can become like the face of that team? I guess time will tell. I think their big play is for next offseason with all the cap space they're projected to have.
They've got $100 million in expiring contracts with Chris Middleton, Marcus Smart, and CJ McCollum, who they just traded for. So they're going to take a big swing. I think they have a decent young core now, along with Trey Johnson and Alex Sarr, who they took number 2 overall last year. Here's the thing about the Eastern Conference is you can contend pretty quickly in the East. So if this team could take another step this season, if they can win 36, 37 games, they could find themselves fighting for the play-in next year.
Yeah, I mean, if they can show potential 2026 free agents or even potential trade guys that could be available, like, hey, like we're on the up and up, we're a big piece away from being a contender, then maybe that becomes a more desirable place, but that has not been the case for a long time.
Yeah,
so.
And Chris Middleton picked up his player option, so he's going to be under contract next year at $33 million.
He'll be off the books in 26.
He'll be off the books, so that's no big deal.
They're playing for 26.
They're going to have a max slot there as well. So I guess Washington is trying to build something. It's taking quite a bit of time.
It almost feels like they're going to try next summer to do like the Clippers, like sign Kawhi, trade for Paul George thing. Like,
could be.
Go pay the best free agent available, then trade for someone.
They're going to go get Kevin Durant if he doesn't sign an extension. Is the DMV kid
Does he finally come home?
Is he coming home? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bill Pollock coming in with the $5 super chat. He said, better overall win percentage next season, Mavs or Bears? It's the Mavs.
The Mavs aren't a poverty franchise.
The Mavs will have a winning record.
The Bears are no longer going to be a poverty franchise. I would, if I was a gambling man, I still probably would say Dallas, though. As much as I'm still pissed off at what they did by trading our sweet prince, if they're healthy, they're a good team.
Do you think the Bears are getting to 7?
Oh, they're going to stop.
I don't know, Jim.
Stop.
It is the Mavs.
The Bears are going to push for a playoff spot.
It is
we'll
the Mavs
see if they make
easy, in my opinion. I don't know.
If the Mavs are healthy, they'll be good.
If the Mavs are healthy, they'll win 45 games.
They'll be good, yeah.
Absolutely.
If Kyrie was there from game 1, they'd be, I don't know, 50, 52 wins. But
yeah, no doubt about it. But he won't be there till February, so we'll see about
All right,
that.
shout out your favorite team. We will talk about the first one we see. We'll give you guys about 20 seconds or so. I'll pull up the chat, and then we will pick a team. Oh,
LBB's here. What up?
Lord Buddy Bear.
My guy.
You visited that land out in Scotland yet? Shout out your favorite team.
That's good stuff.
Give you guys about 20 seconds to light up the chat.
That's good stuff right there, man.
Oh,
I'll tell you what.
Man. Let's freaking go. All right, a few more seconds, and in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I see the Cavaliers, the Cavs from Caden Luttrell.
We can talk about the Cavs.
I don't even think, do they have a pick tonight? We can just talk about where they're at.
Shout out my guy, Time
Do
and the
we
Buckeye.
buy
Huge
that
Cavs fan.
rumor report that Darius Garland was potentially going to be offered for Kevin Durant? Did you see that?
I could see that if Cleveland was just really trying to make a big splash.
The follow-up report was that that's who Phoenix wanted.
Yeah.
But Cleveland would only do that if they got another piece in addition to Durant, either a first-round pick or another piece to go with Durant. And Phoenix was like, no, we're just going to do a swap.
I could see that. Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Cleveland Cavaliers is they've had a really good regular season the last 2 years. They just haven't been able to get it done in the playoffs, so they really need that one piece to kind of get them over the hump and be true contenders in the East. Like, if I'm looking at the East next year, my 2 favorites as we sit right now would be the New York Knicks and the Orlando Magic to go win the Eastern Conference. I would put Cleveland right below them. I think they're a very good team. They just need to get that one missing piece to be a true contender here.
Yeah, they have a lot of Portland 5 years ago feel to me where your best two players are undersized guards who don't defend.
Absolutely.
And that's kind of a problem. It seemed like this year it was going to work, but then Garland and a couple other guys were banged up, and Indiana just completely exposed them defensively. But yeah, to your point, I mean, you think about the East, Tatum probably out for the year. Halliburton almost certainly out for the year. So that's two of the top 4 contenders on paper in Boston and Indiana.
And then you have the Knicks. You have the Magic, who I think made a great trade for Desmond Bane, and I think they got better as well. So I would say these 3 are probably your 3 favorites to go out and win the Eastern Conference, no doubt.
Yeah, East is wide open this year. We'll run it back here. Keep spamming your favorite team, and we will pick one. The Brooklyn Nets are back on the clock. This will be their 3rd pick.
Are they going to take all 5?
It's never happened.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
It'd be the first time ever.
They've got it.
Smitty said, "Why not? Just draft the best players you think that are out there, and just if you hit on 2 or 3 of them, that's probably a pretty good draft."
Maybe that's why they took 2 point guards in Igor Demand.
Do you draft a center and then trade Claxton?
Yeah,
I don't hate that.
Cullen and I were talking about that on Mavs Live. That should be something.
Just keep loading up on assets.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what's going on there in Brooklyn, but then again, nobody really does.
I don't mind the long-term play if you're them, though. I mean, you've tried. This goes back about 10 years now. They tried to get the Paul George, Kate Garnett thing. That was a disaster. Kyrie and KD, that Harden, that didn't work.
Yep.
Why not just unload assets and try to? You started it with Bridges. Why not trade Claxton now? Trade Cam Johnson. And just draft as many guys over the next couple of years that you can and just see which guys you hit on. I mean, maybe that's the approach.
Yeah, I don't hate that approach at all. Look, they're a ways away from contending, in my opinion, so if they would just want to stock up on young players and picks and try to kind of emulate what some of the newer contending teams are doing, definitely possible.
Yeah, I mean, just try to kind of OKC hack it and just draft and hope you hit and develop. I mean, that's kind of the key. It's harder to do in the NBA. I mean,
absolutely,
there's a lot of misses, but this is considered a good draft. Next year's considered a good draft. They should be better drafts moving forward. You have guys playing in college longer, developing more, NIL, all that stuff. So we'll see how it goes for them. But we'll see who they take here as well. Not seeing any early tips here, but
we'll do this one more time here, Harry.
I'm seeing a lot of Magic, and you talked about it. Why don't we dive deeper into Orlando, who obviously I think, and I'm not going to try to be too biased here because Desmond Bane is my guy. I went to TCU, as did I, but I think that was one of the classic internet overreactions of like, this is a terrible trade. It's like, well, Orlando's got all these picks. They need a guy who can create and space the floor because they would just get stuck in these clogged up offensive situations.
Yep.
Bane can do both. He's improved a ton as an isolation scorer and as a creator for others. I think 2 straight years, 5 assists per game or more. We know he can shoot really well. KCP was really bad last year, so that just was kind of a whiff. So you unload him. I like the fit next to Paolo and Wagner. If you can just get maybe another floor spacing 3-and-D type of player to go with that team, I'm with you. In a year where the East could be pretty down, I think they got a shot to make some noise this year.
I do too. And if it weren't for the injuries last year that they had, I mean, Franz Wagner had a serious injury alongside Paolo Banchero. They both missed extended time last year. They ended up 500, but if they weren't, they would have been a 50-win team and would have been a top 3 team in the East last season as it is. And this is a team where I think if Desmond Bane fits in like I think he will, they're going to be contenders in this Eastern Conference. And yeah, you can say that they gave up a lot, 4 first-round picks and a swap to go get him, but they identified Bane as a need that they could throw their picks at, and so they did it. So I kind of admire the GM over there in Orlando going for it and going to get their guy alongside Paolo and alongside Franz Wagner to form a pretty formidable big 3 there. Bane is making a lot of money. Paolo and Wagner are as well. But I like this trade for the Magic. I also like it for the Grizzlies because they get KCP, fits their culture. They get the backup point guard they needed in Cole Anthony. And then they get a boatload of picks that will help them now and in the future as well. So I think this is one of the cases where it does work out, even though they gave Desmond Bane that huge or they gave up 4 picks plus a swap for Bane.
Pick is in for Brooklyn. is going to be
Drake
Drake Powell, the wing out of North Carolina.
Drake?
Just final thought on this, by the way. KCP will probably play better in Memphis
I think he will, too.
because Ja can create for others. They didn't really have that in Orlando, so he didn't get the looks he was getting like he did playing with Jokic and LeBron in his prior stops. Okay, Drake Powell, the wing out of North Carolina, goes to the Nets here. 6'5", 200 out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina. So they add their third pick of the night. Rolly had him as his 28th overall player, so you're kind of in that range here. What say you about this pick, Coop?
Yeah, he has an NBA-ready body. Like, he has all the frame, everything physically you're looking for in an NBA player. He can shoot it a little bit as well, but he's not going to do much on the offensive end outside of catching and shooting, and when he's open and whatnot. He doesn't really have much on the dribble. He can't really create for himself on the offensive end as well. Rolly, according to Rolly, given his frame, he's got to be better on defense, and that certainly makes sense for a guy who's as big and as long as Drake Powell is. He did not play great for the Tar Heels on the defensive side of the floor. Didn't do much numbers-wise, but he did shoot 38% from three last season. And yeah, and I think and I said this about Cooper Flagg as well, who shot 38.5% from three last year. When you can shoot from three in college, where the game is tighter and defenses are more compact, you'll be able to shoot in the NBA as well because the floor is so much more spaced out. So I think that's where Drake Powell would be able to make his mark in the NBA, is from beyond the arc. It's just a matter of whether he can develop the other parts of his game.
3 and D, if he can add the D, he'll play for a long time. Don't clip that.
Look, three and D makes you make a lot of money in the NBA being a 3 and D guy.
Oh, I mean, in today's NBA, if you shoot high 30s, low 40s, and just are above average defensively, you're going to make $200 million.
No question about it.
If you last long enough. So
the Nets have taken 3 of their 5 selections here. They went with Igor Dement and Nolan Traore.
At this point, I feel like they're going to do it. I mean,
I think they are too.
Why not? Let's make history, Brooklyn. Let's do it.
Oh, Shams just dropped an update on a free agent target for the Miami Heat. I'm sure Rolly will love that. Look,
what are you talking about here?
So they take Drake Powell alongside Nolan Traore and Dement. I think Igor Dement is clearly the most NBA-ready player that the Nets have taken so far. Traore's got a lot of work to do as a backup guard. And then with Drake Powell, I think you see Drake Powell a lot in the G League this year, to be honest. I don't know if he makes the rotation for the Nets this year.
If they take 5 players, I mean, they're probably not all going to play.
No, they can't. Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out.
Absolutely.
But, we got 8 more picks here coming up in this first round, so stick with us here. Also, we are closing in on our new subscriber record from last year's draft. We picked up 973 new subs last year. We're at 872. I know there's 102 of you out there watching right now. We still have well over 1,000 people watching live. If you want to help us out and help us top our record from a year ago, subscribe to the channel. Let's get to 1,000 new subs.
Let's do
tonight.
it.
128. I think that can happen. That's no problem. We're shifting into NBA mode this time of year. We got the draft tonight, tomorrow as well for round 2. It's the second year of the 2-day draft. First time round 2 will be in prime time, so we'll be back tomorrow, probably at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Not sure what the plan is there. I think 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern. We'll be live, so join us for that as well. Free agency's around the corner. More trades are going to fly through, you would think, so we'll have all that covered over the next days and potentially weeks here on the channel. We, of course, do a lot of NFL content. College football is around the corner, so subscribe today. Let's beat our new sub record from last year.
Whatever you need, we got you.
All right, the Atlanta Hawks here. We'll see what they do. And then the defending champs back on deck at 24 before we get back to Brooklyn for their next 2 picks.
Yeah, another strange team in the Atlanta Hawks. Not quite sure which direction they want to go. I do think they could be a top 6 team in the East this year as well. If Jalen Johnson takes another leap, he's one of the best young players in this league right now. Sam's boy, Trae Young, who I think is a fraud, but he is a good player regardless.
They're always hovering around 500 with them, and if the East is down and a couple guys take a step forward, they could win 45 games. I mean, that's possible.
And
if you win 45 games, you're probably the 5 or 6 seed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it doesn't take that much to improve and be in that top 6 in the Eastern Conference, and we'll see what the Hawks end up deciding to do here.
Lord says, haven't visited, just watched the title. Well, you know.
You got it.
There's a long life ahead. You never know.
Shout out to Buddy Bear. You own a piece of land.
A lot
out
of
in Scotland, man.
plots of lands
Oh,
out
yeah.
there. There's a lot of plaques. Okay. Want to remind you guys of our raffle. So if you send in a $5 super chat or more, you get a chance to win an NBA draft hat. It kind of goes up exponentially. $10, you get 3 raffle tickets. $20, you get 6. So the more raffle entries you want to get, there you go on that. We have draft hats for all 30 NBA teams. So you can enter that way. If you don't want to donate or can't donate, we know not everybody can. The top fan will get 5 free entries, and YouTube has this new feature in the live chat right now. And Marble Sky
I like that.
appears to be number 1 with 450 XP points. Basically,
Yeah,
it's
if you're
just,
chatting.
if you're lighting up the chat, if you're staying active in there, you're going to be near the top of the list. And if you're number 1, you're going to get 5 free entries. And
Marble Sky, a Mavs fan too. Go subscribe to our Mavs channel.
you could get a hat for free if you're the top chatter there. So there's our top 3 right now on screen. So if you want to get in the mix there, you got a chance. So let's make it happen. And producer Jack offering a deal for the rest of the first round. You'll actually get 2x, so $5 you'll not get 2 entries. $10 you get 6 instead of 3, and 20 will get you 12 instead of 6. So a lot of chances to get yourself some raffle tickets. And we probably still got a good hour or so left, I would guess. So
I hope not.
8 picks to go. 45 minutes.
Probably there.
All right, the pick is in for the Atlanta Hawks.
The Georgia Bull
Azanul.
staying home, going about an hour and 15 away from Athens to Atlanta to play for the Hawks. Asa Newell, the big out of Georgia. I think he's more of a 4. I don't think he's going to play much 5, but look, he's a super athletic guy who was a surprise. I think he was a quick riser at Georgia. Rolly's number 5 overall big, 21 overall on his big board. A super explosive athlete. He can finish well around the rim as well. Still has a work in progress jumper, but if he can get that going for him, I think he could be a pretty good player in this league.
Yeah, I don't mind this pick at all. Very efficient around the rim as well. Good finisher, like you mentioned, can rebound. So, yeah, you get him in the mix. Where do you think he fits in that lineup? Is he starting for Atlanta? Is he their backup 4?
I don't know if he's a starter right away. I think he'll come off the bench. You have the likes of Onyeka Okongwu, who's going to start at the 5, and then you have Jalen Johnson, who can play the 3 or the 4. You have Trae Young. You have a couple of other pieces in there as well. So he's probably going to come off the bench to start his NBA career, but I could see him moving into the starting lineup pretty quickly if he shows the projected development that I think he's going to have. I really like this pick.
Yeah, there you go. So he goes to Atlanta. The defending champs back on the clock for their second pick of the night, the Oklahoma City Thunder at 24. And then we got Orlando and Brooklyn a couple of times before. Smitty's Boston Celtics are on the clock.
The C's.
We'll kind of cycle through the picks on screen. And, yeah, what stands – I mean – let's get your quick Cooper Flagg Mavs fit. I mean, obviously, we've known this pick has been there for a while. It's obviously been an emotional several months for Mavericks fans and you, myself. Some of you guys know I used to do our Mavs
Sam
show
as
with
well.
Coop as well. Sam, I couldn't see you the screen. You know, it is what it is.
Look,
but
it was just a wild 4.5 months here in Dallas with the Mavericks, and the fact that Cooper Flagg becomes a Mav is pretty insane when you think about it. I mean, the Mavericks are really the first franchise in professional American sports to have 3 consecutive generational talents in Dirk Nowitzki, Luka Doncic, and Cooper Flagg. 1.8% chance to win the lottery. They go out and get him because they won a coin flip, by the way, so they got extra ping pong balls. They end up winning the lottery, and they get one of the best prospects over the last 10 years. He's the best offensive and defensive player in this draft, according to Kevin O'Connell, and he's someone who I think is going to make an instant impact in this league. I think he could score 20 points a game next year. Look, I think he has it all. He's a super versatile wing. He can truly defend 1 through 4, maybe even some 5s as well. Averaged 19 points last year, 7.5 rebounds. He also averaged 1.5 steals and blocks tonight on 48% from the field, 38.5% from 3 in addition to that. He was Duke's best player the second he stepped on the floor after reclassifying. He was supposed to be a senior in high school last year. Well, he only won National Player of the Year and every other award that he could possibly win. Like Rolly said, day one difference maker defensively. He does have to work on his shot form a little bit, but it did work to the tune of 38.5% from 3 last season. This was going to be the Mavs pick from the second they won the lottery. They didn't even work out anybody else. They didn't take any other visits from anybody in the lottery. Cooper Flagg didn't take any other visits to any other teams. It was always Cooper Flagg to be a Mav.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what he can do. Big shoes to fill.
Very big
not
shoes.
just on the floor, but just from an emotional fan base. But if he's good and the Mavs win, not saying fans will ever fully move on, but they'll be on board, I would say. So
I would agree.
I
would agree.
It'll be fascinating to see how it all plays out, especially what it looks like early without Kyrie Irving, who, by the way, I'm sure you'll cover this and already have, but with the way his contract is structured, they now can sign someone to the taxpayers mid-level. Yep. There's some guards that have been linked to Dallas that can help fill that void while he's out. So
the Kings are trading for this pick, by the way. The Sacramento Kings are trading
with OKC.
With OKC here. So this will be the Kings.
Neat Clifford, it looks like.
And Neat Clifford is going to be the pick, the man out of
Colorado.
Colorado.
Scotto's had a pretty good night.
Scotto has had a pretty good night.
We'll see it, Fisher.
Will Cooper Flagg win a title in Dallas with the Mavericks? Let us know down there in the comment section. Type Y for yes, type N for no. I'd be a fraud if I didn't say yes. Not yet. Not yet.
He won't get traded because
someone will not be in charge.
Ownership won't allow it, and he'll be gone by then anyway.
Okay,
what do you real quick? Dylan Harper too.
Yep.
What's
new poll?
New poll. I'm being told new poll.
Will Cooper Flagg win a title in Dallas? Look, I do think he's going to have all the tools to be a number one on a title team. Is that going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years? I'm not sure. And the way I've kind of looked at Cooper Flagg is I think at his peak, he is a top 7, top 8 player in the league. I don't know if he's ever going to be a top 3 player in the league like Luka was, where he can straight up carry you to a title. And maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong about it because I'd love to see another title here with the Mavs. I think Cooper Flagg's going to be a great player. I'm not sure he is a transcendent superstar like Luka was. And that's where I think fans are going to have a hard time reconciling the fact that they ended up trading him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those where he's incredibly well-rounded, but is he ever going to have that wow trait? Maybe
exactly.
Not. But if there's no weakness, you could be a top 10 player in the league for a decade. So
no doubt.
We'll see if that ends up being the case. We'll circle back to Dylan Harper because I do want to have a conversation there about San Antonio. But Neat Clifford goes 24. He was 15th on Rolly's big board. I like this guy a lot, Coop. I watched Colorado State a decent amount last year. He can really fill it up. Has some good size there as well. And I don't mind that he's got a lot of, he's 23. He's played a lot of ball at the collegiate level. I think he can contribute right away for the Kings here.
Once you get past the lottery, I have a philosophy of taking players who are ready to play for your basketball team. And Neat Clifford is certainly ready to play for the Sacramento Kings. Look, he was a fantastic player for Colorado State last year. He averaged 19 points, almost 10 boards, almost averaged a double-double, close to 50% from the field as well. I think this is a really good pick for the Sacramento Kings, if I'm being honest with you.
10 boards at 6'5", by the way. Guy can flat-out rebound.
Exactly, and that is a great rebounding number for a guy who's just 6'5". And look, like I said, I think at this point you're looking for players that can contribute to your team. I don't think you're looking at projectables. I don't think you're looking at what can this guy be in 5 years. It's what can this guy be tomorrow for you. And I think Neat Clifford can be a very good player. As Rolly said, a Swiss Army knife who can do pretty much anything on the offensive side of the ball. If you need him to be a creator, if you need him to be an off-ball playmaker, or if you need him to be a point of attack defender on the other side, he can do that as well.
So Neat Clifford goes there. We'll get back to the next picks momentarily. But why don't we show you guys the draft hats that are available?
Fresh. I love the draft hats.
I know a lot of you guys have a chance to win our raffle. But if you don't, or if you just don't want to wait and want to get multiple hats or whatever the case may be, chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. All 30 teams available. These are just a few samples for you guys. on screen. I think it's a pretty clean look this year, Coop. You got
yeah.
the logo on the side, the cursive text, but not so wacky cursive that you can't read it on the main part of the hat there. So definitely a fan of these. Draft hats are kind of hit and miss from year to year, but I think these are pretty good.
No question. I love this Mavericks one, the all-blue one. They also have the white one with the blue brim that Cooper Flagg wore when he shook Adam Silver's hand on that stage. So go get your draft hat today at chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. That link is in the live chat. It's also in the description of today's show. Shout out to Fanatics for sponsoring the first round of the 2025 NBA
How do you
draft.
feel about the Dylan Harper fit with what San Antonio is doing? I mean, we've known for a while he was going to go number 2, but obviously they make the trade with Sacramento to get their guard to pair with Victor Wembanyama. Now they add Dylan Harper here. How does this all look together in your opinion?
Look, I think they took Dylan Harper because they had to. I'm not sure he was the best fit for San Antonio. They already have De'Aaron Fox over there, who they technically have not signed to an extension yet. But I think Dylan Harper is someone, he was the second best player in this draft. I don't think there's any question about that. And I do think he'll be a very good player for San Antonio. It just makes me wonder how they're going to fit both Harper and Fox on the court together. Or do they look to maybe trade Fox at the deadline for a bigger need? I think that could absolutely be in play. One thing I do know, Dylan Harper, the son of NBA legend Ron Harper, is going to be a good player in this league right away. In his lone season at Rutgers, even though they weren't a very good team, he, alongside his teammate Ace Bailey, had a fantastic season, averaging over 19 points. Very good ball handler with an extremely good finish at the rim as well. He has all the physical attributes to be a real good point guard in this league. Not a great shooter. He's pretty streaky on that end, but overall, I think this was a no-brainer pick. There was really no other option for the Spurs.
Yeah, I think this is one of those where you see how it looks, at least to start the year with De'Aaron Fox, and if it's choppy, maybe you trade Fox for a wing or something at the deadline. Or maybe next offseason you trade De'Aaron Fox. Or
he's a free agent, so they technically could just let him walk.
Yeah, you could let him walk. I mean, you ideally wouldn't want to do that. I mean, you'd like to get something for him, but yeah, that'll be very, very interesting. But yeah, I think there was a gap between him and the next crop of guys with Bailey and Edgecombe. So
I love this pick for Orlando, by the way. We'll get to that in just a moment. But I do want to talk about VJ Edgecombe for the 76ers. Edgecombe is a really, really good scorer out of Baylor. The only question with the 76ers taking Edgecombe is how do they fit Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and Jared McCain all on the floor together? I think that's a question Nick Nurse is going to have to figure out.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the ceiling of VJ Edgecombe? I get why they didn't take Ace Bailey. I mean, he basically said, F you, I'm not coming to Philly.
I wouldn't take him either.
I wouldn't take him either. I do just wonder what the best case scenario here is. They kind of got backed into a corner due to the Ace Bailey situation. So, listen, Baylor had kind of a down year, but every time they played, he was their best player.
No
question.
question.
Certainly a good prospect, but I think they wanted Bailey, but they couldn't take him.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me as well. So they had to kind of settle for Edgecombe and quote-unquote settle. I think VJ is going to be a really, really good player. He's going to, I think, be a pretty elite scorer in this league when he's fully developed. What that looks like right now, I'm not sure because, like I said, there's a little bit of a logjam in that backcourt there in Philadelphia.
The Magic take Jace Richardson.
Love this pick
out
for
of
the Magic.
Michigan State. Break this one down for us.
The son of NBA legend Jason Richardson, longtime NBA vet here.
Didn't he also play for the Magic for a while?
Yeah, I think he
was there at some point.
He briefly played for the Magic, most notably for the Warriors. That's what I know him for mostly, and the dunk contest as well. But a real, true combo guard is Jace Richardson. Very good scoring ability, can create his own shot, really came into his own as the season went on for the Michigan State Spartans. Started coming off the bench, and then about midway through the year moved into the starting lineup, and Michigan State really took off. He's not going to be a great defender. You're not expecting a bunch of defense out of him, but you can expect a very, very efficient scorer in Jace Richardson. I think he's a prototypical sixth man that can have a very long career in the league, and I think that's what he's going to do for the Magic.
Well, I think Orlando's clearly signaling that they're getting what they need, which is shooting.
Absolutely.
You go out and get Desmond Bane and that big blockbuster trade a couple of weeks ago. You get this kid, one of the better shooters in the draft, who could also create. That's what they needed. So
You've added 2 snipers.
You had 2 elite shooters and 2 guys who can also, even if they're not your primary ball handler, they can be secondary ball handlers as well. So I like what Orlando's done this offseason. Again, 4 firsts, I get it's a lot there, but they're trying to win now, and I think they're identifying that the East is vulnerable moving forward, especially in this upcoming season. So.
Absolutely, yeah. I've said multiple times, I think alongside the New York Knicks, the Orlando Magic would be my other pick to win the Eastern Conference right now, with Jason Tatum going down with the torn Achilles and Boston kind of blowing their team up. And then Tyrese Halliburton tore his Achilles. He's going to miss the rest of next season as well. All of next season, excuse me. So the East is wide open, and I think the Magic with Jamal Mosley are poised to take another step and be a true contender here in this East.
If you guys love the NBA, spam me in the chat. We'll give a few shout-outs coming in, but still got 5 picks to go as Brooklyn's back-to-back here with a chance to make history. No team has ever selected 5 players in the first round of the NBA draft. They've already selected 3, and they have 2 more picks, so we'll see if they do it. Boston is after that, and then Charlotte and the Clippers coming up next.
Sammy, I just slacked you. Could you just grab my water off my desk, please? Thank you. All good.
All right, we get some shout-outs going here. We got Marble Sky, Janet, Ty Man, the Buckeye.
My guy, Ty Man.
Misty Williamson. We got, who else we got coming in here? Daniel Cap saying best
Marble
pick
Sky
for the Magic. Marble Sky. John Edward Kruger. Free agency starts, what's that, the 30th?
June 30th, yep. So that
We'll
will
be
be
live that
Monday.
day.
We will be live. Absolutely.
Thank God it's a Monday. Remember
Yeah.
they
Sunday
kept on
last year.
Sundays?
Yeah. Well, remember when it used to be at midnight on July 1st?
What was that app that Cuban used to have?
Oh,
Cyberdust.
With Chandler Parsons. That's when he announced that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
good times. Good times.
Jesus.
That was like early Twitter, and he was like, come over to Cyberdust. All right, Mark.
Thanks for selling the Mavs cubes and trading Luka.
What a time to be alive.
This was a pick, Harrison. Can you go back to the number 10 here? Just a moment here, Jack. This was a pick I just did not make any sense of whatsoever.
Yeah, you've said that a couple times.
They traded for Mark Williams. They gave up 2 first-round picks, and I like Mark Williams. He's a starting caliber player in this league, a starting caliber center. Then 2 seconds later, they go draft Common Malawach from Duke. Go get another need. You need a point guard. Yaka Jonas was on the board for you at 10, and you take another big, and yet you still have about 7 2 guards on your roster in Jalen Green, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Grayson Allen, whoever else I'm forgetting. I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple. I just don't understand what Matt Ishbia and his front office is doing over there.
CTE ball, baby.
It just makes no sense to me. And Bradley Beal has a no-trade clause, by the way, so either he's getting bought out or they're just going to have to keep him.
Let's call a spade a spade. The Beal move, I get why they took that swing. I didn't like it, though. It's one of the worst. The way it's played out, it's one of the worst moves I can ever remember.
Absolutely.
I'm never going to rip a team for going all in, but my God, it went about as bad as it possibly could have.
Yeah, look, Matt Ishbia tried to make a couple of swings when he first became owner of the Phoenix Suns. It was like on day 4 or 5 of his ownership of Phoenix that he traded for Kevin Durant. He went out and got Bradley Beal. Look, they've swung for the fences. They tried to become an instant contender. It just doesn't work out that way. Look, this team made the finals in 2021, ended up losing to the Milwaukee Bucks in 6 games. They were pretty close then, but they just couldn't quite get over the hump there in the Western Conference. And now they're staring down the barrel of purgatory, in my opinion. Like, I just don't know where this team goes. And I just think they could have made a better pick than Malawach. And that's nothing against Common Malawach, because I think he's a very good player. I just don't think that was the need, especially if they already agreed a trade for Mark Williams.
Another franchise that Luka ended, the Phoenix Suns. But we'll see where they go from here. We'll also see what the Nets do with these next couple of picks. Jerry Brown, we appreciate
Shout out Jerry
dues.
B with coming in with the $2
Ask a
super
question
chat.
next time, my man. Get your money's worth, but we appreciate it. We appreciate you donating to the program. It certainly helps. Looks like Ben Saraf going 26.
Ooh, the guard out of Israel played over in Germany last year. Ben Seraph, a good playmaker as well. He's played some professional ball already, so I like that. I don't know if he quite translate. He's going to Brooklyn here at 26.
Is he a point guard too?
So they have taken now 3 point guards.
Is he a true point?
He is. He's a 1. They have taken
draft and stash for a year, or is he coming over?
You know what? That's actually a very good point.
Maybe he plays another year.
Maybe he does spend another year over in Germany in Ulm, who's a pretty good team as well.
Needs to work on his 3-point shooting. It looks like, but yeah, they're just firing at these point guards.
So they've taken Igor Demin, Nolan Traore, Ben Seraph, and is that it? No, they took another one as well, right?
They took. We could recap Brooklyn in a bit.
Drake Powell, yes.
Here we go.
Yeah, Drake Powell.
Drake Powell as well. So 3 point guards and
they pick again.
And here we go. Who's a 4th point guard?
Yeah,
available?
let's go look at the point guards available. Go see who they could take here. I mean, this is a hell of a draft strategy from the Brooklyn Nets.
Brooklyn is just.
Yeah. No, tomorrow.
Let's get Tyrese Proctor in the fold.
Yeah, look, Proctor is more of a combo guard, so that one could actually make some sense. Cam Jones, maybe they take another true point in Cam Jones. I don't think they'll go Javon Smaller, Kobe Sanders.
What bigs are available? That's what they should do now.
Need a big.
Especially if they're going to trade Claxton, which I think
Danny Wolf, I like that.
That's a fun piece.
I don't think they're going to take Ryan Kalkbrenner, Maxime Reynal, Amari Williams. I don't know. I don't know what they do here. Do they finally trade this pick?
They could. At this point, just take the pick.
Well, I mean, what are they doing?
Let's make some history, Brooklyn. Let's make some history. Yeah, what's the plan, guys, as we get to the end?
I trust Sam Downtown Brown to figure that one out. I'm not worried there.
Cannon Arm Brown figuring it out.
Oh, Cannon Arm Brown, who, by the way, a little bit of a sandbagger, if you will, claims he didn't have a great arm and then just threw it about 65 yards. I don't know, Jim. So the Nets on the clock once again. We do have another super chat that we'll get to. Shout out my guy, Noah Turner. Always tuning in to our Mavericks Today coverage. Appreciate you, Noah, and Jose. We'll get to all your super chats here in just
Remember,
a moment.
2 times the raffle entries down the stretch for a chance to win a draft hat. So
my guy, Noah.
Fire away.
Call me crazy, but I think a healthy Mavs is better than a healthy Lakers.
It depends what the Lakers do. I mean, I think when fully healthy, the Mavs' overall roster is probably better. I think we saw last year. Are you pushing back there?
Who am I to bet against Luka Doncic?
Well, they have the best player of the 2 teams, arguably the 2 best.
Yeah.
But who's their center? I mean, we saw last year. That is the one thing about Luka that I think is fair game. If you don't give him a functional center, I'm not going to say it neutralizes him, but it makes it easier to defend to an extent. Because when you give him a lob threat, it doesn't even have to be that good of a player, but a lob threat, he's unstoppable offensively. So that's got to be a priority for the Lakers.
The Lakers have to go find a big man. They
should go get Claxton.
They should have kept Mark Williams is what they should have done, but they saw something on the physical that they didn't like. So
let's waste LeBron's maybe second to last year.
Let's get Dalton Connect. Jose coming in with the 10. OKC is going back-to-back, and chat needs to make a channel for them. That's not up to us.
That has been discussed, I will say, loosely. The next 2 teams, I think, if we expand, will be the Thunder and Rockets. That would be my guess.
That would be the next 2 on the list. Where do you think the Nets rank on that?
Not high.
I would agree. There aren't many Nets fans out there in the world.
To be honest, after the 2 I just mentioned, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Because a lot of the bigger market team, I mean, maybe Spurs, but is that a big enough fan base?
No, they're really a regionalized fan base.
That's a lot of the NBA now, though, I feel like. I mean, we cover most of the, bigger fan bases.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, you look at good teams right now. The Cavs, All right, pick is in. Danny Wolf, good pick.
They picked the big man. Danny Wolf goes to the Brooklyn Nets.
Let's launch Nets now, baby.
Oh, Sam Brown, thank you.
Nets now might be in the works.
I was parched.
Like Jack, he transferred from another school to Michigan.
Go blue, baby.
Nets now might be in the works.
No.
I still have a little sarcasm there. I still have some PTSD. I'm pretty sure he torched the Frogs this year.
Yes, he did. Danny Wolf's a solid player, man. Look, he played alongside Vlad Golden over at Michigan last year and performed a pretty – what's up?
Yeah, he had 14 and 14 with 4 assists against the Frogs.
Yeah, very solid. Look, I think this is a decent pick for the Nets, and this is a guy they could actually use right away, Graham, instead of taking 3 point guards.
Yeah, I like this pick. If they keep Claxton, he can be their backup 5. If they trade Claxton, maybe he pushes to start. We'll see. Very skilled. I mean, he can pass. Yeah. He can finish with both hands around the rim. He could shoot the ball as well. I think there's some mechanical things there to work on, but I think this might be, especially where they got him, one of my favorite picks of the whole first round. I think this is a good pick here by Brooklyn.
Don't hate this pick whatsoever. And this is a guy, like I said, who I think could actually contribute to them this season. A very good ball handler for his size. Danny Wolf out of Michigan averaged almost 10 rebounds as well. So he can give you a little bit on defense as far as rebounding. He can give you a little playmaking on the offensive end, either out of a pick and roll type of situation, or you could put him in the post. And he's a pretty good passer as well. So he has a little offensive game to him. He ran the offense at times for Dusty May over at Michigan, and he has a good motor and has upside as a shooter. Didn't really shoot that well last season with the Wolverines, but that can certainly something that's developed.
I mean, so almost 34% from 3 is a big. I mean, like you said earlier, the spacing in college isn't great. So I mean, that's a functional number that can improve in the NBA. Is Jake Fisher about to tweet how he's the Ann Arbor Jokic? We gonna get that? Gonna get that report?
Go back home, Fisher.
What is Stein doing?
Come on, Mark.
All right, we got 3 picks left in the first round. The Celtics, who have been busy this offseason, trading Drew Holiday.
I can tell you who the
Kristaps
Celtics are
Porzingis.
going to take right now.
Let's hear it.
Will either be Liam McNeely or Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Who does our friend Tyler Smith, a.k.a. Smitty, want?
Smitty, a.k.a. Smit Dog, a.k.a. Smitty, will take. I think he wants Kalkbrenner. He wants to keep the Creighton pipeline going. They took Baylor Shireman last year. Maybe they take Kalkbrenner again and reunite them. Who knows?
I got to find Smitty stream. Here we go.
Hugo Gonzalez out of Real Madrid could be an option for them here as well.
Okay.
Do they take – the pick is already in. Yeah. Kalkbrenner or McNeely? Oh, Fleming out of St. Joe's. Smitty is ridiculous.
When he gets riled up.
I say this about Tyler Smith. He truly is one of a kind. You can't explain him.
I don't know if do we know if there's an ADD diagnosis there, ADHD? If not
a fish.
He gets he has moments.
Yeah.
And I mean that in a good way. Well, I'm just like the energy just comes out of nowhere.
Oh,
I'm just like where did it?
Very good political statement made by the Brooklyn Nets.
Oh, there you go.
Danny Wolf is?
They're your second team, Coop?
I didn't know that. No. Denny Avdia is my Israeli GOAT. Look, the Israel national team could be an Olympic team next year. They got some nice pieces.
They're functional. Is Pat Bev gonna get a dual citizenship?
Trivia, do you remember the former Maverick from Israel for a couple seasons? Do you remember, Sam?
Is he the guy that went nuts? Remember, who's the guy that went crazy on social media?
No.
You know what I'm talking about,
yeah,
though. That wasn't him? Okay.
This was like 2013, 14, 2015, somewhere around there.
It's Hugo Gonzalez to the Celtics.
What did I say?
You called it.
I said Hugo was going to be a pick. Out of Real Madrid, Hugo Gonzalez.
Is Smitty going to be happy? Oh, is he? I need to correct.
He mostly came off the bench last year for Madrid. Madrid's the one of the best teams over.
You want a live listen here?
Yeah.
I'm rewinding a bit. This is Smitty on our Celtics channel. You can't hear it?
I can hear it.
You can't hear it in the.
Now you can.
Hang on.
Anyways,
He's not talking.
I'll talk about Hugo for a bit because I know a little bit about him. I've watched some Real Madrid basketball this last season. Look, he's a pretty raw prospect, but Hugo Gonzalez is someone that can be a developmental player for this Celtics team. And when they're ready to contend again, I do think Hugo could be a part of that. He came off the bench mostly for Real Madrid this year. Look, Madrid is one of the 2 or 3 best teams over in Europe. So they're playing veterans and they're trying to win. And Gonzalez got in on their rotation last year.
He said this is going to be the worst video of my life.
Of course it will.
Of
course it will.
Is he going to be scrapping to 8 like Seeps did earlier?
I think Hugo's a decent player, man. Like, is he going to help the Celtics next year? No. Do you need him to help next year? No. Like,
Smitty needs to understand they're punting on 20 this upcoming season.
Yeah, they should bring him over this season. He didn't play much last year, like I said, for Real Madrid. He came off the bench mostly. They were a very good team. It's hard to crack their rotation. Averaged just 3.1 points and less than 2 boards. Didn't shoot that well from 3. He certainly has some tools, though. He has instincts, as most Spanish players who come over do. They're very heady and fundamentally sound players. So that's what you're going to get out of Hugo. You're not going to expect him to play much next season. I think he'll spend a lot of time with the main Red Claws or whatever they're called now, the main Celtics out there in the G League. But he doesn't really create his own shot that much, but he's someone with a bit of size and he's someone with a bit of creativity as far as passing goes. It's not someone you're expecting to play right away for a playoff team, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Celtics are kind of tipping their hand here. They're punting on next year. Doesn't mean they're not going to try to be competitive and be a playoff team or something like that, but they know that without Tatum, they can't win a championship.
100%.
They're being run like a business right now. Let's shed some tax money, almost $200 million bucks. Let's trade an aging Drew Holiday. Let's trade Porzingis, who has injury and medical issues. And let's reboot for 1 year and kind of take a swing at it again in 2 seasons. So I think their actions are supporting that theory. There's already chatter they could still flip Anthony Simons as well. So, yeah, I think that if they were really trying to go for it this year, they probably would have drafted a more win-now player, and clearly they're not. And I don't think it's the wrong move, by the way. I don't think they've got enough ammunition if Tatum's out to compete for a title this year.
Yeah.
I just don't think they do.
I don't either. And, injuries suck, but it is what it is.
Sometimes you got to take your medicine as a team.
And the way this CBA is constructed, like they avoid hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties.
I don't blame them
for being. Yeah, I don't either. So they trade Drew Holiday, they trade Kristaps Porzingis, they get back Anthony Simons, who, by the way, might be rerouted somewhere else, as that rumor came up today. And they get George Niang back, who's a very good shooter at the big man spot.
They're functional players to help them this year, but they're not long-term pieces.
No,
I mean,
they're not.
I don't blame them on their approach at all. It's unfortunate, but sometimes you got to do that.
If the Celtics do end up keeping Jaylen Brown, which I think they will now that he has not been traded here in the top 10 at least of this year, they're still a top 5 team in the East, I think.
Yeah.
So
they'll be like a second-round team, and then the next year they'll come back and be one of the contenders.
Exactly. So this is a 1-year blip for the Boston Celtics. I don't mind the Hugo Gonzalez pick.
Oh, man. Hit that subscribe button. We crossed 412,000 subscribers today. We appreciate all of you. Are we close to topping last year? Has that been are we in the mix there? Sammy Maths? We're 58 subscribers away from topping last year's first round of the NBA draft. So if you want to help us out, if you want to help us top our 2024 coverage. We would appreciate that. We got 2 picks left in the first round. We'll recap round 1. I think Rolly's going to come back for
Yeah, he
grades at some point.
Is that right, Sammy?
Roy's gonna do grades on the live.
Okay.
Oh, man. We'll see if I can get all these names.
Oh, they'll be on screen for you.
There's a couple curveballs in there.
Noah Esenge.
Asenge, and then
Hansen Yang.
what's the guy the Bulls took? Is that Asenge?
Yeah, that's Noah Esenge.
And then what's the Suns guy
Which one?
at 10?
Common Malawatch?
Okay, we're good.
Yeah,
Those
you're
are the
fine.
2. Those are the 2.
He did go to Duke. Come on, Graham.
Relax. I watched Cooper Flagg and Concanepal.
And Malawatch was on that team.
He's fine. Guy can't read rebounds half the time.
Who is the biggest
Smitty's
winner
analysis.
from day 1 of the NBA draft? Let us know down in the comment section. I think it's an easy answer. It's the Dallas Mavericks.
Well, that goes without saying. I mean, especially for the suffering of the Luka trade, definitely a nice little recovery here. I'm gonna say I hate to show my guy Rolly too much love here, but to get what's his face to fall to
Yakachonis,
10,
yeah.
Yakachonis to fall to 20, that's pretty damn good value. I got to be honest.
Very good value there for the Miami Heat. They're definitely up there. I think the Orlando Magic are up there as well with the Jace Richardson pick. So there are definitely multiple answers to this question. Let us know who the day 1 winner
How about
is.
the Hornets? They add Liam McNeely now.
Oh,
That's
is
a
that
nice
they took
night.
Liam McNeely here?
They
That's
took
good.
Knepel and McNeely. That's a nice little draft.
That's not bad at all.
I
And
like that.
Let's see who the Clippers take to round out round 1. Will they take Rasheer Fleming? Will they go with Ryan Kalkbrenner to get a backup center? Oh, and there's Danny Hurley here. I can't stand him.
Oh, he is an absolute scumbag. Yeah. So Charlotte trades Mark Williams for Liam McNeely now and a first in 2029.
Good for them.
That's not too bad, man. That's not too bad whatsoever. So McNeely goes here to the Hornets. We'll see if he can develop that outside shot. If he can, I think he's got a lot of potential, man. He's got a good frame. He can rebound.
Teammates with Cooper Flagg in high school.
Still very young, so
Went to J.J. Pierce just down the road.
interesting. I know a couple people that went to Pierce, but yeah, the efficiency wasn't there for UConn, but he's still young. He's a baby. He's 19. A lot of room to grow. I feel like there's a lot of good young individual talent in Charlotte. Can it all come together? Sammy Brown?
Drew Timmy.
Oh, another scumbag. Guy got the guy traveled on every post move he ever made.
Yeah,
in
I
college.
could not stand Drew Timmy, but didn't he end up getting like a double-double in the league last year for Brooklyn? Yeah. Hopefully McNeely's.
Another heartbreaking tournament loss for the Frogs.
Yeah, that was.
Guy was traveling on every post move.
Hopefully McNeely's not like that in the league. But we are at the final pick of the first round of the 2025 NBA draft. The Los Angeles Clippers will round out our first round here. What's up? Fuck 'em. And then we will do a recap. Then we'll do some other VODs. And we'll sign off for the night. Shout out to Marble Skies with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Marbles.
Appreciate you, Marbles. Last chance for raffles. Launch them in.
Launch them. Send them.
Send them in there.
Oh, Sam, little fit text to box there.
Bring
them in
then.
If you want to pull up to Maine, come on.
Shout out for all the donations, man. $440 tonight.
Let's
we
go, man.
appreciate
That's
you
awesome.
guys. I think that more than doubled last year. So
Double raffle entries for the next 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Let's go.
fire them in. Fire them in.
What will the Clippers do? Will they go Maxime Reynaud out of Stanford? Rasheer Fleming? Adu Tiero?
Do they have their long-term center? I mean, what's his name?
Oh, yeah, Zubats. He's a stud.
But how long is he going to be
Oh,
playing?
dude, he's like 28, 29.
Is he
He's
still
got
only?
time. Oh, yeah.
I feel like he's
Dude,
been in the league for 15
Zubats
years.
is an animal.
He's good. I just didn't know.
He had a real breakout year last year.
28. God, I feel like he should be 33.
Yeah, he's been in the league for a minute.
He's the new Serge Ibaka.
He averaged 17 and 12 last year. He was a beast.
Yeah, he's good. He's a Mavs killer. That's for sure.
There's no question about that.
All right, let's get this wrapped up, folks.
Yeah.
Clippers on the clock. Yeah.
Am I staying on? All right, word.
Coop will sign off after we get to this last pick, and then we'll recap round 1. And we'll you don't want the duck race in the loop, do you? Oh, all right.
Read the screen, Graham.
I didn't see it. I didn't see. I said sub and loop right after duck race. That tells me it's in there.
Don't worry. That's why we communicate, baby. That's what it's about.
Oh man, it's the end of round 1.
It is
that's for
10:30
sure.
p.m. Central Time. We are all in the delirium phase.
It's time.
Hey, Mott's.
Not that many drinks tonight, but Mott's do sound good.
Yeah, Mott's. We probably got some Mott's in there somewhere.
They're collecting dust somewhere.
No, you don't. And I'll tell you what. We better not be getting hot tomorrow.
Oh, that was a tough
It's
play.
a disaster. Shout out,
still
Chunks,
better.
though,
It's still better than the pop up,
I,
but
I don't know if it is, man.
eh. Oh, then we
Is
won't.
it?
Yeah, it is. It is. All right, the Clippers. Oh my God, we got another name in here.
It is. I
Yannick
forgot.
Conan
my God, I have to
Niederhauser.
change my shit. Oh, I remember Rolly talking about this guy.
All right,
Back into the first round.
little 3-namer for the Clippers.
A little, I don't hate this selection. A little reach, a guy on potential, which, again, goes against my philosophy at this point in the draft. But, look, decent enough, as Sam doesn't even have the graphics ready for this guy. What's going on here, Brown?
Nittany Lion from Switzerland. All
Yannick
right.
Conan Niederhauser. What a name that is. Oh my
61% from the field. I might be in on this guy.
God. Look, he's got some decent potential.
It's got good flow.
Played for, was it Micah Shrewsbury over at Penn State? Or no, he's at Notre Dame now. Yeah.
Sure.
he is. Look, he's got a decent frame, very good athlete, decent rim protector as well, good touch around the rim. Needs to do more as a shooter, though. Averaged over 2 blocks a night in his time at Penn State last season. 13 and 6 last year for the Nittany Lions on a pretty decent team. He was the 42nd ranked prospect on Rolly's big board, the 13th big out of Frashels, Switzerland. I think that's how you say it, right, Sam? I don't know. I thought you were German. Switzerland's basically French, German, Italian, whatever. So I thought Sam would have more culture than that, but I guess not. I guess not. We only have his last name on here too? What's going on there, Brown?
That's it.
What's going on there, Brown?
When Excel screws
that's
us.
good stuff. No, we're good. Now we've got his full.
What if it just said Conan?
Yeah. Yannick Conan Niederhauser, the final pick of the first round of the draft. And that will conclude the draft for tonight. But the second round is tomorrow.
Yep. Tomorrow night, 7 Eastern, we'll be live, 6 Central, with the draft starting at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. We have been informed that they won't be in Newport ESPN studios. So
they'll be at the Barclays.
That's a bonus. But here are some of the best available heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, Rasheer Fleming at number 1. I thought he was going to be a first-round pick.
Yeah, who stands out here other than Fleming?
Yeah, I like Noah Penda, the wing out of France. He's also, I believe, played over with Ben Seraph and a couple of other guys who have been the European prospects here. Tyrese Proctor, the guard out of Duke.
I think he can help someone right away.
Absolutely. I think he's more of a combo guard, but I think he could play right away as well. He can handle the ball a bit. Rolly thinks he can play the 3. He at 6'4", I think that would be a little small, but look, I do think Proctor is a pretty good player, and somebody's going to get a good guy in Tyrese in the second round for sure.
All right. Well, Coop, appreciate you hopping on here. He's
Appreciate
gonna
y'all.
hop off and go do some Dallas Mavericks content. I will recap the first round of the draft, and we'll get you ready for round 2. That's coming up next here on Chat Sports. The first round of the NBA draft is in the books. We all love to say that, in the books, as the first of 2 rounds in 2025 have come and gone. We will recap round 1 here on tonight's show. My name is Harrison Graham. This is NBA Now by Chat Sports. No surprise at the top, it was Cooper Flagg to the Dallas Mavericks. Flag Day in Dallas. It's been a tumultuous 4 or 5 months for Mavericks fans after the Luka Doncic trade, but nice recovery here to get the best player in this draft and probably the best domestic prospect since at least Zion Williamson, if not Anthony Davis. 6'8", 220, well-rounded player, can play on both ends, can play multiple positions, defend multiple positions. Obviously, still has a lot of developing and growing to do, but he should be able to have an instant impact right away for the Mavericks. The clear top prospect in this draft. The Mavs didn't mess around. He was the only player they even met with. So Cooper Flagg to Dallas, number 1 overall. We'll recap the rest of the first round, but subscribe to the channel if you want coverage all off season long. We're just getting rolling here. Second round tomorrow night. Undrafted free agency coverage plus NBA free agency gets going on Monday. Trades are flying around. We got it all covered. Hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications. All right, after Cooper Flagg, it was Dylan Harper to the San Antonio Spurs at number 2 overall. The fit with De'Aaron Fox is going to be interesting, but I do think Harper was the clear second best prospect in this draft, so I do think it's the right selection for San Antonio. Really good scorer. He can create for others as well. Has a nice frame there at 6'4.5", 213, still young at 19 years old. San Antonio obviously has a lot to work with Harper, Wembanyama, De'Aaron Fox. If him and Fox can't gel together, they could always pivot off Fox to get more of a traditional wing to create a big 3 with Harper and Wembanyama. But I think you play this out at least for the start of the upcoming season and see how those two guys fit. VJ Edgecombe to the Sixers at 3. I like Edgecombe, skilled offensive player, can play above the rim as well. I think they wanted to take Ace Bailey, but Ace Bailey canceled his workout with Philadelphia, made his intentions clear that he did not want to go to the 76ers. And once that happens, what can you do? So they go to the next player on their big board. That ends up being Edgecombe out of Baylor. Conkeneppel out of Duke, the second Duke he picked in the top 5. He goes to the Charlotte Hornets. I like what he can bring to the table. He can score the basketball. He's got a frame to be a good defensive player as well. I thought Charlotte had a pretty good night. We'll get to their next pick a little bit later on. Okay, Ace Bailey was the selection for the Jazz. Utah was not one of the teams listed as his preferred destination. He wanted to go to either the Wizards, Pelicans, or Nets, who all picked in the next 3 selections. Danny Ainge says, I don't care. I'm going to draft him. Really talented player, really big upside as a scorer, good size as well. Should be able to develop into a good defensive player. We'll see what his mindset is. The visuals of when he got drafted were kind of nonchalant, so not sure what to make of that. But Danny Ainge went best player available. He did not care that Ace Bailey was not interested in Utah. Okay, Trey Johnson went to the Wizards at 6. I think one of the best pure scorers in this draft. I think he'll be a 20-point scorer in the NBA for a very long time. Maybe not right away, probably more like a 15-point scorer as a rookie, but he just can get to his spots. He can get downhill. He can shoot from the perimeter. He can play some point if you need him to. I think he's more of a combo 2-guard, ideally in the NBA, a guy who could just really fill it up, but he's got a lot of upside as a scorer. Needs to get better defensively. Needs to probably add 10 pounds, but a lot to like about Trey Johnson. Jeremiah Fears, another guy who needs to bulk up a little bit, but man, is he skilled offensively. The guard out of Oklahoma goes to the Pelicans. They, of course, traded C.J. McCollum before the draft, so you help replace him and that productivity in the backcourt with Jeremiah Fears. I think there's a lot of upside here with him in New Orleans over the next several years. Who was the best pick from the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft? Let us know down in the comment section below. It'll be the pinned comment on this video. So if you get hit with an ad break, go ahead and reply who's the best combo or best pick from the first round of the draft. Igor Demin was next up, the guard out of BYU, one of several good players on that BYU team last year. Out of Russia, comes to the States, plays for Brigham Young. He's got great size, has high upside, is a floor spacing 3/4. I think ideally you'd play him at the 4, depending on the type of lineups that the Nets want to trot out there. They obviously had a very big night, but he's also kind of one of those bigger point guard types. So we'll see where he ends up playing. Could be more of a guard offensively, wing defensively, but they had an interesting night. First team ever in NBA draft history to select 5 players in the first round of the NBA draft. Colin Murray-Boyles, the big out of South Carolina. He goes to the Toronto Raptors with the number 9 pick as they add some more size to their team. Come on, Maluch, I definitely butchered Maluwach, definitely butchered that. I was practicing, and then, I stumbled there. Shout out Mitchell Renz. Great size, part of that Duke team that, probably should have won a national championship if we're being completely honest. Needs to improve as a rebounder for his size. He doesn't have great feel, and this is kind of a skill that doesn't get talked about enough, of reading where the ball is going to bounce off the rim. It's one of those kind of under-talked about skills, but if he can improve that, he certainly has the size to be a good rebounder, good finisher around the rim, can alter and block shots as well. Part of what Charlotte did tonight was trading away Mark Williams. They get Micic back and 2 first-round picks as well. We'll tell you who they picked at 29 later tonight. And then they also picked up a first-round pick in 2029. That was the first of a few trades in this range. The Grizzlies moved up from 16 to 11. Also sent a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando that they got from the Desmond Bane trade, and 2 second-round picks to Portland. They then took Cedric Coward. That's not to get confused with Colin Coward. Shout out ESPN. 6'5", 213 here. Good rebounder for his size as well. Like this pick for the Grizzlies. Should be able to offer them some positional versatility. 40% three-point shooter out of Washington State as well. Noah Essengay, the wing out of, remind me here, Sam, France, thank you very much. He goes to the Chicago Bulls at number 12. I know my guy Patrick Seatman wanted Derek Queen. He actually went next pick here to the New Orleans Pelicans. They traded up to get Mr. Derek Queen from 23 to 13. Hawks got 23 back and a first-round pick next year, which could be a really, really good draft pick, by the way. But Queen, big out of Maryland, really skilled big. He can play the 4, could play some small ball 5, depending on how New Orleans wants to deploy him. I like the draft they had tonight. They get a couple of really nice pieces in New Orleans. 6'9", 250 almost, so he's got a lot of girth to him, but can really rebound, can score as well. And he might have some defensive limitations in terms of positional flex. Can he guard threes on the perimeter? That might be tough, probably more defending 4s and 5s, but nice for him to work with and really skilled offensively. Get yourself a NBA draft hat available for all 30 teams. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. That link will be in the comments and description of this video. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Go ahead and click and shop right now. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Okay, we've got Carter Bryant, the wing out of Arizona. I like the upside here. He had some moments this year for the Wildcats. Didn't have a huge role for them, but I think he's got a chance to be really good in the NBA. Won't be asked to play a huge role probably as a freshman or as a rookie, I should say, for San Antonio. But all of a sudden, you look up and down that roster, there's a lot of depth and a lot of pieces to like if you're the Spurs. Thomas Sorber, the big out of Georgetown, goes to the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder with the number 15 pick overall. They add some size. I like this pick because what if they don't want to pay Chet Holmgren in a year? Or what if Jalen Williams, not the guard, the big off the bench, isn't a long-term piece? Sorber is a guy who can help in that regard. Isaiah Hartenstein only has 1 or 2 years left on his contract that he signed last offseason, so they're pretty loaded at guard and wing. They needed more depth at the 4 and 5 spot, and Sorber can help provide that. One of the shockers of the first round was Hansen Yang, the big out of China. Jake Fisher said a source told him he is the China Jokic. That is, that's bold. Some would call that cap. I mean, who knows? But good statistically internationally, 16 and 10, had almost 3 blocks per game. But man, that felt like a reach. He was not really on our radar tonight. Joan Berenger was the pick for the Minnesota Timberwolves at number 17 overall as well, as they add a big. Couple slight surprises there. I thought there were better bigs on the board when Yang and Berenger went, but obviously Portland and Minnesota disagreed with us on that one. Okay, a trade coming in there at pick 18. The Jazz moved up to 18 as Washington got 21, 43, and 2 future seconds back. I like that return for the Wizards. And Danny Ainge had an interesting night. He takes Walter Clayton Jr., the national championship point guard out of Florida. He captivated us during the NCAA tournament with magical shot after magical shot. Feels a little redundant. Him and Ace Bailey certainly aren't scared to shoot the basketball. They'll play different positions, but are those two guys going to be sharing the ball much? I don't know. They've also got some other pieces that they got to figure out how they fit. So I don't love the Jazz direction. A lot of individual talent, not sure a lot of cohesiveness there. Okay, at number 19, Nolan Traore was the selection. Another point guard for the Nets. They took 3 of them tonight. Now, all different sizes, so you could mix and match where they fit on the court, but that certainly caught my attention. I know Roley, our draft expert, was a big fan of this kid's game from overseas. We'll see how he plays coming over to the NBA. Kasparas Jakučionis, really good pick here. He was top 10 on Roley's big board. He falls to 20 for Miami. Really good playmaker. He can score. He's still young, just 19 years old. Good frame to work with at almost 6'5", 205. Has upside as a defender. Can play the 1, can play the 2. The playmaking's there. Rebounds fairly well. So I like this pick. The first of 2 straight Fighting Illini, by the way. Will Riley, the wing out of Illinois, ends up going to the Washington Wizards at number 21 overall. Thought it might have been a touch early for Riley here in Washington, but they opted to go in that direction. Drake Powell out of North Carolina was the pick for Brooklyn at 22. Good three-point shooter, catch-and-shoot guy. Not a ton of creation from him at this point in his development. We'll see if he can add that to his game. Has the frame to be a good defender. Was pretty inconsistent in that regard for the Tar Heels last year, but he was a freshman. He is 19 years old. Certainly room to grow on both ends of the floor. Asa Newell was the selection for the Hawks at number 23. Really good rebounding big for Georgia. Can finish around the rim as well. The Hawks could be a sneaky team in the East this upcoming year because with Jason Tatum down with the Achilles, Boston feels like they're in a transition year. Indiana is going to struggle to do what they did this year with Tyrese Haliburton popping his Achilles as well. Maybe Atlanta's a team that could hover around that 5 or 6 seed. Okay, there was a trade here also. Sacramento ends up moving up to 24. And then, hey, look, Sam Presti added another valuable pick. He gets a 2027 top 16 protected first. Nick Clifford was the selection out of Colorado State. Got to say, I really like this pick for Sacramento. He can really score. I watched Colorado State a handful of times last year, including in the NCAA tournament. This guy can really score. All 3 levels, he could shoot it. He can get downhill. Experienced player, having played 4 or 5 years of college basketball. I like his size also. He's a plug-and-play player for Sacramento. It wouldn't shock me if he started at some point this season. Jace Richardson, I like what the Magic have done this offseason. I know people think, maybe it was a slight overpay just in terms of 4 draft picks and a pick swap for Desmond Bane. But what did they need? They needed floor spacing, shooting, and more secondary ball handlers. Well, Desmond Bane provides that. Jace Richardson provides that. 41% three-point shooter. He can handle the rock as well. I think both those guys help right away. I mean, obviously, Bane's going to be a big part of this team. But I think Richardson as a backup point guard type can really contribute, and we know he could shoot the ball. So I love this pick for Orlando. Ben Saraf goes to Brooklyn, another kind of playmaking guard. We'll see. They got all these guys coming in this year. We'll see if they, A, all come over, including the couple international guys, and B, how much they play on the everyday roster, or if there's going to be some kind of G League action here. I think Danny Wolf plays right away. I like his game a lot. Really skilled offensive player. Shown flashes of the ability to shoot the three ball, the big out of Michigan. There's been some Nick Claxton trade rumors, so he'll either be Claxton's backup center probably, or if Claxton gets moved, he could even potentially start. That wouldn't completely shock me. Hugo Gonzalez, the wing out of Real Madrid, goes to Boston. Didn't get to play a ton. Real's got a pretty good roster over there in Europe, and he's a young guy, so didn't play a ton. I think he averaged like 3 points per game. Upside is there. Look, I think Boston is signaling how they view the upcoming season. It's a transition year. They're shedding tax money, $180 million, by shipping out Porzingis and Drew Holiday. They draft a guy that probably won't help them a ton this year in Hugo Gonzalez. I think they're acknowledging, hey, our best player tore his Achilles, probably not going to play this next year. Let's save some money. Let's retool a little bit and rebuild for the following season. Okay, Liam McNeely, some thought he'd go earlier. He falls to 29. The offensive game needs some refinement. He needs to improve his efficiency, certainly, but the upside is there. Good rebounder for his size, can play some defense as well. He was coached well from Dan Hurley. So to get him at 29, I thought Charlotte had a good night, like I mentioned earlier. And then wrapping up the first round was Yannick Conan Niederhauser. Awesome name. Good player, too, to wrap up round one. Can really rebound, can score the basketball around the rim as well, as the Clippers get a big to perhaps back up Ivica Zubac. So real quick, some of the best players available. You see him on screen there. Rasheer Fleming, Rolly had him as a lottery caliber player. Does not go tonight, the wing out of St. Joe's. So we'll see how long he lasts tomorrow. I'm intrigued by Tyrese Proctor. I think he's a plug-and-play bench scorer that can help a team right away. We'll see if a contending team could get him. I think he could help a team, like a Denver comes to mind. Perhaps. Cam Jones out of Marquette sitting there. Ryan Cockbrenner, the big out of Creighton, a good passing big right there. So still some notable names to come off the board, which we, of course, will be live for tomorrow, the second round of the NBA draft. Who do you think is the best available player entering the second round of this year's draft? Let us know in the comment section below. Don't forget to subscribe and join us tomorrow night, as we will have you covered for round 2 of the 2025 NBA draft. All right, we're going to do our raffle now. So appreciate everybody who entered. I'm not sure how many entries we have. We'll get that number out shortly, and then we will do our duck race. And the winner is going to get an NBA draft hat of their choice. So be sure to fire away. If let me just say this off the top. What just happened? Oh, there's got to be more entries than that, right? Oh, there we go. 164 entries. If you're coming back and watching this later, for whoever wins tonight, if you're not watching now, if you come back and watch it later just to see if you won, DM Chat Sports on Twitter, and that way we can get your shipping information and your hat of your choice. But when you guys behind the scenes are ready, we will do our duck race to see who wins our raffle. As we are about to wrap up. Like Tyman says, it is raffle time. Oh, did we get the free entries in there? Marble Sky? Marble Sky, you get 5 free entries. You are our top fan of the night. Ending up with, I don't know how many XP points. My chat just froze. 525. So shout out to Marble Sky, as he'll get 5 free entries. He's been hanging out all night long. We appreciate you, Marble Sky, and all of our other people hanging out in the chat, donators, everything else. Yeah, and if you lose tonight, we'll run it back tomorrow. So more opportunities to win for everybody hanging out. So, all right, looks like we're about ready to go. And after we do this raffle race, we'll send the my recap of round 1 on loop. We'll probably just loop it one time, and then we will sign off for the night. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, go! We are off on the Kentucky Derby as we will crown a champion tonight, and someone will win an NBA draft hat of their choice. Bill Pollock, Marble Sky hanging around the front. You don't want to peak too early if you've ever seen these duck races. Slow and steady wins the race as we are 25 seconds gone in this raffle. We got Marble Sky with the kind of teal blue there at the bottom, kind of lurking there. Chris Lauderay, a little donation from producer Jack's mother there. Could that mean a little hat for Jack, perhaps? Who knows? Ryan Davis in the mix with 15 seconds to go. We got Bill Hicks hanging out. Here comes Bill Pollock with the black and white duck. He's got a green duck up top. Bill Pollock's got a couple of options here. I think it's going to be Gwendolyn Plays. Bill Pollock had 2 ducks in the top 5. Came up just short. But Gwendolyn Plays. I don't see Gwendolyn in the chat, but Gwendolyn, if you're seeing this later, DM us on Twitter. That's your guys' deal. I don't know. Gwendolyn, if you're watching this.
Hey, Gwendolyn, I know Sam put an email in the chat a little earlier. Did you get that? I couldn't scroll up and find what email.
Go run them down or something.
Yeah.
Hang on, Gwendolyn. We'll get an email for you to get you situated. Also, if you join us tomorrow, we'll get you situated then as well. Hang tight, Gwendolyn. We'll get you an email that you can send to. Fun night. Appreciate everybody that tuned in. Looks like 160,000 people tuned in, so that's fun. What did we peak at in viewers? Looks like about 6,277 in viewers. We're getting that email address, Gwendolyn, so hang on. We're trying to run people down. A lot going on behind the scenes. We got you, Marble Sky. Come join us tomorrow night. All right. So do we have an email or not? All right, hang on, Gwendolyn. Who are you messaging? Is he here? We'll stick around, Gwendolyn, until we have an email for you. I mean, we've used some before. I just don't know what they are. Hang on, Gwendolyn. I mean, we've used like Jersey at Chat Sports, but that's been years. Someone in hang tight, Gwendolyn. We're trying to get an email for you.
Okay, Gwendolyn. NBA at chatsports.com.
NBA at chatsports.com, Gwendolyn. You got that, Gwendolyn? Please acknowledge. You didn't miss much, David. We're just waiting. I mean, you missed the draft, I guess.
You get that, Gwendolyn? Okay, Gwendolyn said yes.
All right.
So, Gwendolyn, email that, NBA@chatsports.com. We will confirm that it's actually you that emailed.
Yeah, send some sort of like screenshot of your YouTube account.
Yeah.
So we know it's you, but we'll get that situated. Then we'll get the draft hat you want, and we'll get it shipped out in the near future. But appreciate you for hanging out tonight. Appreciate everybody for hanging out tonight on Chat Sports. We appreciate all of you guys for hanging out. We will run it back tomorrow. Also, something to look forward to late night tonight or early on your feed if you're subscribed is Nick Roloff is cooking up his round 1 draft grade, so he's going to get that film for you guys in the near future. That will be published, so be sure to check that out. Thanks to everybody. He got your email, Gwendolyn, so appreciate that. We'll get you squared away. All right, we are going to send this on loop. We'll loop my recap of round 1 here on the channel, probably just one time, and then we will sign off. And then we'll be back tomorrow. So thanks to everybody who tuned in tonight. We'll see you soon. Says the first of 2 rounds in 2025 have come and gone. We will recap round 1 here on tonight's show. My name is Harrison Graham. This is NBA Now by Chat Sports. No surprise at the top. It was Cooper Flagg to the Dallas Mavericks. Flag Day in Dallas. It's been a tumultuous 4 or 5 months for Mavericks fans after the Luka Doncic trade, but nice recovery here to get the best player in this draft and probably the best domestic prospect since at least Zion Williamson, if not Anthony Davis, 6'8", 220, well-rounded player, can play on both ends, can play multiple positions, defend multiple positions. Obviously, still has a lot of developing and growing to do, but he should be able to have an instant impact right away for the Mavericks. The clear top prospect in this draft. The Mavs didn't mess around. He was the only player they even met with. So Cooper Flagg to Dallas, number 1 overall. We'll recap the rest of the first round, but subscribe to the channel if you want coverage all off season long. We're just getting rolling here. Second round tomorrow night. Undrafted free agency coverage plus NBA free agency gets going on Monday. Trades are flying around. We got it all covered. Hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications. All right, after Cooper Flagg, it was Dylan Harper to the San Antonio Spurs at number 2 overall. The fit with De'Aaron Fox is going to be interesting, but I do think Harper was the clear second best prospect in this draft, so I do think it's the right selection for San Antonio. Really good scorer. He can create for others as well. Has a nice frame there at 6'4.5", 213, still young at 19 years old. San Antonio obviously has a lot to work with Harper, Wembanyama, De'Aaron Fox. If him and Fox can't gel together, they could always pivot off Fox to get more of a traditional wing to create a big 3 with Harper and Wembanyama. But I think you play this out at least for the start of the upcoming season and see how those two guys fit. VJ Edgecombe to the Sixers at 3. I like Edgecombe, skilled offensive player, can play above the rim as well. I think they wanted to take Ace Bailey, but Ace Bailey canceled his workout with Philadelphia, made his intentions clear that he did not want to go to the 76ers. And once that happens, what can you do? So they go to the next player on their big board. That ends up being Edgecombe out of Baylor. Conkeneppel out of Duke, the second Duke he picked in the top 5. He goes to the Charlotte Hornets. I like what he can bring to the table. He can score the basketball. He's got a frame to be a good defensive player as well. I thought Charlotte had a pretty good night. We'll get to their next pick a little bit later on. Okay, Ace Bailey was the selection for the Jazz. Utah was not one of the teams listed as his preferred destination. He wanted to go to either the Wizards, Pelicans, or Nets, who all picked in the next 3 selections. Danny Ainge says, I don't care. I'm going to draft him. Really talented player, really big upside as a scorer, good size as well. Should be able to develop into a good defensive player. We'll see what his mindset is. The visuals of when he got drafted were kind of nonchalant, so not sure what to make of that. But Danny Ainge went best player available. He did not care that Ace Bailey was not interested in Utah. Okay, Trey Johnson went to the Wizards at 6. I think one of the best pure scorers in this draft. I think he'll be a 20-point scorer in the NBA for a very long time. Maybe not right away, probably more like a 15-point scorer as a rookie, but he just can get to his spots. He can get downhill. He can shoot from the perimeter. He can play some point if you need him to. I think he's more of a combo two-guard, ideally in the NBA, a guy who could just really fill it up, but he's got a lot of upside as a scorer. Needs to get better defensively. Needs to probably add 10 pounds, but a lot to like about Trey Johnson. Jeremiah Fears, another guy who needs to bulk up a little bit, but man, is he skilled offensively. The guard out of Oklahoma goes to the Pelicans. They, of course, traded C.J. McCollum before the draft, so you help replace him and that productivity in the backcourt with Jeremiah Fears. I think there's a lot of upside here with him in New Orleans over the next several years. Who was the best pick from the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft? Let us know down in the comment section below. It'll be the pinned comment on this video. So if you get hit with an ad break, go ahead and reply who's the best combo or best pick from the first round of the draft. Igor Demin was next up, the guard out of BYU, one of several good players on that BYU team last year. Out of Russia, comes to the States, plays for Brigham Young. He's got great size, has high upside, is a floor spacing 3/4. I think ideally you'd play him at the 4, depending on the type of lineups that the Nets want to trot out there. They obviously had a very big night, but he's also kind of one of those bigger point guard types. So we'll see where he ends up playing. Could be more of a guard offensively, wing defensively, but they had an interesting night. First team ever in NBA draft history to select 5 players in the first round of the NBA draft. Colin Murray-Boyles, the big out of South Carolina, he goes to the Toronto Raptors with the number 9 pick as they add some more size to their team. Come on, Maluwach, definitely butchered that. I was practicing, and then, I stumbled there. Shout out Mitchell Renz. Great size, part of that Duke team that, probably should have won a national championship if we're being completely honest. Needs to improve as a rebounder for his size. He doesn't have great feel, and this is kind of a skill that doesn't get talked about enough, of reading where the ball is going to bounce off the rim. It's one of those kind of under-talked about skills, but if he can improve that, he certainly has the size to be a good rebounder, good finisher around the rim, can alter and block shots as well. Part of what Charlotte did tonight was trading away Mark Williams. They get Micic back and 2 first-round picks as well. We'll tell you who they picked at 29 later tonight. And then they also picked up a first-round pick in 2029. That was the first of a few trades in this range. The Grizzlies moved up from 16 to 11. Also sent a 2028 first-round pick via Orlando that they got from the Desmond Bane trade, and 2 second-round picks to Portland. They then took Cedric Coward. That's not to get confused with Colin Coward. Shout out ESPN. 6'5", 213 here. Good rebounder for his size as well. Like this pick for the Grizzlies. Should be able to offer them some positional versatility. 40% three-point shooter out of Washington State as well. Noah Essengay, the wing out of, remind me here, Sam, France, thank you very much. He goes to the Chicago Bulls at number 12. I know my guy Patrick Seatman wanted Derek Queen. He actually went next pick here to the New Orleans Pelicans. They traded up to get Mr. Derek Queen from 23 to 13. Hawks got 23 back and a first-round pick next year, which could be a really, really good draft pick, by the way. But Queen, big out of Maryland, really skilled big. He can play the 4, could play some small ball 5, depending on how New Orleans wants to deploy him. I like the draft they had tonight. They get a couple of really nice pieces in New Orleans. 6'9", 250 almost, so he's got a lot of girth to him, but can really rebound, can score as well. And he might have some defensive limitations in terms of positional flex. Can he guard threes on the perimeter? That might be tough. Probably more defending 4s and 5s, but nice for him to work with and really skilled offensively. Get yourself a NBA draft hat. Available for all 30 teams. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. That link will be in the comments and description of this video. Chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Go ahead and click and shop right now. chatsports.com/2025 draft hats. Okay, we've got Carter Bryant, the wing out of Arizona. I like the upside here. He had some moments this year for the Wildcats. Didn't have a huge role for them, but I think he's got a chance to be really good in the NBA. Won't be asked to play a huge role probably as a freshman or as a rookie, I should say, for San Antonio. But all of a sudden, you look up and down that roster, there's a lot of depth and a lot of pieces to like if you're the Spurs. Thomas Sorber, the big out of Georgetown, goes to the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder with the number 15 pick overall. They add some size. I like this pick because what if they don't want to pay Chet Holmgren in a year? Or what if Jalen Williams, not the guard, the big off the bench, isn't a long-term piece? Sorber is a guy who can help in that regard. Isaiah Hartenstein only has 1 or 2 years left on his contract that he signed last offseason, so they're pretty loaded at guard and wing. They needed more depth at the 4 and 5 spot, and Sorber can help provide that. One of the shockers of the first round was Hansen Yang, the big out of China. Jake Fisher said a source told him he is the China Jokic. That's bold. Some would call that cap. I mean, who knows? But good statistically internationally, 16 and 10, had almost 3 blocks per game. But, man, that felt like a reach. He was not really on our radar tonight. Joan Beringer was the pick for the Minnesota Timberwolves at number 17 overall as well, as they add a big couple slight surprises there. I thought there were better bigs on the board when Yang and Beringer went, but obviously Portland and Minnesota disagreed with us on that one. Okay, a trade coming in there at pick 18. The Jazz moved up to 18 as Washington got 21, 43, and 2 future seconds back. I like that return for the Wizards. And Danny Ainge had an interesting night. He takes Walter Clayton Jr., the national championship point guard out of Florida. He captivated us during the NCAA tournament with magical shot after magical shot. Feels a little redundant. Him and Ace Bailey certainly aren't scared to shoot the basketball. They'll play different positions, but are those two guys going to be sharing the ball much? I don't know. They've also got some other pieces that they got to figure out how they fit. So don't love the Jazz direction. A lot of individual talent, not sure a lot of cohesiveness there. Okay, at number 19, Nolan Traore was the selection. Another point guard for the Nets. They took 3 of them tonight. All different sizes, so you could mix and match where they fit on the court, but that certainly caught my attention. I know Roley, our draft expert, was a big fan of this kid's game from overseas. We'll see how he plays coming over to the NBA. Kasparas Jakučionis, really good pick here. He was top 10 on Roley's big board. He falls to 20 for Miami. Really good playmaker. He can score. He's still young, just 19 years old. Good frame to work with at almost 6'5", 205. Has upside as a defender. Can play the 1, can play the 2. The playmaking's there. Rebounds fairly well. So I like this pick. The first of 2 straight Fighting Illini, by the way. Will Riley, the wing out of Illinois, ends up going to the Washington Wizards at number 21 overall. Thought it might have been a touch early for Riley here in Washington, but they opted to go in that direction. Drake Powell out of North Carolina was the pick for Brooklyn at 22. Good three-point shooter, catch-and-shoot guy. Not a ton of creation from him at this point in his development. We'll see if he can add that to his game. Has the frame to be a good defender. Was pretty inconsistent in that regard for the Tar Heels last year, but he was a freshman. He is 19 years old. Certainly room to grow on both ends of the floor. Asa Newell was the selection for the Hawks at number 23. Really good rebounding big for Georgia. Can finish around the rim as well. The Hawks could be a sneaky team in the East this upcoming year because with Jason Tatum down with the Achilles, Boston feels like they're in a transition year. Indiana is going to struggle to do what they did this year with Tyrese Halliburton popping his Achilles as well. Maybe Atlanta's a team that could hover around that 5 or 6 seed. Okay, there was a trade here also. Sacramento ends up moving up to 24. And then, hey, look, Sam Presti added another valuable pick. He gets a 2027 top 16 protected first. Nick Clifford was the selection out of Colorado State. Got to say, I really like this pick for Sacramento. He can really score. I watched Colorado State a handful of times last year, including in the NCAA tournament. This guy can really score. All three levels. He could shoot it. He can get downhill. Experienced player, having played 4 or 5 years of college basketball. I like his size also. He's a plug-and-play player for Sacramento. It wouldn't shock me if he started at some point this season. Jace Richardson, I like what the Magic have done this offseason. I know people think, maybe it was a slight overpay just in terms of 4 draft picks and a pick swap for Desmond Bane, but what did they need? They needed floor spacing, shooting, and more secondary ball handlers. Well, Desmond Bane provides that. Jace Richardson provides that. 41% three-point shooter. He can handle the rock as well. I think both those guys help right away. I mean, obviously, Bane's going to be a big part of this team, but I think Richardson, as a backup point guard type, can really contribute, and we know he could shoot the ball. So I love this pick for Orlando. Ben Saraf goes to Brooklyn, another kind of playmaking guard. We'll see. They got all these guys coming in this year. We'll see if they, A, all come over, including the couple international guys, and B, how much they play on the everyday roster, or if there's going to be some kind of G League action here. I think Danny Wolf plays right away. I like his game a lot. Really skilled offensive player. Shown flashes of the ability to shoot the 3-ball, the big out of Michigan. There's been some Nick Claxton trade rumors, so he'll either be Claxton's backup center probably, or if Claxton gets moved, he could even potentially start. That wouldn't completely shock me. Hugo Gonzalez, the wing out of Real Madrid, goes to Boston. Didn't get to play a ton. Real's got a pretty good roster over there in Europe, and he's a young guy, so didn't play a ton. I think he averaged like 3 points per game. Upside is there. Look, I think Boston is signaling how they view the upcoming season. It's a transition year. They're shedding tax money, $180 million by shipping out Porzingis and Drew Holiday. They draft a guy that probably won't help them a ton this year in Hugo Gonzalez. I think they're acknowledging, hey, our best player tore his Achilles, probably not going to play this next year. Let's save some money. Let's retool a little bit and rebuild for the following season. Okay, Liam McNeely, some thought he'd go earlier. He falls to 29. The offensive game needs some refinement. He needs to improve his efficiency, certainly, but the upside is there. Good rebounder for his size, can play some defense as well. He was coached well from Dan Hurley. So to get him at 29, I thought Charlotte had a good night, like I mentioned earlier. And then wrapping up the first round was Yannick Conan Niederhauser. Awesome name. Good player, too. To wrap up round 1. Can really rebound, can score the basketball around the rim as well, as the Clippers get a big to perhaps back up Ivica Zubac. So real quick, some of the best players available. You see him on screen there. Rasheer Fleming, Rolly had him as a lottery caliber player. Does not go tonight, the wing out of St. Joe's. So we'll see how long he lasts tomorrow. I'm intrigued by Tyrese Proctor. I think he's a plug-and-play bench scorer that can help a team right away. We'll see if a contending team could get him. I think he could help a team, like a Denver comes to mind, perhaps. Cam Jones out of Marquette sitting there. Ryan Cockbrenner, the big out of Creighton, a good passing big right there. So still some notable names to come off the board, which we, of course, will be live for tomorrow, the second round of the NBA draft. Who do you think is the best available player entering the second round of this year's draft? Let us know in the comment section below. Don't forget to subscribe and join us tomorrow night, as we will have you covered for round 2 of the 2025 NBA draft.